How's the coffee? All good? Everybody can hear me at the back? Good. So welcome back to Arctic15, day 2. I hope you all slept as much as I did. It was a lot of fun yesterday. We did a lot of great things. There was a lot of meetings. And then, you know what? I'm going to be proud of this moment because for the first time in history, I can say this, that I'm sorry that it was warm in Finland yesterday. And that it was really hot over here. I think we measured 39 degrees at one part of the building at one point. All the ventilators are working at their maximum capacity. So we're trying to make it as everything we can to make sure you guys have a good time, have a lot of meetings. So yes, good morning, one more time, and welcome to Arctic15. I wanted to give you some numbers. So yesterday, our attendees arranged more than or close to 2,000 meetings. We're still calculating the exact number. We also drank 3,800 coffees, which is awesome. Keep drinking. In Finland, you know, we drink a lot more coffee than you have people, so we're doing that. That's very good. Also, we had 5,000 water bottles consumed. We had to buy a lot more. It's already on the way. Today we'll also have more water and more vitamin well, so you can enjoy all that. We had 1,533 people at the event, and the cool thing about that, it's just about 100 people more than last year, and we promised to keep the same size. So that's exactly what we did, because we believe that networking at events, you know, peaks out around 1,500 people. After that, it takes a very long time to find people. But the cool thing about that number is that the 100 people extra, they were all investors, right? So we have more than 250 investors at the venue, making Arctic15 probably the best startup to investor ratio in Europe. Probably not even Europe, maybe even more. And that's why we're able to have so many meetings over there in the deal room. And it's important that you go to the deal room and keep making meetings. You know, it's not too late right now to still check if you have any more meetings, to check if somebody confirmed the meeting with you, so that you don't miss any meetings. I know that somebody confirmed a meeting with me that I had to check this morning. So please check your apps, check that you have the meetings confirmed, and then go to them. So basically, it's still not too late to find the one. Keep on searching. In the evening, you know, it will continue with that. We'll also go to the after party. So at the after party, we will also continue to search for the one, whether that is, you know, an investor or a wife or a husband, up to you guys. But anyways, welcome to Arctic15, day 2. Hope you enjoyed the day. Hope you have everything that you need. If you need anything, ask me or our staff and volunteers. And with that, let's open up the day. Thank you. With that, Jan is supposed to be with me. I saw him yesterday. But anyways, I'm gonna introduce the next speaker, right? And the next speaker is Anna-Marie, and she is an amazing woman. She's trying to promote science, technology, education, and math to women. Trying to get a lot more women. Oh, there you go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Yeah.
All right.
Good morning, everybody.
Is it working?
Hello.
Yes.
Whoa. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Come on, wake up.
No.
No? Not gonna work. All right. So you want to introduce Anna-Marie then?
Go ahead.
Okay. So yes, as I was saying, she is from an organization called STEM. She was also the youngest ever graduate from Oxford, right? And she got 2 degrees, I think, by the time she was 20. And she's doing a lot of work to promote science, technology, education, math to women around the world, right? So with that, we'd like to welcome Anna-Marie up on stage. So Anna-Marie, come on up. Welcome. Good to see you here. Welcome.
Thank you very
I know
much.
that there's not a lot of people in the audience just yet. You know, we're all starting to come in. A lot of people are in the meetings already, but we also have the live stream for you. And there's, I think, quite a lot of people watching the live stream. So they're with us today. And the stage is yours. Thank you for coming over.
Thank you very much. My clicker. Brilliant. Fantastic. So, hi, everyone. I know that that's the Finnish way of saying hello. So I hope I've pronounced that correctly. My name is Anne-Marie Maffedon, and I'm going to speak today about a key factor of success and why it is that we're actually snatching defeat from the jaws of victory when we talk about the tech world and our startup scenes. And for me, I'm quite excited to be here. Firstly, because it's my first time ever in Finland, first time ever in Helsinki. So thank you very much for your warm welcome. But also because of these two ladies, Anna and Teresa, who I'm not sure if any of you recognize them or what their startup might be. No? But they actually invented the Hovdig as part of a master's that they did over in Sweden. So this is the closest I've ever been to Sweden in my life, so I'm quite excited to be here in Finland. They are great examples and great role models that we talk to girls all over Europe about in terms of women in STEM and when we talk about women in the industry. And for me, the reason why this is really important is, as was mentioned in my intro, you know, I've always been a girl, I've always been a woman, I've always been female, and I've always been really interested in technology, to the point that I did do this when I was younger. So when I was 11, I'm a little bit older than 11 now, but when I was 11, I passed an A-level in computer science. And since then, no other girl has come up and done that and beaten that record. And it's quite sad. But it's also rather strange because if we look back through history, women and technology actually go pretty well together. So I've got a couple of examples here that you may have seen before or might recognize. Does anyone recognize the First Lady on the left? Anyone? No? Not one hand. So this is the first ever programmer. Just over 200 years ago. Her name's Ada Lovelace, and she wrote the first ever computer program for a computer, and it was actually to work out the sequence of Bernoulli numbers. But she was the first ever programmer of any kind, male or female, ever. The second lady, does anyone recognize who she is? A couple of you maybe. So that's Stephanie Shirley, who was actually a big tech pioneer in the 60s. And founded the first kind of distributed tech house. So what she actually did was she was a mathematician herself and got women who had, you know, taken time up from work, maybe who were mathematical, to actually write codes and write programs from their kitchen table and then send it in. So they actually coded the black box for Concorde and coded quite a number of different things throughout the 60s. So they're a software house. The third lady, does anyone recognize her? No? Yes, they've got a nodding. So this is Hedy Lamarr, who you might recognize because that's one of her Hollywood photos, because she was a great actress, but she was also a fantastic inventor and co-inventor, actually, of spread spectrum frequency hopping, which if you've never heard of, most of you here will have heard of Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. Yeah, that's the technology that underpins that. So you've got Hedy to thank for the Wi-Fi that you're using today. And finally, another lady from Europe, on the very end. Does anyone recognize who she is or what she's holding? No. So this is Angela Ruiz-Robles, who is actually a Spanish lady, and she's holding the first ever e-book. So this is a patent that she filed in 1949. She was actually a teacher who wanted to use technology to help her students, was trying to solve a problem. So she invented this e-book that would mean that they wouldn't have to carry their textbooks and heavy books around all day. So if we look back through history, there are loads and countless numbers of women that we know of who have been great at technology, have solved problems and built great products that we still use or still take advantage of today. And there are also many who are not written about or have been written out of history. So just last week in the UK, we had a big story about Isambard Brunel and the fact that there was a mum of 6 who had designed the big iconic bridge in Bristol, but had actually handed him the plans because she didn't want to be boastful about her work. And so we've got many examples of women in history who have actually been great problem solvers, used technology and built great products that we still use today. There are also examples of times when women are actually the solutions to our problems, or we need to incorporate women to build better products and better solutions. So this is one example. This is me stood next to someone called John. Anyone recognize John? No, I'm a big one for audience participation. So this is John, who was the original voice of Siri, which most of you will have heard of before. Most people here have used Siri. There we go. A hand up. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You like Siri. But the technology for Siri, as most of us will know, has been around for decades. So voice recognition technology isn't something new, however new Siri might be. And you've got to ask yourself the question, why is it that it took so long for us to get decent voice recognition that could actually hear what you're saying? So most of us will remember, if you go a couple years back, you'd say, hey Siri, or ye olde Siri, I need directions to Cable Factory, and it'd say, did you ask for ice cream? You'd say, no, there's nothing like what I just said. And why is that? Well, again, you need diverse teams. What they'd done was initially the people that were building this product didn't actually factor in different voices. Female voices are slightly different from male voices. Some of you may have noticed. And so the technology then didn't work and couldn't take off and wasn't widely usable. So it was when we included more voices that we were able to have Siri or Cortana or your favorite voice recognition software. Another example is this. So these are seat belts and airbags, which again, we're kind of veering towards the engineering end of things rather than technology. But again, most of you have seen maybe an average woman or an average girl and an average man. There's a slight difference. The average male is taller than the average woman. Agreed? Maybe? Average, we're talking not every woman. And the average male is heavier than the average woman as well. No offense. And so the first seatbelts were built to the specifications of the average male and not the average woman, and actually killed women and children, despite the fact that as a product, it was supposed to save lives. Right? So it's a matter of life and death, really, for you, your startup, for us as humans, that we make sure that we incorporate women and a diversity of people in the products that we build and when we're building things. And for us in the EU, at least kind of across Europe, I know different countries vary and we're not all the same, but the participation of women in building these products and in STEM fields is shockingly low. So this is a number from, and I think an EC WIT report last year or the year before around participation of women in particular within what we call the ICT sector, so within technology. In the UK, we're at about 17% in technology itself, 13% in STEM. And if we look across Europe, we're only at 30%, which is shocking, given that we've got a lot of women that are maybe graduating these courses, but also a lot of women that are in the workforce, right? So we're about 50-50 in the workforce these days in terms of how many women that we have versus how many men. And so it's actually shocking that for something that's a fairly new industry, we're almost recreating old hierarchies and recreating kind of bad habits that we've seen in other industries. So what can we do? What should we be doing? I'd like to call on you today. You always got to use a big motivational quote from an inspirational figure. So my figure this morning is Gandhi. And I'm going to call on you to be the change that you want to see in the world, or at least be the change that I'd like to see in the world. And the change, and us including these women, us including diversity, us having better representation, building better products, and doing better and having success in our startups is all hinged on us making sure that we have everyone along with us. Again, you'll see it more and more. We have more and more women gaming, so I think now it's 60% of gamers are actually female. 80% of purchasing decisions are made by women. You don't want to be missing out on that with poor numbers in your startup and in your company. So what do we do? So you are the change you want to see in the world. I want to call out Jan and the organisers of Arctic15, who this year have really consciously tried to make sure that they've got a 50-50 panels and speaker list for the conference, and they've managed to do that. Whether it was tough, whether it was easy, they did it, and we got there, and we are here, we are 50-50. But I want to call on you as well to make sure that you are also part of that change and you are doing what you can. So not all of you organise conferences, but there are a lot of things that you can do, and I'd like to help you feel empowered to be able to do that. Is that okay? Kind of want to empower you and gift you with a couple of things that you can do. So I've got 5 things for you to make sure that you're trying to do, or at least getting involved with, to make sure that we can increase these numbers for your own success and for the success of your products and your startups that you're building. Step 1, or option 1, is the Rooney Rule. And so how many of you have heard of this before? It's not got anything to do with Wayne Rooney, but I thought I'd put that photo up as I'm a Brit and got to represent sometimes. There we go. So the Rooney Rule was actually brought in by this guy on the right called Dan Rooney, who worked at the NFL. And the NFL was quite well known, or was known about 10, 15 years ago, for having a really big diversity problem. So what they saw was that if you look at the football teams and their kind of makeup and the diversity of them, you had a lot of Afro-American players coming through, doing really well, having great careers, but not actually progressing on to become coaches or to become managers. Despite the fact that you had people who were maybe non-African American who also were having great careers, but were then going on to have really fulfilling careers as coaches. And so what Dan Rooney said and did and brought in, what the Rooney Rule meant, was that for every coaching position at any NFL team across the whole of the NFL, you had to make sure that you always interviewed at least one African American for the position. And this wasn't forcing them to hire them. This wasn't forcing you to do anything that's untoward. It was just interview an African American. Just consider at least one every time you're hiring for a new coaching position. And this has worked really well for them. They've seen the numbers climb over the years just by saying you have to consider someone. It wasn't that you have to hire, but you have to consider them. So we're seeing this now, more and more companies, at least in the UK tech scene, are taking this on and saying, okay, cool, we want to make sure that when we're hiring, we interview at least one woman, or at least one BME, black minority ethnic, or at least one person that's different from our norm, different from our majority. And that's all it is. And it's interesting to see, for those of you that use recruiters, or those of you that, you've all got your various ways of hiring, how maybe just considering that and just sending that message to the people that you work with or in your hiring ecosystem can mean that you see their behaviors start to change. So Rooney Rule, that's number one. Number two is looking at your job descriptions and making sure that they are neutral and inclusive. And I've got a picture of a ninja here. It's something that I hope we don't see as much here in Finland as we do in the UK, but a lot of people trying to hire code ninjas who will be there all hours of the day and will give their all to the startup. There are certain people who maybe identify as ninjas. There are a lot of people who you might want to have in your startup helping you to solve problems that don't identify as ninjas. And sometimes the language that you can use can put people off. The other example that we see a lot in research is in terms of when you put down things that are requirements versus suggested or optional. A lot of times women might look at the list of 10 and they'll think, I can only do maybe 5 or 6, so I'm not going to apply yet. I don't think I'm ready for this. Whereas some guys will look at it and go, hey, I've got 3, I'll make the rest of it up when I get there. So you want to make sure that when you're writing your list, you're writing things that are open, that are neutral, and that are allowing all kinds of people to feel like it's the kind of role that they can apply for. There's great tools out there as well that will help you test this on your job descriptions. It's always nice and eye-opening to do that. So Textio is one example. You just literally lift your job description, paste it in Textio, and it will kind of highlight certain words that you might have. Maybe not just ninja, but other things that you've got in there that aren't very inclusive. The next example is to make sure you have a code of conduct. And this is something that, again, we're seeing more and more for conferences, but also for the place of work. So you want to make sure that you have an environment that allows the women that are already there to stay, and that also encourages them or allows them to feel safe enough to encourage others to come and join them. So whether it's a code of conduct around how you handle complaints within your organization, whether it's a code of conduct around your language and how you actually work with each other and see each other within the office and the workspace, whether it's a code of conduct around how you do your meetings and how you conduct business and who it is that you invite and who you listen to in your meetings. Make sure that you do kind of put some rules down, a code of conduct that you all ascribe to and you all say that you will do, that you won't end up undermining people without realizing it or talking over them in meetings or taking ideas and doing that kind of thing. So code of conduct is the third one. The fourth one is to collaborate and share with others. So a little bit of a shout out here for Girls in Tech Helsinki. In the UK, we are part of something called the Tech Talent Charter. That is a number of companies that are coming together that are saying that they want to make positive movements and they want to kind of move the dial on the diversity in their companies. And it's almost like if everyone else is doing it, it becomes the norm, it becomes the culture, and it becomes the way that everyone does it. So it's hard for you maybe to be the pioneer and be the first, but if you've got others that are already doing it and you're joining with them, it makes it a lot easier. It also means that you're able to be more visible as an organization that's looking to do this and looking to hire, which means that you then have a lot more or a diverse set of candidates coming to you. So another example of this that we've seen is Salesforce, who you will have seen have been really open about their push for diversity, their push around the pay gap, their push around kind of inclusiveness in their environment and in their offices. And it's meant that now they're the example that people can point to, and there's no excuse why you wouldn't, because, you know, what's the difference between you and Salesforce? And also, there's been a huge return on investment for Salesforce in doing those initiatives. So it's not that they've lost money or they've reduced in their quality of their products by hiring more women and deciding to treat their women and other diverse people better. Actually, it's been a huge return on investment, and they're growing and doing better and better for it. The final thing for you to do, or I'd like for you all to do, is to get used to challenging others when the diversity isn't there. I love this meme on the right. Do you see a princess when you should see an engineer? And on the left, we've got the allmalepanels.tumblr, which you might have seen before. If you call people out, if you're brave enough to do that, if you're collaborating with others and you're able to do it as a group, you'll find that they're more willing and they're able to change their behaviors a lot quicker than if maybe we just kind of allowed it and said, yeah, it's fine, you know, there's not that many women around anyway. So if you join in and actually challenge others, of course you have to have your house in order before you do it, so don't throw stones without due course. But get ready to challenge others, or be open and be prepared to challenge others. And you'll be able to see, you know, just with these 5 steps, just making the effort. If you don't intentionally include, you're unintentionally excluding. So make sure that you are doing that, and those are 5 steps that you can follow to do that. So that's talking about the present. I talked a little bit about history in the past, talking about the present, what you can do now. But the other thing to do is to look to the next generation and to the future, which is actually what me and my company and my team do on our work within the STEMettes. So as was mentioned, we work with girls aged between 5 and 21. We run hackathons, we run mentoring schemes, we run workshops, and we actually bring them into industry and sometimes bring them to conferences like this to show them what it's all about and why it's somewhere that actually is going to be a really good place for them to be when they eventually grow up. And for us, we run a number of different initiatives. This is one of them. We ran a big incubator house. It was Big Brother meets The Apprentice meets Dragon's Den type house. We've got a documentary coming out later this summer. But there are loads of things that you can do and loads of things that you can get involved with as well in terms of inspiring the next generation and working with them. And so to close, I wanted to share with you a little bit about what we do and what we tell them, so that as you are collaborating, as you are working maybe with Girls in Tech Helsinki or with other organizations, maybe Coder Dojo might be another one that some of you are working with. Here are, again, 5 is a magic number, 5 reasons why a young girl, young woman, young person might want to join the tech industry, that you can maybe repeat back to them to do your bit for the next generation and for the future. So reason number 1 is that tech is an incredibly altruistic industry to be in tech, incredibly altruistic and incredibly creative. I think there's a lot of focus that we have within the EU, at least, on things like qualifications and rote learning, and you must know the knowledge, and it's all about being able to recall this theorem. But actually, it's a lot about being creative, being altruistic, helping others, and problem solving. Which, again, within education, we're not necessarily the best at communicating that. So examples are, the girls in the top left have turned a litre of urine into 6 hours of electricity. The girls in the top right have found a bacteria that shortens the germination process, and so is going to help a lot with the kind of food problem that we have. The girl at the bottom, her grandfather has Parkinson's, and so she invented this kind of sippy cup that will never spill for him to be able to drink and be independent. And of course, the ladies down the bottom that I mentioned from Sweden, they've invented a new cycle helmet that actually doesn't affect your hair, so it kind of goes around your neck and inflates on impact and actually collects data about your accident when it happens. Which I know this is Helsinki. We saw a lot of cycles this morning, so a couple of you might appreciate having a helmet like that. The second reason I like to give the girls, and this is the second, not the first, is all around pay. So it's a pretty well-paid industry to be in. Our pay gap is a lot smaller than it is in a lot of other industries. And as a woman in STEM, you stand to earn sometimes up to 30% more than your counterparts who aren't working in STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and maths-related careers. So that's reason 2. Reason 3 is the free swag that you get at conferences. So Arctic15 has been really good on this. We've got lots of freebies around and about. This is a conference that we take the girls to in the States every year. And this was day 1 of swag. This was day 3 of swag. And it's all free, of course, as we know. They don't all know that. So for a lot of people, this is quite an interesting perk to have if you're working in the industry. We talk about gaming. A lot of them like games. And to think that you can go to gaming conferences and leave with games, it's mind-blowing. The 4th reason is the free food, which again, Arctic15 has kind of been up there with Epic, the startup, with our free food and making sure that we've got some good stuff to eat. And the 5th reason, 5th and final, and I'm going to end on this, is you can wear what you want. So this is me taking selfies at my desk. You can see I've got a bit of a cold in the top, in the middle, and everyone's completely fine with that. I know today we're all wearing pretty much as we wish as well. So that's it really. There's a bit the past, the present, and the future of having diverse teams. And I want to end on this in particular. So this is a more modern example of where you definitely want to make sure that you're including women, at least in your products, for your success. So this is Apple's health kit that they launched a couple years ago. And what was really interesting to note was that it was a health kit that was to measure everything about your health. So this, from the steps that you take to your heart rate, and it measured everything about your health, but it forgot that for 50% of the population, 50% of their users, there was a rather large part of their health, i.e. menstruation. And so there was a lot of uproar when this came out, and we said, wait, hang on a second, do we not matter? Are there parts of my health that don't matter? Are there parts of me? How did that get past it? Were you not listening to the women in your team, or did you not have women in your team? And they've actually had to go back and add this into the product. So you want to make sure, again, for your success and for your product and for what you're doing, and to make sure that you're not taking defeat from the jaws of victory, that you do have a diverse team, you do have women in your team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Awesome. Hey, we wanted to do something a little special, right, as well. We want to support what you're doing, right? So we want to give Stametis a €500 award, kind of contribution, thanks to Arctic15 and Arctic Startup, so we can also help the cause. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much. Lovely check. Thank you.
Let's do a quick photo, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll have to see if the bank will take it off us.
Yeah, you take it to the bank. You know, in Finland they love checks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks. Ooh, there we go.
Jan, stage is yours.
Yes, hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Woo! Hey, hello. All right. Let's talk about corporate venturing. Big corporates are coming to the startup world. So now here we have Niels. He comes from Stockholm and representing Telia Sonera's corporate venturing arm. So we have a little discussion about what's happening in the corporate venturing world and what is it.
Yeah.
Shall we sit down?
Yeah, I think we should.
Yes,
It's more comfortable.
Okay, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. Enjoying a sunny day in Helsinki.
Yes, very good. Okay, so we should talk about corporate venturing and what does it mean and how are startups related to corporates. Are corporates interested in startups or not?
Yes, they are. But corporates are, big organizations and want to keep up with the fast-moving innovation. I mean, and one way to get a lot of influences is to work with startups. Mm-hmm. And also the definition of startup is also quite broad because some people still think that Facebook is a startup. Or
I don't think
Spotify.
Spotify could be still.
1,000 people, it's...
Probably
yeah,
not.
but anyway, so corporates want to work with those new players, fast-moving players, learn not only about technology, but also about ways of working.
Yeah.
New ways of working, being more flexible, agile.
Okay. Could you tell a little bit about your own background? I think you've been in some different kind of corporate venture. You've been in investment banking, and now you come back to corporate. Can you really briefly tell you about what you've been doing before?
Yes, I'm an engineer from the beginning. So did a lot with computers as a teenager and did engineering. And then I moved more into finance. I made an MBA, and I was at Swisscom Swisscom Ventures, which is a very different animal from Telia for many reasons. And then I was at an investment bank called Catachina Capital, which is now Brian Garnier.
Yep.
They got acquired. So I've seen both on the investment side, and then when you actually sell those companies. So for example, I as an advisor, I sold the company to Microsoft, which was very interesting. Because that's the purpose of the investment is that, I mean, you make an investment and then you sell the company for a lot of money. I mean, that's why you do it.
Exactly, unless you're looking for a strategic partnership, and it's different from investing, right? Because there's like 3 different categories, easily separate from the corporates towards startups, like strategic partnerships, investments, and then M&A.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then what do you see like if you talk about startups, corporations, what do you see about the upsides for the both? Upsides and downsides on what they could be like. What's the benefits? For obviously for startup, the benefit is access to large customer base.
I think the key thing is that the corporate that you work with, that they actually can deliver. They're part of the story, because when a startup, I mean, a startup has very limited money and resources, and when they engage into something with a big corporate, they think that big corporate will solve all the problems. You know, they will have lots of resources, they will be a big customer, but that is not always happening. And I think that's a lot of frustration happens with some of the kind of acceleration programs with big companies. That, it's a lot of nice meetings, but there is no business, there is no... So I think it's really important that the corporate partner can actually roll this out in different countries and make things happen.
Yeah, and like maybe like a different kind of corporate ventures. Of course, there's a lot of different corporations, so there's also a lot of different like corporate venturing and cooperation with startups. Could you maybe tell me some example how different some other corporations are operating or investing?
Yeah. So I think the most famous one is, of course, Intel Capital, and they've been around for a very long time.
They were supposed to be here too, but they got some emergency. You apparently know something about it.
Yeah, reorganization.
Yeah, okay.
And it's also, if you Google a bit, there are rumors that they're going to shut down or sell off parts of Intel Capital. There's been articles in Bloomberg and stuff about it, so I think they have a valid reason not for being here.
Okay.
But they've been around for more than 20 years, and they have a global team. I think they have 200 people. I mean, basically they have people in Asia, Israel, US, Latin America, all over Europe. And that's, Intel Capital is a separate company from Intel. So they have...
But it comes from Intel balance sheet or not?
No, it's a completely different company.
Completely different, okay.
So they separate that. And there are a few others that have that setup, where they actually have a separate unit, which it's more like a VC, where they only have one investor. Because normally VCs have many, and in this case, Intel is the only investor and the only partners. And you have also Nokia Growth Partners. They have a similar setup where Nokia is the only investor into that fund, and they work very closely. And that's one setup. And then you have even further away where corporates actually are the investors with others.
Others, yeah?
Yeah, they also have a few of those as well.
And do you know some corporates who invest into VC funds?
Yes, most do.
Most do, yeah.
We have some old ones from the 90s still hanging around because the time frame is so long.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's some more the independent funds. Then you have that like Swisscom is doing, like we're doing. We're investing from the balance sheet. So it's so now we call Telia company. So the main entity, Telia company, is now investing into the company and becomes a shareholder.
Okay.
So that's the kind of transactions that.
When does this name change happen, or is it?
It was a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago, okay.
So
who here has heard about Telia company before?
Let's see.
1, 2, 3 at least. Oh, 4. Okay, good.
But it's still Sonera here in Finland.
Okay. Sonera still in Finland?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So you then invest off the balance sheet. So then we, yeah, exchange cash for shares in the company in our balance sheets, basically.
Okay, yeah.
Which
yeah.
for many corporates, that's a big, it's a big advantage, because if you have different like operational expenses and investment expenses, and the investment expenses are kind of free, while if you have OPEX, it has to go out of the, the EBITDA gets lower,
Okay.
which is not a good thing. So that's why people do it on the balance sheet.
Okay, yeah. And well, as we're talking about Telia company now, and how long has Telia company been doing the corporate venturing?
Since the 90s.
Since the
But it's
90s.
been up and down, and the changing of teams, and
And
so-
like, what's your strategy for doing the investing? Do you have any specific like targets, or of course it's like mobile sector, telecommunication?
it's something that drives new business, and it's what we call adjacent areas, everything around telecom where we can grow our business. And of course, the publicly known that we go into IoT, healthcare, security. It's lots of stuff around the traditional telecom services that we're doing. And also we only invest into companies that we are working with. So we have examples are, for example, Soundtrack Your Brand, which is the B2B version of Spotify, where we invested, and we have a strong partnership rolling out that service across the Nordic markets. We did the same with Sound Industries, who make the Marshall headphones and loudspeakers. So it's really more that it can be both B2B and B2C, but that we are more a distribution partner, that we believe in this product. The company needs money to take it a bit further, and we can then roll it out.
Okay, and like looking at the investments, let's say last couple of years, how many tickets per year, how many investments per year on average you
2,
would do?
3.
2 to 3?
Yeah, it's not more.
And how big? Okay, last year there's one quite big one from you.
Yeah, we don't make small, because the companies have to be relatively mature for us to work with them.
Yeah.
And I think that goes for all big corporates, because big corporates has a lot of requirements on the suppliers. One is the more formalistic part, that we have big procurement department, and it has to go via them. And they like to have stable companies with a long history, and not a startup. So if you come with a startup, they will say, okay, will this supplier be around next year? Because they will look into the finance, they will say, well, they got funding, and next year they're out of cash. And we're going to launch this service to millions of customers based on a company that might not be around tomorrow, in a year's time. So it's a lot of that part, but also that the company has enough resources and a stable enough product to work with a big company. So we tend to invest into companies that have a product that's proven in the market somehow. They have, let's say they have 20 people, it's a real company, it's not an early stage thing.
Yeah, do they have to have revenues, or is it enough if they have customers who are not yet monetized, for instance?
Yeah, they don't have to have revenue, and they can even have us as only customer. So that is not.
Okay.
It's more that. But then Spotify, and getting back to the check. So then we get into like companies. We would invest like $3 million or euros. That's like the minimum threshold.
Minimum, yeah.
And that kind of sets the frame. It has to be a kind of established company. We also want to have good co-investors, like good VCs, well-known VCs. Because we trust their judgment.
Yeah, they have done the vetting for you partly.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And can you name some of the VCs, maybe Nordic or European, you have done co-investments lately?
Nordstone, Creandum, they're both into Wellington, they're into Soundtrack Your Brand. And then in Spotify, it's the who's who, basically.
Yeah.
And Spotify is a special case. Because there is a long cooperation history between Spotify and Telia.
Yeah, you started cooperation already like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you tell me a little bit more about how did that cooperation start? And
Yes, I just joined Telia a year ago, so I'm not. So actually, many of the people that we've been working with that have moved on. But basically, Telia helped Spotify to scale in that sense that you bundled it with a phone.
Ah, yes.
And that's a very powerful thing because, well, it's good for Spotify because they get a customer that's signed up for, already for a year or 24 months. And also rolling out in other markets. And then when that telecom model was proven, they've been very successful with other big telcos like Deutsche Telekom and so on. So that's been helping them to scale. And there's been lots of discussions about investing previously, and finally it was then in this round last year.
Yeah, and it was like more than 100 million.
150 million US.
150 million US. That's a big investment.
Yeah.
Why so late stage, and why did you decide to do it then in the end? Like if you were thinking of many year and you were...
New and brave management. That's the...
Yeah.
That's good, because we have a quite young management. They, when all these scandals were, they replaced the whole management and most of the board, and they got in some younger, dynamic people who are brave, so they dared to do this.
But there's somebody from Spotify in the TeliaSonera board, isn't there?
Yes, but then when that kind of because of conflicts of interest, obviously, when that's being discussed, he has to leave the room.
Okay, yes, good.
I mean, that you can't really, that's not allowed.
Yes.
But the main reason why the investment was done was because of the cooperation. So we have a cooperation running for over soon a year. And there are going to be some products announced at the Capital Markets Day, which is on the 21st of June.
Okay.
So that's some guys in my team working on that very, very hard right now. And there's going to be some demos by the CEO and stuff. So that's, that's going to be...
So far, so good with the investment?
Yeah, and as I said, the reason for the investment was not the financial, it's more to get this cooperation in place. So we have teams working together.
Together, yes.
Developing new products and lots of ideas. And it also benefits both, because we can, of course, learn a lot from Spotify. I mean, they're really a top-notch company in the development practices and how they do agile development and the Scrum teams. I mean, they were a world player on that. I mean, their people have been writing books about it. So,
and of course,
so that we can learn a lot about, and how they select products and how they evaluate products. Because they come from an environment where they just want to have growth. They just want to have new users. And the profit will come later. And if you look into our business, it's highly profitable, and it's all much more about defending the profits. Yeah. And so it gets very interesting discussions, because we come from very different worlds, and we learn from them, and they learn from us. So that's really interesting.
But so, would you then consider, is Spotify a startup or not?
I don't think so, because I mean they're more than 1,000 people and global company. I mean, they're going to IPO sooner or later. I mean, they're really on that.
Yeah, so is there any news on that?
I cannot comment on. I don't know.
Any rumors you have heard?
There are a lot of rumors.
Yeah, I think.
But what is public available is that they just raised $1 billion in a convertible loan, and so they don't really need to make an IPO very soon. Because the annual report was also released a few weeks ago for last year, and then they can see a lot of the financial details until end of December last year. So.
Okay. Well, I guess the Spotify is the biggest case you ever done, right?
Yeah, and probably the biggest one we will do. You never know.
Yeah.
But
so, is there? Okay, we are here in Finland now. Do you have any investments in Finnish companies?
Unfortunately not, and that's I've been asked by our colleagues in Finland and our senior management why we don't have anything, because it's our home market, just as Sweden. But we're looking, and that's why I'm quite often here and my team. So.
Yeah, and what is stopping you, or what so far? How come there's no investment in Finland? Is it we don't have good companies here, or you haven't have the access enough, or why not invest in any Finnish company yet? Or how about Baltics? Do you operate in Baltics?
Yeah, you need some strong business sponsor, somebody who, let's say, Sonera here in Finland works with some startup, and they have very good cooperation, and it's something that can be multiplied in other markets.
Other markets, yeah.
And they say, this is a great company, let's invest, then we will do it.
Okay, so
So
it's,
that's more that...
so you need to start locally before you can reach out to the mother company. Or,
No, so we are talking to companies, but
yeah.
because we also have global product management, and there are actually quite a few Finns working there.
Okay.
And they can also be the sponsors for the company. But it's not that we go out and say, this is a great company, we should invest and we should do business with them, and then convince the business people that they should be working with them. We have tried that. It's not very, and at Swisscom they've done that as well. It's not so good for the company, because if there is no real cooperation, it's really difficult to create.
So looking at the startup corporate cooperation, a little bit outside just the venture capital part, what do you see that? What would the things that can make it work for the startup to be working with the corporate? Is there some things that startups should be prepared to cooperate or get an investment for a corporation? It doesn't have to be only Telia company. It can be how is it different corporate venture capital to normal venture capital money?
I think
is it smarter money or?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's different sides to it. So, the VC, they invest for financial return, or they should just do that. They should just look at, this can be a unicorn, and just give it some steroids, and it's going to, like a rocket, fly to the moon. I mean, that's what the VC wants.
Yeah.
The corporate, of course, wants to have a financial return, but that's not the objective. The objective is to create business. Revenue for our business, and develop new products that we can sell to our customers and get money for. That's our objective.
Yeah.
So we don't want to make stupid investments, and there's lots of really stupid corporate venturing investments that have been done and probably doing, because you see this hype cycle. Now it's very much corporate venturing, new corporate venturing units, investing a lot of money at very high valuations. And that's, of course, has happened before. And I know I've been in this corporate venturing for over 10 years. And in Telefonica, this is the third team that they do now.
Okay.
So they had a team in the early 2000s, and then there was a team I was working with Telefonica Ventures around 2007, 2008. Then they were all fired, and then a few years later they restarted. I know the same with Vodafone Ventures, and that's kind of
so there's a lot of different. But how do you see what's the trend now? You say up and down.
Yeah, it's really, really up. I mean, if there is a confederation of corporate venturing units. So it's like last week was in London was the CVC summit, and you can just see there's so much more corporate venture capital available now than just a few years ago. Many new units. But getting back to but many big corporates have been doing this for a long time and have established processes and are very professional. And I think it's important if you talk to these guys, is that first of all you need to really work with the business, because if you just talk to some venturing guys, they can make the investment, but you really have to have a sponsor in the business that likes your product and wants to promote it. So, for example, we have an investor company called Springworks that make a connected car solution, and that's launched as Telia Sense. And we invested in the company because the people working in the connected car space really love this company, the great team, they're really supportive, and then it really helps the company.
Yeah.
And then at corporates, things take a long time. So you be prepared that it will not be 3 months, 6 months. It's a long-term investment. So therefore, it's really important to have this senior buy-in, and not just one person, because people might change in the organization, but several people in some area that really support it and really want to work with you over a longer time. So even if they replace one boss, you have other sponsors in the organization. And then, as I said, it takes much longer than you expect,
Yeah.
But in the end, it will be very, very rewarding.
Yeah, so how would you compare the traditional VC? What's the time for the first contact writing the check compared to corporate venture VC? You mentioned it might take longer time. Is it also the decision making takes longer, or how do you do the due diligence as a corporate venture?
I mean, if we have the go-ahead, it's really, really quick. So we have an investment committee that is the key people is so they're the one level below the CEO, and he's even joining sometime. The group CEO, Jan van den Lind, but the key people are the CFO and the Senior Vice President Corporate Development, and we have that every month, and we can reach them on email. You know, we can make a decision in a week if we have to. So the decision is not the problem. We have to have, but we need to have a good cooperation, and we need to have some good sponsors, and then it's really quick. But that is what takes time.
Yeah. So the preparation part takes
Yeah.
longer than the decision-making part.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you have everything for a decision, it's really quick. You get quick feedback. I mean, they will have lots of questions and stuff, but it's if you have done your preparation well, that is not the problem. And it was the same at Swisscom when I was there. So that is not the problem. It's more that you have to have some solid partnership in place and some good support.
Okay, and a little bit looking at the future, and how do you see, like you said, that now the corporate venturing has been notably growing, there's more players, more money into the market. How do you see, is it like a fad, it's like coming up and gonna go down soon? How's your feeling today, or is it like is it boom come to stay for a little bit longer? Is it gonna be stick now, or is it gonna be...
Yeah, I think it's gonna stay longer because companies have learned from previous mistakes, so they get burnt fingers, and then and also the teams has been around longer, so they have more experienced teams, and also because business cycles are just going quicker, and with digitalization, everything is getting digitalized and disrupted.
Yeah.
Corporates, I mean, if you're a bank or whatever big company, you have to engage in this world. You cannot just sit, close the doors, lock the doors, and wait.
Yeah, because maybe it's part of it also, like because there's a lot of course, the talent escape from the corporates. Before, all the people want to work for the big corporate, but now they want to set up their own thing, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it's like corporates also trying to retain some of the talent cooperating with the smaller companies. How's your view on that?
Yeah, it's just that when I was at Swisscom, we did a lot of these kind of spin-offs. And that's very, very challenging because you have people that are used to having a title, position, a nice salary, secretary cooking the coffee, whatever. And suddenly they're in this startup environment where like, okay, where is the table? Well, you have to, it's coming from IKEA. It's just open the box. It's a big difference. And also that people, they have to take a big cut in the salaries. And like even put in their own money, and for many people that's a very big step to say like, okay, I get come home to the husband and say like, okay, I'm gonna get 50% lower salary, and by the way, we have to take out another 100,000 euro mortgage on the house and put it into this company. Very few people are ready to do that.
Okay, before we're gonna have one or two questions from the audience, I'd like you to. If there's some startups in the space who are willing to or interested to cooperating or looking for investors to Telia Sonera, how prepared they should be and what they should do and when they would be the right time to get in touch?
Well, first of all, you should have some kind of interaction with our local companies. So to see that there's a need for your product, and how it would fit in our business. So it's relevant. And then when you have had that discussion, you see there's interest, then we can engage and have a discussion.
Okay, so through the...
well, we can talk directly as well, and we do that all the time. We meet interesting companies and direct them. So a lot of the companies I'm meeting here today, I will introduce to the right people in the organization.
Okay, so it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if would we have anybody wanting to ask Niels something about Telia Sonera, sorry, Telia company operations or investing? Hello? Anybody wants to give some tough question about Telia company corporate venture investing? Lady over there, raise your hand. No? Do you have something, final words you'd like to say to the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, Telia company is really keen to engage with startups and growth companies, and that's one of the visions of our CEO, and he's really pushing that, really supportive. And with Spotify and lots of other companies, so we really want to change the old telco model to become a more, what we call new generation telco, so working more with the ecosystem and launching new services and stuff. So.
Okay. I think we're done. So thank you very much, Niels.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. Thanks.
All right. My mic now. There we go. Hello, everybody. So we're gonna move into the next fireside chat with Matthias Lugman from Atomico. So Matthias, welcome. It's I think the second time. Please take a seat, grab some water. We're very homey here. You know, I'm wearing slippers. If nobody didn't notice yet, if you want some slippers, we have I think a couple left at the Arctic Startup stands. It's the best event hack I've ever come up with.
I don't know if my mic works or not.
I think you're on. So you've been to Arctic15 before and many other conferences. You also invest into a lot of startups as Atomico. But I think one of the cool things is that you guys keep a very, good overview of the ecosystem, right? You're doing a lot of research. You're looking into the markets quite extensively, right? So that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. We discussed this previously. The fact that a lot of the time Europe was kind of chasing Silicon Valley, right? And then a lot of the time people were saying, hey guys, stop doing that. It doesn't matter. You will never catch up, right? You should do your own thing and forget about comparison between Europe and Silicon Valley. But then I read your article about the fact that Silicon Valley is actually slowing down and that Europe is speeding up, right? So can you tell me more about that? What is your theory on that? And
so again, like you say, we spend a lot of time looking at the data. We're an industry that has lots of data, and so we follow that. And I think one needs to avoid, just focusing on what people are saying, and rather just looking at what are the facts. And so today in Europe, I think it's the best time ever. Again, you look at the macro environment, and you can get all worried about it. But if you look at the stats and the numbers in Europe today, there are $41 billion companies. In the first 5 months of this year, 8.7 billion has gone into Europe. That compares to last year of 5.4. So that's about 60% up. So Europe is actually doing pretty well at the moment. There's 5,000 active angel investors across Europe that we have tracked. And in Europe, there's 1.6 million developers. You compare that to the US, there's 1.2 million developers. In the Valley, for every VC-backed company, there's 90 developers. In Europe, there's 380. So we have about 4 times as many developers out there. In terms of also the number of, the real foundation of our ecosystem is the number of great STEM students we create. And Europe, and this is the most remarkable thing, and I don't think people, have looked into it, but Europe produces twice as many STEM students as the US does every single year. And so, it's a good, strong, healthy ecosystem. And when we, when we founded Atomico 10 years ago, for us it was all about helping these companies scale and really having people who've been there and done it, and then just helping our companies accelerate that growth.
You say that Europe is doing very well, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, when I was looking at a lot of the kind of what people are saying, they were saying that Europe is also slowing down, right? There's the investment gap, and then there's all sorts of other problems. The economy is not doing that great. but then you're saying that let's look at the facts, right?
Yeah.
So what do you say to the fact that a lot of people are saying that, if you look at the purely economical factors and not just the VC market, that things are also slowing down?
Yeah. So I mean, I think look, there's always been a funding gap, right? The funding gap has been there for ages, right? What we, like one of the things that we track as well is the number of investments that are happening Series B and beyond. And what we've noticed in that space in particular, there's a big gap, and a much bigger gap than the Series A or across the board. So the gap between the US and Europe is about 14 times. So there's 14 times more available capital relative to the number of companies that reach $1 billion valuation in Europe. So there's a big gap there. But that creates a great opportunity for investors. That's why we're actually having a growing interest. We just had a corporate talking here, but actually we're also having a growing interest from people from Asia, from the US. A lot of those investors have filled that gap. So, I see that as a great opportunity.
Okay. And I mean, if we continue talking about the US and Europe, right? We were talking a bit briefly with you earlier, right, about the fact that there's different market cycles over there, right? And that you were telling me more about the fact that right now Europe is reaching a new cycle.
Yeah.
Right? Can you explain that more to the audience? I think that was a very interesting point you were making.
Yeah. So again, what we looked at the number of companies that have done a Series A financing, which to us really shows the health of the ecosystem. And the data that we've seen there shows that actually Europe has hit their own trajectory, that they're on their own propulsion because the foundations are there. Because of the whole ecosystem, there's lots of different components that have come together. And so the Series A is really the first institutional round for entrepreneurs. And that's when, you can, you need to reach a certain size and credibility to get there. And Europe has actually been increasing since 2014. And last year was the best year ever for Europe. And the first 2 months of this year were up 38% on last year. So again, very strong. Now you compare that to the US, they actually hit their peak in 2014 in terms of the number of companies at the Series A level. So I would say that, again, we shouldn't be so obsessed with what happens in the different parts of the world. We should be thinking about what's happening here and on the ground. And the size of our market and the dynamics of our market are very different. So we are a lot smaller. We also haven't had those lofty valuations. We have entrepreneurs who really care about the unit economics, the businesses that they build, and much more careful and conscious of driving a business that is long-term sustainable. And so that thought process has meant that they haven't had the same requirements for capital, but also it hasn't been there. And I think that's something that's also beginning to change, which I find very interesting. Like I said, there's lots of different capital coming into Europe right now, and one of those ones is also the really big institutions. So the pension funds of this world are now moving in and thinking about Europe.
But one thing that you mentioned there is that we should kind of stop thinking about comparison to the US, maybe focus more on Europe, right? I want to take that a little bit even further, right? We talk a lot about these numbers. We analyze it, we talk about it, and that's great. And that's really good for VCs and for market analysts. But what does it mean for entrepreneurs, right? Why do they need to know how well the VC market is doing? How can they adjust their, investment strategies or their company strategies just based on this knowledge, right? Is it important to know at all?
Absolutely. I mean, you need to, look, it's hard work being an entrepreneur, right? And for all of us in this industry, this is not for the faint-hearted. This is about hard graft, and you need to have skill sets everywhere, and you need to have understandings of the different components of your ecosystem. Having said that, you need to be careful not to lose focus. So, you need to have people that you can use in your network, and therefore your investors, your advisors, or your network needs to be able to give you this type of information to let you know what's going on. Why? Because you have to adjust your model. You have to know, is this the time to push? Is this the time to raise? What quantum should I be raising? Where should I be raising that capital from? Should that be from Europe? Should I be going elsewhere? What are the right type of stakeholders that I need in my organization to help me build this business that is globally successful? Because ultimately, that's what I think everybody in this room wants to do.
Well, let's take an example. Let's take, I don't know, a company from Finland, right? Looking to raise Series A.
Yeah.
They have a solid business model. They're ready to scale. Based on the things you're telling me, that it's great to be in Europe, we're doing well. Should they be looking for capital from Europe? Should they be looking at the US? And how should they be making that decision? I
think definitely for Series A, they should be looking in Europe. The data shows that 80% plus, I think it's almost up to 90% of Series A is funded by European capital. So I think there's a lot more capital. And if we look at the number of funds that have been raised over the last 12 months or 18 months in Europe, there's been a lot of these founder-led funds being created, and that for us is critical, where this halo effect is actually happening, where success is breeding success, where the current generation of founders, superstars, are investing in the next generation and advising them. And again, the data on that is that 1 in 10 angel rounds now is being founder-led. The number of companies that have gone after founder-led VC funds has doubled over the last 4 years. And so what's happened there is that the gap between Europe and the US is narrowed. There's only 3 times less capital in Europe relative to the US. To me, that makes sense because Europe produces 3 times less billion-dollar companies at the moment. Now that trajectory might change, but that seems like a pretty good balance. I think it gets trickier when you're getting on to the Series B and beyond. That's when the availability of capital hasn't been as prevalent, which is being filled, like I said, by foreign, but what we need is more homegrown funding, which, like I said, we're seeing is there's a growing interest from the large institutional funds that are now dipping their toes into this market. And the size of this is unbelievable. I mean, people don't really recognize how big of a change this could be. If 0.5% of the pension funds in Europe, of the capital of the pension funds in Europe were put into our system, the Series B and beyond gap would disappear. If 0.8% went into the system, the whole funding gap would disappear completely. So Europe has an unbelievable vast amount of capital out there. And to put that into perspective in terms of, what is this capital doing? Well, there's $10 trillion at the moment going into negative yielding bonds. That means that they're paying to be in those bonds. And so, looking at venture, that could be an exciting prospect for institutions in that region. And the cascading effects of that in terms of building long-term capital in Europe can be phenomenal, because you'll have bankers interested, you'd have advisors interested, you'll have analysts who would then focus on the sector. Today, our biggest internet or tech companies in Europe, they don't have more than 20 analysts covering them. That compares to any major company listed on the stock market that has at least about 35. Yeah. And so we need to create this capital market system, which means that that you'll have more home-generated funding that will create longer and lasting companies in Europe that can go the full route. And so I think we'll have more companies focused and based in Europe with European capital.
I hope we can convince some of those pension funds here at Arctic15. We have, I don't know.
Well, I don't know if they're here today. But
we have 25 LPs,
right?
At least. I think at least 3 or 4 of them are pension funds.
Great.
So if you see any, tell them what you told me.
Well, I think this is the word. I think it's interesting, and I'm actually going to be spending a little bit more time looking at this area, because I think it is fundamental, and it's nice to see that this is happening. It's slow, but really this is the real seeds that can create the platforms that we have seen in other parts of the world, that have created the likes of Google and Facebook and Uber in the world, right? And I think, once we start getting that trickle-down effect, the impact can be very impressive.
I see also, in addition to what you said, I see also some capital from outside starting to look into Europe a lot more, right? The US is one, but then also Asia is becoming, much bigger of a player right now and trying to find ways of actually giving us capital, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard because they want to give us too much. Like, what do you think about the Asian market and like the Asian capital coming to Europe?
I think it's great. To be honest, I go to Asia a few times a year, and it's unbelievable, the size and scale of things there. And it's something, again, for us, I think Europeans are better at assessing and understanding Asia than many of the Americans. So I think, again, one of the things that we should think about and promote, and when we look around the world, we Europeans are naturally globally thinking. We particularly countries like Finland and countries with less than 50 million people. Again, the data that we have seen, they are twice as likely to start globally much early. So they do that within a year of founding, and so the Asian capital to me can be very much the future for many of our companies. Those are vast markets. They have more and more capital. They obviously have lots of users, and it's up to us. And that's why we have a global expansion team. Shin in Japan. We have Kelly in China. And by the way, we have also Carlos in Latin America, which is also a big market. And it's helping our companies enter those markets and expand and become a global success. And that's one of the key tenets to what we do, which I can elaborate on as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you think are some of the things that are preventing Asian capital from coming to Europe?
I think, again, it's about knowledge. It's about understanding what Europe is doing, the opportunity at hand. I think people underestimate the companies here in Europe, how good they are, how solid they are. And I think the more they dig into it, the more interested they get. We have a good and long relationship with Recruit. They have actually spending more and more. They're a Japanese company. You probably haven't heard of them, but they're a $10 billion company, revenue business. They have a lot of capital available. They're looking at actually aggressively investing across Europe. But there's also, the likes of Alibaba has made some investment. Tencent's making investments. SoftBank, obviously invested in Supercell.
Yep.
And so this beginning will start to get others more interested. Kunlun, by the way, too, is another company. It's a gaming company, they're actually a conglomerate, but they've invested in different asset classes venture capital or tech companies, but different in different sectors.
Different sectors.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if we come back to the Nordics a little bit, yesterday at Arctic15, a report was released by SAP Monitor. It was done together with the EU Commission, and there was a lot of interesting stats in there. But one thing that caught my eye was that within the past 3 years, the amount of, as they call them, scale-ups, when they define it as companies that have raised more than 100 million, has quadrupled in the Nordics, right? So every year we were basically doubling the amount of companies that are raising such high amounts, right? And that kind of supports what you were talking about, the fact that Europe is actually speeding up, right? But one thing that's, I think, interesting for me is what do you think is the reason for that? Why is it happening right now?
Yeah, okay, so look, it's cheaper than it's ever been before to start a company, but actually to scale globally, it's requiring more and more capital. So again, the data we've looked at, it takes about $250 million to reach $1 billion valuation on average. So there's some that obviously need a lot less, and there's some that need a lot more. And so again, I think what we've moved from is being regional thinkers to being global thinkers. Now we're thinking, okay, how do we conquer the world? And I think when you're looking at those statistics, I think one has to be careful as well, because they're probably, and I haven't looked at them, but I would presume that they're still smaller numbers, and going from 4 to 8 is actually that maybe not that big a jump, and so you have to be a little bit careful that it looks maybe dramatic. The reality, it's just a natural progression. And again, I go back to the Series A. We're seeing a lot of companies coming through there. They're getting funded. That pipeline is going to produce statistically probably the same number of successful cases, right? Whether that's 10% or 30%, I don't know what the number is, but that's going through the pipe. And so all the way along, we're going to need further capital putting into these businesses that, again, their ambitions are not local ambitions, they're global, and that needs good capital. And I think that people in Europe are still very conscious of getting the unit economics to work, thinking about whether the business model can really work in their sector.
I think we talked a lot about funding. I talked a lot about Series A, right?
Yeah.
I want to we still have a little bit of time left, but I want to talk about exits a little bit, right? So I think a lot of people think way too much about funding and way too little about exits and exit planning. This is actually the first Arctic15 that we did together was focused on exits completely, because we thought there's not enough of them and people don't plan it all too well, right? What is the situation with exits in Europe right now?
Yeah, so we think that's really important. We have, among our investors and advisors, we have we have people who have been founders of $5 billion companies, and we also have people who have been operational leaders within very successful companies within recruiting, hiring, and marketing and global scale-ups, and that includes companies like Skype, like Uber, like Google, like Spotify. And the reason why I'm touching on this is because we do think it's really important to have people have said, okay, so how did you do there and how did you get there? And what do I need to do as a company to get there? How do I, and how do I accelerate my growth? And that's what we see, where we can step in and we say, look, this is not about money, it's about experience and knowledge and how we can help boost that growth. And so when we invest in a company, we immediately talk to the founders and we say, hey, look, this is what we see forward in terms of what we need to achieve as a team to get there. So I think in the back of one's mind, one needs to have people within your network that are thinking about what is the exit, or more, what does one need to achieve to be successful? And by the way, it's not like something that there's like a rule book on it. That rule book always gets changed, but you can take good experience and you can refine that model. And as you're working with the company, you can continue to sort of make sure, okay, this is where we see we're really creating a unique business that really is competitive with what I call a big moat between them and any of the other competitors in the market that makes you ultimately takes you into the category of being a global category winner.
Well, when it comes to exits, a lot of entrepreneurs start thinking about them way too late.
Yeah.
Right? So, when should you start thinking about exit and how?
I think you have to be careful too to be thinking about exits all the time rather than building your business. Great companies are bought, not sold. So you need to make yourself attractive. What is it that is unique about what you're doing? And then there's some, what I'm really excited about. There's some entrepreneurs out there that are really going for the long haul in terms of valuation, building real value in the business. So you have, obviously Spotify that are looking at that. You have Klarna, here in the Nordics, the two companies that, they're not looking for a fast buck, let's say. They're looking at, hey, how can I build something that is lasting? So I agree with you that the concept of exits is a very healthy one. I would say more you need to think about, what do I need to do to get more funding, or what do I need to do to be a dominating force within my sector?
I'd like to challenge you a little bit. We had Dr. Basil Peters on the first Arctic15 2 years ago here, and he had this book called Early Exits. And what I really liked about the book is that it was saying that most exits are 10 to 20 million, right? That means they're not billion-dollar companies. That means they haven't done things. But one other interesting thing that the book and he said is that those that actually were selling their companies and not waiting to be bought achieved higher exit valuations and were able to sell earlier and in a less risky way. And my personal feeling is that in some sense that is also true that if you don't think about the exit, you might miss an opportunity, right? And you might risk the next 5 years of your life.
Look, I mean, we're in the world of making the impossible possible, right? That's why everybody's here in this room. That's what we're excited about. That's why the blood, sweat, and tears, and actually the constant walls that we need to run through to create our success. This is what it's all about. I think an entrepreneur, if you're seeing that your business doesn't work, and this is not, you're seeing that, look, I'm not going to get to a massive valuation, whatever valuation that is, but I see that actually now this is where I can take it. This is given the construct and given what we're doing, this is where we are. It's still a good business. It's maybe not like a dominating force. It's a good business. It's a solid business. This is the right time for me to sell. And I think, to me, I have a lot of respect for entrepreneurs who have that thought and they say, hey, look, I've looked at this. The dynamics seem like this is the right time to get out. And so you need to have that mindset and you sort of say, hey, look, I'd rather be spending my time with something else in the future that's actually going to be even bigger. I know that I've taken this as far and as I can, and the way the model is at the moment, and given how the constellation of competition is working out, this is the best opportunity for me right now. So I wouldn't disagree with what they're saying, but I think that in Europe, I still think one needs to be thinking the possible, the impossible is possible. That's really what drives us.
Cool. I think that's a perfect note to end the chat on, right? That the impossible is possible. And even though I do think that we have to be realistic about what we're doing, but I think everybody should be aiming as high and as far as possible, right? We have the pitching competition coming up next, and one of the criteria that we asked the judges to look at was that the startups have to look for really big opportunities, really big markets, right? So I agree with you completely. And before we end, I think I would like to ask if we have any questions in the audience to you on pretty much any topic, right? So there's one question over there.
Hi, I'm Pavel. Thank you very much for the great chat and speech. I think that the quote that great companies are bought, not sold is a masterpiece. I've got a question. You tell us a lot about that VCs are, like we should be looking for VCs that are partners. But at the same time, in the previous speech, and towards the general, I think, rule is that VC always look at the numbers. So how can we really find the one VC that would really be a partner, not only looking at the numbers and not trying to squeeze out as much as possible from the company? And should we rather look at the smaller funds, or is there any general rule to this?
Hello, I seem to have lost. Okay, there we go. I think. Look, it depends on what you mean by looking at the numbers. There's loads of data in our world, right? And any entrepreneur today who's not obsessed with the data of their users and how the company's behaving is like they need to be. So I think that's healthy. What is unhealthy maybe is if you're just looking at the scorecard of, hey, you burnt this much, you said you're going to burn that much, and that's like, well, that's not really having an impact. What you're trying to do is what I say is, you got an empty pub, you want to fill the pub with as many users as possible. It doesn't really matter how you're getting there, but you want to look at, because you won't be able to sell any beer if there's nobody in the pub. So make sure there's somebody going into the pub first before you start charging them for beer, So I think that we're looking at numbers as super healthy. In terms of creating the partnership, that's something I think, it's about finding the right people that you think work best for you. And I think there's different firms for different stages that can be the right partner. And I think like I said, there's a growing group of founder-led funders. So both on the angel and the Series A, in particular, those two areas, we have a lot of great founders that are now reinvesting in the community. And I think their view on the market is going to be very different from, let's say, people who may be a little bit more financially oriented. So I would search for those types of people. And like I said, I think that's a growing number of investors.
Right. I think we can take maybe one more quick question. Any more questions?
Going once, going twice.
Going 3 times, I guess, then.
Okay.
Well, thank you guys very much. Thank you, Mattias, so much for coming. I hope you enjoy the rest of the time and get some meetings done, meet some people, walk around, see what we have in store for you.
Brilliant.
So, yeah.
Well, congratulations on Arctic Startup.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye. Thank you.
All right. How's everybody doing? I expected a little bit more energy. Come on, let's do it one more time. How's everybody doing? Woo! There we go. All right, I hope you all had at least 5 to 10 meetings each day. I hope you already found the one or 2 of them or 3 of them. Do let us know what happens after your meetings. We're really excited to hear the stories. Stories like your guys who raised funding for Arctic15 twice in a row. Hope they raise their Series B upstairs. Right now we're going to move to the pitching competition. And this is actually, many of you are probably wondering why it's Arctic15 at year 2016. And trust me, we had a lot of discussions in the company if we're going to change the name. I have no idea why we kept it. But it is because we had 15 companies pitching on the stage from the very first time. So it is the best 15 companies in the Nordics and Baltics that we could find. And this is what this pitching competition is all about. So please support the teams, please cheer for them, please pick your favorites. With that in mind, I would like to start introducing our judges and also class Mikko, who's going to be your host for the pitching competition. So class Mikko, if you could come on up on stage, please welcome.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well done.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. It's going to be awesome being here. Thank you. Well done for Arctic15. You brought the hot weather and you even see people in shorts. That's definitely something you don't see at Slush. So really excited. Good. So now we're about to head to the main goal why we are all here, in addition to some networking and good coffee and so on. We're here for the semifinals, the 15 companies now being chosen by several hundred applicants to be pitching here for you today and for a very exciting row of investors. So we're going to have 15 companies from diverse backgrounds, and they will be judged by a great group of angels and investors which we have here today. And the main goal is to choose from these 15 companies 3 finalists that will be pitched at the same stage for the over 50,000K Angel Syndicate Award. So these 3 companies will be elected after the 3 batches which we have. So the first batch will include 5 companies starting now. But before that, let's invite on stage our 3 judges for this event. Let's give a big applause to Harri Santamäki, Joel Roos, and Anette Nordvall. Big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please join on here sitting down. Good. And you will be giving a hand microphone, maybe even more than one. So quickly, warmly welcome Joel. If you could quickly introduce yourself and what are your feelings about Arctic15?
Hello, can you hear me? Well, yeah, my name is Joel Roos and I'm what Claes Mikko well calls me, a lifestyle angel. Well, I have to say about Arctic15, very intimate, kind of good feeling. You get to meet people when it's such a small event. Of course, the temperature has been an issue, but let's not complain.
Exactly.
It's beautiful when it's beautiful in this country.
And your background, you created One Nordic, exited that to Hem, had a huge members in your board. So awesome to have you here as well. Anette, all the way from Stanford and Sweden. What's that combination?
Yes, what is that kind of a combination? Well, I am a partner with Stockholm Business Angels. We're 50 investors that syndicate together in early stage startups, med tech and tech. and I am actually a senior fellow at Stanford with the Vinnova program. That's the Swedish innovation agency.
Excellent.
So I'm there actually now, but obviously not now.
Excellent. Well, perfect. Great to have you here,
Thank
evaluating
you.
the companies, and we will talk later on about the fire chat at 3 p.m. as well for closer
Yes,
details.
so if you want to know more, then come then.
3 p.m. Great. Thanks for joining, Annette. Harry?
Hello, everybody. My name is Harry Santamäki, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Copycats, which has a new name, Pivot 5. We are 5 investing partners, and we have 20 companies in the portfolio and 3 great exits. So, about myself, there are 2 kind of people in the world: product people and non-product people. Well, I'm a product guy.
Excellent. Good, very. And last but not least, we have Jeremy joining the judging of pitch. Warmly welcome, Jeremy, and quickly about yourself.
Yeah, thank you. I'm ex-finance guy, full-time angel for the last 4 years, invested in about 45 companies, mostly in the US, Europe, and Tel Aviv.
Great. So perfect. We have a great range of judges. So my name is, as mentioned, Claes Mikko Nilsson. Run the Finnish Business Angels Network. We run a lot of pitching events and try our best to match these beautiful companies with angels. So a lot of experience from this. The model for today, we have 3-minute pitches. The main goal, share the goal, growth goals for how to engage and get more investors to join that potential growth company. Last year, Fordeg was the winner, and they received over 100,000 investment later on done by angels. So we will hear later more about how Fordeg have been developing and made it after the winning of last year. But good. So 3-minute pitches, 2-minute Q&A. Feel free to tweet. Arctic15 is the hashtag. We'll grab your questions as well. But now it's time for the first company to join the stage. 3 minutes of awesomeness. For the judges, you will see the presentation here in front. Judges. And if you could have the screen of the companies that will be joining us today. 5 companies. Let's see. They might join. If not, I will read them up. These 5 are, we have Sidewalk joining us first. Then comes Marina Ahoy. Then comes Faraday. 4th is Medigo. And last but not least is Tebow. So let's give a big warm applause for getting us started. Pitching is all around. And now for the first company joining the stage, Sidewalk. Hop on and give us an awesome 3 minutes. Enjoy. Good.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. I am Roman, CEO of Sidewalk Robot Delivery. Can I have a clicker? Sorry.
The clicker. Thought they gave it. Perfect. The green one.
Okay, so we help parcel delivery companies to solve the most important problem, the problem of the last mile. Today, last mile costs 76% of any delivery costs. It's the most expensive part, and we are paying for that. So, and also, you have to be at a specific time, at a specific place to get your parcel. And in the era of new technologies, it shouldn't be like that. That's why we are developing the robot which can bring your parcel from A to B within city limits on sidewalks without human assistance. So we have already created the second prototype of our robot. We have found our first customer, DHL, and did pilot testing in 5 cities together. Now we're working on next steps together. So the value of this solution is that the delivery will be instant, it will be 10 times cheaper, and you can be anytime, any place to get your parcel. Okay? We are providing the service for parcel delivery companies with the help of our software, data, and city integration. Our target customers are parcel delivery companies like FedEx, DHL, UPS, National Post. We have interest from corporations like Volvo, Coca-Cola, Deutsche Telekom, and Telia, and we are aiming for Amazon and Uber as well. So we have started this idea from drone delivery, but we saw it's too expensive, too complicated from technology side and legal side. So when we moved to Sidewalk, we have discovered competition there. So Dispatch Robotics, US company, 2 million in funding, Starship, Estonian great company, ex-Skype co-founders, now pilot testing grocery delivery in UK, and Domino pizza delivery robot in Australia. And we are focused specifically on e-commerce and parcel delivery. The last mile in that market is 187 billion each year. So to take this market, We have an amazing team of 3 people and our local angel investor. And in future, when we implement parcel delivery, and we will be creating autonomous delivery platform, so you can put anything on top of this platform. So imagine a city cleaning robot or Coca-Cola vending machine coming to you at the press of a button. Isn't it awesome? Okay, so now we are looking for next round of our investment. We are looking for 500,000 euros to launch our first city fleet. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Just awesome. Okay, perfect. So just as an investor criteria is what the judges are evaluating. So the 5 elements are investability, scalability, team, viability, and I mentioned already investability. Perfect. So these 4 elements will be judged. And if Jeremy or who has the microphone, we have a 2-minute Q&A. So if you would like anything you would like to add or ask.
Actually, could you talk a bit more about the team? We didn't actually get into that.
Yeah.
And your background.
Yeah, so I was coding when I was 6 with the first programming language for kids. I was geek and tech guy for all my life. One of the first computers in all our city, I was having it. And I was experimenting with technologies and innovations and had my marketing agency for 10 years up until 2009 and came back to technology business. So our CTO, very great guy, 12 years in software development experience, and he's very fast in delivering things. So the second robot with funding from DHL was built in 1 month. And our new guy is our ex-intern. He is a very young and talented prospective guy. He did talk with Volvo himself when I was pitching to Estonian Post, and also he was implementing the DHL campaign. So we have a very good chemistry inside the team. And also we have
let's try to squeeze a little bit, the answers.
Yeah, thanks.
Perfect, if that's all good. Any additional questions, feedback? Joel?
What about competition? Could you talk a little bit about competition? I imagine you're not really alone in this space.
Yeah. So we see this is a pretty hot space. A lot of companies are interested, but it's not easy thing to do because it's like, a lot of challenges involve hardware, software, and so on. But we see Skype co-founder Starship as like one of the leading company. They are a long way for 2 years in that space, and they are pilot testing now grocery deliveries in UK. So they are starting from grocery and like Tesco and Walmart's. Dispatch robotics, they are mainly hardware focused. So their focus is the robot itself, and our focus is solution providing. And there is a Marble company, a new company in that space also. So
very good, excellent. Thank you very much. One last question. Just speak.
No. Well, okay. You said that you were working together with DHL.
Yes.
You developed together with them.
Yes.
Are they paying and purchasing the continued
Yes.
service?
Yes. So
Okay.
actually, with their funding, we have like bought all the parts for our robot and implementing campaigns for them. And like we have interest from not only our countries DHL, but also headquarters and like to launch in our locations in Europe.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's all the question for so on. Best of luck. Thanks for opening this, and one big more applause. Thank you very much. Next one, joining us on stage will be Marina Ahoy. And here we have the clicker, microphone. Feel free to join the stage. And are you feeling warm? Is it a good atmosphere?
Yeah.
Excellent. So let's give one more applause, and let's really get Marina Ahoy warmly welcome. Thank you.
So, ahoy!
Ahoy!
Okay, let's try one more time. Ahoy!
Ahoy!
Okay. There is self-service at the airport. You can park your car by mobile. Marina Ahoy brings self-service to harbors. My friend Melis, her harbor master. Last summer, the days at the harbor was just crazy. The phone was on hold, emails were not replied, and people waited on the line to get the questions answered. And phone kept ringing even after the working hours. But hey, Melis has a life. This year, things have changed. Melis uses Marina Ahoy, our customer service touchpoint for marinas. So no more routine tasks. Marina services are available 24/7, and besides saving 30% of the management cost, they earn more. And sailors, they have Marina Hoi app with real-time overview of available berth, access to services and mobile payments whenever they need it for free. To scale the market, we have a free plan, and we charge fixed service fee for advanced features already this summer. 500 marinas in Europe make 3 billion euros revenue from services, out of which our market share will be 40 million euros. There are 23,000 marinas worldwide having the same issues in service quality. Marina Hoi is the only service that provides Quest Harbour's full interaction with sailors 24/7 to increase harbour's revenue and sailors' well-being. We will do it. Marina Hoi is backed by a team of various experiences in business development, design and ICT. We were one of top 15 out of 300 in Estonian entrepreneurship contest Ajujat. We won Wärtsilä's Marina Master by competition, and we survived in Startup Sauna. Our service is online at marinahoi.com. We released our MVP 4 weeks ago, and we have 15 marinas signed up already. We are looking for smart money to build the best product for this industry. A day on the water is a wonderful experience. We offer hassle-free service after that. I'm Relika. Ahoy!
Ahoy! Woo! Thank you very much. Great one. Are you a sailor yourself?
I don't have papers, but I like sailing a lot, yes.
At least a big car. Great. Let's start with some questions. Let's start with Harri. Would you have at this stage? You could start at this time.
How big this thing could grow to when you have one? How big your operation, your business could grow ultimately when you have succeeded?
How big is my business?
Business-wise.
Okay, we have in Europe 4,500 marinas, and there is 23,000 in worldwide. And we need 300 marinas to have profitability. So.
For you.
And that amount of harbors, how much that would be money-wise when you charge them? Or the sailors coming to harbors?
No, we don't charge sailors. We're gonna get fixed service fee, so it's suitable for small harbors and big harbors. If you have less visitors, then you pay less, and if you have more visitors, then you pay more.
This is clearly B2B business.
This is B2B, yeah.
Very good. Okay, additional? Annette? Okay.
No, I already met with them, so.
Very good. No, all that.
Tell us about the customers. How have they received your service so far? You said you had 45 you're working with, correct? Did I understand you correctly?
We have 15 marinas signed up. Yeah. This is a little bit different here in Finland because in Estonia and example in Sweden, harbors collect data about the customers. And our platform is built up on that. The harbors can get the information that they need. And the feedback is very good because already our MVP, they already get the benefit.
Very good. Well, good. I think that's all for the questions. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your success so far, and let's give it one more big applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ahoy.
Good. Thank you. And the clicker as well. Thank you. And next one joining the stage is Faraday. Let's give a big applause as well. And here we go with the clicker, microphone.
All right.
Ready to do some.
Actually, you know what? I already
here's
have
your
one.
time and enjoy a lot.
Oh, thank you. Can I put this in
Okay,
there?
good.
Thank you. Well, folks there, hello. You know what, guys? I got a solution, a tip for you here. If you have a resource, use it. If you have a car, share it with Faraday. We are your convenient car sharing solution. And by convenient, that means, guys, if you own a vehicle, if you are a private owner, if you're a business owner, You can put your car into our system. People can instantly be able to locate, open this directly from the app, and pay, submit payment directly there. We take a 30% commission from that, guys. But you know what? There's a lot of money in 30%. About 1.2 million over 2 years. But that's conservative, because you know what? There's a 41% growth rate in this here. And you know what, guys? There are some people in this industry already. You know about car sharing. You've heard about it a little bit. But when it comes to peer-to-peer car sharing, when it comes to using existing vehicles, it's a mess, guys. When it comes to get around, drive, the auto levy, if you want to share your car, you put your vehicle in the system, you have to actually physically give your key to people. When they want to actually book your car, you have to actually confirm it manually every single time someone actually wants to rent that. That is a mess because people are saying, the users are actually saying what they value is convenience. This is why we have built the most convenient peer-to-peer car sharing technology out there. Our hardware and our software makes it possible for you to share your vehicle without actually having to have any kind of physical key exchange or any interaction in that sense there. But we don't just stop there, okay, guys? We're currently building an actual universal car sharing solution. So using the technology that we already have, we're further developing this right now to have a system where you can actually plug this in yourself as a car owner. You don't need any kind of external installation process. That's what we're building. And how do you know we're going to get there? Because we've done so much so far. With our technology, we've already developed this in less than a year, guys. The best car sharing, P2P car sharing solution so far. We've got the pre-seed funding that got us going there, and the Tech is KKS grant. We have first corporate customers like Wolt and Smartly.io happily using our technology and using our tech to develop or to deliver their food and such, and their food delivery services. We've had a small but mighty team here, guys. We actually 4 founders here and 5 co-founders who have made a great impact on this, and we're looking for the right people to get in with us here. Now, when it comes to this, guys, we're looking for people to join for our beta as a driver, as a user. Feel free to sign up. We launch as open beta in 2 weeks. And of course, if you're interested, we've got a 250K seed round that you're welcome to join in. So talk to us, ask some questions. Happy to talk to you guys.
Woo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Actually, how does the technology work? Like, how does it work that I don't need to give someone my keys or handover process?
To do that, actually. So here's one. Oh, I had to pass that over. Yeah, they put it back on. All right. So actually, what you have to do is right now in our beta, you get the hardware installed. It's actually pretty quick as is, but what we're doing is right now we're taking measurements on everyone's car to make certain it's universal. So in the beta period, you come in or we go to you, we install it very quickly in a half hour, and essentially from there on, you don't have to interact with anybody anymore, okay?
Very good. Harry?
I typically ask myself 3 questions when listening to the startups. First, what is the opportunity big like hell? Secondly, what is the unfair competitive advantage? And thirdly, where is the team to make the vision to happen? You clearly have the vision, but you have the team, and you have the upside. That's huge. But why you? What is the unfair competitive advantage with you guys?
The unfair advantage.
Sorry, if you could turn around so you...
Oh, so sorry, guys. All right.
Yeah.
Nice to see you here. Yeah, the unfair advantage for this, actually, for us, because we have this convenient system, and we've been working with customers, and we have these customers that are larger companies, say, for instance, like Wolt. These people happen to have high concentrations of our user base. That's one big deal for us. That means when we go and we start off with these customers, we actually have all their employees in their company able to use our vehicles, and they actually are very good proselytizers for us. So we have an opening in every single market that we enter with our corporate partners already. And also, of course, for the vehicles that are in our fleet full-time, one thing is people can actually request to have one of those full-time vehicles placed near them. So we know where the vehicles need to be. We know where the demand is in advance. So far in this Metro Helsinki area, we've identified 79 areas where we can make a profitable return on the vehicle. That's actually a big part about us. Yep.
Thank you very much. I think that's one more if it. That's all the questions. More will be done afterwards, and hopefully we can talk later. So big applause. Thank you very much for Faraday. Now, next one joining the stage in the health tech category, we have Medigo, join the stage. Prepare yourself. Slowly but intensively. It seems like you're really taking it rapidly. Here you go. You have your headset. Here's your clicker, gentlemen.
It's for me.
Yes. So 2 gentlemen, excellent. Here's your time. Here's the audience. Speak loudly. Be awesome. Enjoy.
One day you cannot go to the doctor's office. What will you do? We at Medigo, we want to help alleviate this situation by offering professional level medical tests to everybody, anywhere. My name is Mika Karilahti.
And my name is Marko Karhiniemi, and we are the founders of the company.
Typically, when a person has a health concern, they will go to the healthcare center. They will be greeted there with a health receptionist, and she'll take some of the forms, make you fill in them, and give you the appointment with the nurse. The nurse will then ask you further questions and will decide if you're eligible for the doctor's appointment. The doctor says, I don't know, I'll send you to the labs, and the results are available next day, and again, you'll have another doctor's appointment. And all in this is a very complex, complicated healthcare process, and we feel that you will actually have to consume a lot of your time and money or tax money.
We at Medico have a partial solution to this problem. So let's think about again the consumer with the health concern. And now instead of going to the complex healthcare process, the consumer goes to medico.com symptom checker, which is essentially a search field where it is possible to change and write anything health related. And the articles, for instance, once there's consumer which wrote diabetes and constant thirst, and there was only one specific illness matching that, and it was diabetes type 2. And these articles are linked with the tests. These tests have a typical consumer price is $20, and yeah, there's a pretty good up to 90% sales margin in those. The consumer purchases the tests, gets it home, makes it easily, conveniently, safely, and yeah, here we see the medical value chain. It saves time, it saves money, and there is only one place where the money is consumed, and yeah, that money comes to us. Yeah, about the technology, we are currently having plenty of first generation products. We are selling those, and second generation products, we have a patent pending.
It's your time, and please finalize the final. What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
So we're looking for 50,000 euros with a pre-valuation of 950K.
Thank you. Let's give a big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, excellent. So let's do some Q&As here. You have your booth, and it seems like you have some pre-investors already, so well done. Yeah. And any questions, ladies and gentlemen? The judges, would you like to have questions so far? Harry, it looks like you have one. And then Joel. It takes a 3-second lag. It's like the time zone going on.
Well, this is a bad question. You have great innovation and all of it, but I have a bad question. You know, in Silicon Valley, there's an investor called First Round Capital, and they have even printed on their web pages that we don't invest in companies who require people to change their behavior. So my question is how you are going to change the behavior of people, not jumping on the bus and going to the doctor, but doing things at home. So what kind of big job is that?
And a short answer.
Yeah. Actually, the biggest business will not come from us selling these to consumers. The biggest business will be us selling these to the healthcare providers.
Excellent answer. Thank you. Joel, you had a question?
It was quite a complicated pitch, so what's your one-liner?
Yeah, what's the one-liner?
As we said in the beginning, offering professional level medical tests for everybody, anywhere.
Consumers.
That's a big answer, big one-liner. Any additional? I think they're already hurrying for the investors to make the investment. Let's give a big applause. Thank you very much. Perfect. Pitching, it's tricky, but then again, it has all its sides. We love it. Thank you very much. Next one, Thibaut joining the stage. And here you have the clicker and already some pre-uploads, but now it's the time for applause. Let's give it one big one. 3 minutes, enjoy.
Hi, I'm Tonis of Table. We built a content creation and sharing platform for teachers. Over the next 3 years, we want this to be used by 2 million teachers in Latin America and Europe. And we want to do this because an average teacher has to give 4 to 8 classes each day and has about 2 hours for preparation. 2. That's damn hard. I've done it myself teaching high school. You see, teachers need content, engaging content, such as presentations, videos, quizzes, and learning games. And we have built Thibaut to do exactly that. You can simply browse the content that other teachers have created, pin it, and share it to your students. Since our release in September last year, we have already signed up 3,700 teachers in 2 continents, including 24% of teachers in Estonia. The graph here is not a happy fiction, it's a happy story. This is what happened 3 weeks ago when we launched our latest version in the activity of teachers. We are already making revenue. We charge €9 per month per teacher, which schools usually pay for. The market is huge and rapidly growing. We aim to get 15 million teachers signed up within 5 years, 6% of them paying, which will lead to 100 million a year revenue. And schools actually have a budget for that already. So, we have a great team of 6 people, including serial entrepreneurs, education experts, and we have our first guy in Latin America and first school signed up right there. We are now raising €300,000 to grow the teacher community in Latin America and Europe. We have already commitments for 90K, including the investors of Playtech. They have a success with an IPO already. You are welcome to join this round. Come and find me later. My name is Tõnis from Table, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. You have 30 seconds. You still have the time. We could do a dance or a song or anything, just a closing end, but all good. Let's do some professional questions. And anything wondering, investor judges? Annette, you look like you had something in your mind. Good.
Hi, thanks for the information. This is a very, very contaminated area. There's a lot of edtech solutions. What makes you the one to actually put the money on?
It's a very simple approach, although not the easiest thing to do. You see, most of the tools that have been created for edtech are very simple tools which have led to the situation now that teachers are juggling with 5 or 6 different websites to teach their kids. What they actually need is very simple. They need to prepare lessons, they need to give the lessons, and later check the homework. And we help them exactly with that in one workflow. You see, all teachers are sharing their content with their students. So once they are doing that in Table, it's automatically published to other teachers. They can optionally keep it private. However, 80% of teachers choose to share. So they can also pick like a test from another teacher, share it to the students, and tomorrow look at the learning analytics. How well did the students do?
Are they interested in paying for this? How are you going to make money?
We're charging €9 per month per teacher, which schools are paying for. Schools have budget for learning content. They're usually buying books. However, the part of their budget that goes to digital content is increasing rapidly. And we have a lot of content from teachers that the other teachers want to use.
Very good. Thank you very much. Additional questions at this stage? Jeremy, looking for? education technology and solutions in that category growing a lot, and of course the private sector are growing. So we have a lot of accelerators in that sense as well. So definitely this is going to be a big market. But let's give a big applause. Thank you very much for this pitch.
Thank you.
And let's continue. So this was the first 5 companies of the first batch. So now the judges will have 30 minutes time to consider and do some evaluation. We'll have a little discussion here going on during the time. So let's have a little pause. We will continue with the pitches quarter 2, and then we will have the same judges joining the stage. And so 15 minutes at the backstage. Hopefully you can summarize. And as mentioned, the goal is to have these the 3 very best of all the 15 companies. So there will not be the winner of each batch. It will be from the best of all 15. So good? And at this stage, we're going to have a little discussion with a 30-minute discussion with Sitar Teli, really from the Connect Ventures. And Sitar, you ready? Let's join the stage and let's give one big applause and discuss about investing. Big applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Perfect. Warmly welcome.
Okay.
Great. And you have now all time, all good. So let's do a chat afterwards. Good. Enjoy.
It's gonna be on.
Little one.
Oh, how do I?
Good.
Yeah. I mean, but now like, I can hear myself.
It's the wrong one. Just keep on talking. Is it the right microphone?
Test.
Is this okay?
Hello?
Yes. Good.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about why a UX focus is good for business. But first, a little bit about myself. So
Hi.
I'm
Nice to meet
American,
you.
I live in London,
Nice to meet you.
36, and I've been a VC for 10 years. I was previously with another venture fund where I led the A round in SoundCloud, which is now one of the largest music platforms in the world.
There are 2
And then 4.5 years
different
ago,
batch papers
my
waiting for
partners
you.
and
So
I
after you've done
started
your
Connect
summation,
Ventures.
so the points are just
It's a
for guiding.
London-based
Just
seed
the main
fund.
thing is
We
just
invest
what is
across
the main
Europe.
awesomeness.
We write
Points
checks
are just
of
giving you some heads up
500,000 to
for
a million
supporting that.
pounds.
So it's,
We've made 26 investments,
I
and you can see some of them on the
you
right
have to have
side
like
there.
if you have some favorites,
And
but it could
we
be that in the
recently
last
closed
batch
our
you
second
choose all the
fund.
3.
And the strategy of the
just make
second
sure that
fund
you
is the
remember
same as
and
that of
do
the
some
first
point setting
fund.
for yourself.
And so what is that strategy?
Yes.
We have a pretty focused
Yes,
seed
you're doing the
strategy.
next 2.
We make 8 to 10 investments per year. We like to lead deals, and we're often the first money
Perfect.
in, and sometimes the only
Yeah.
money in.
And I will
there
give you the
are sort of
papers for
3
the next
things we look
batch.
for before we even consider meeting with the company.
Could you spread
So
the
one
next
is
batch
really strong
papers to
founder
the
market
judges?
fit. The second is mission-led founders. And finally, it's
no
focus on
pointer,
product
just a
and user
clicker.
experience from the beginning. Now, the first 2 are
No,
pretty
it's a
common.
very
A lot
clear
of VCs look for
large
that.
green button.
The third is a bit
Yes.
more unusual.
Yes.
So I'm going to talk more about why that is and why we think it's actually the best thing a business can focus on at the beginning, but really throughout the company's life. But first, what is user experience? The quote there, I think, captures it pretty well. So user experience is any part of a company, product, or service that a user or customer interacts with. That's pretty comprehensive. The best way I like to think about a user experience-focused company is it's a company that puts the user at the center of everything that they do and when they design. So whether it's marketing strategy, user interface, a feature set, or the customer service experience, they think about the user at the center of that design process. Now, that may sound really obvious, but I actually think very, very few companies really put user experience as the center of what they do, and even fewer do it well. And I'm sure you guys can think about many experiences you've had where you've used a product that was poorly designed or confusing to use. I think there's actually many, many more examples of really poor user experience out there than there is of really good user experience. So why do we think about user experience, and specifically product user experience, so much? So whatever you're building, whether it's a B2B SaaS company, a marketplace, social network, a mobile commerce app, most likely your starting point is you build a product, and that product has a user experience. And for most companies, their customers and users, the first and primary interaction they have with the company is through the product. So our thesis is the better the user experience of that product, the better the KPIs and business metrics of the company will be. I'm going to talk a little bit more about why that is in a little bit. First, why do we focus on it so early? Why do we focus on it at seed? Why not look at a business model or market size or network effects? And the answer is we actually look at all of those things. We just think even if you're in a great market, and even if you have an amazing business model, if you have a poor product, none of it really matters because it's going to be extremely difficult for you to long-term build an engaged user base. But it's actually more than that. The reason we focus on it at seed is because I think companies have a DNA, and that DNA is set very early. So the culture of a company, how it thinks about customers, how it thinks about its marketing strategy, how it thinks about its product design process, all of that is encoded by founders at a very, very early stage in the company. It's really in the first few weeks, first few months of the company. And DNA is a really, really hard thing to change in a company. So our view is we can't really invest in companies where they focus on, for example, marketing first and user experience in 2 years, because we've never actually seen that be a successful strategy. If you don't make user experience the center of what you do really early, it'll never become the center of what you do. So these are some of the products that we've invested in. The top two are consumer. Citymapper is a transport planning app. Oxy is a music creation sequencer from Stockholm, so it's the closest thing we have to Finland geographically. The bottom three are B2B products. And they're all companies that have, from the very, very early stages, focused on delivering an amazing user experience through their product. And some of them have done it with shockingly little resources. So Oxy, for example, is still 3 people. And they have several million downloads on iPad and iPhone. So it's really quite a scalable strategy. But this doesn't really explain why it makes business sense to focus on user experience. So to explain why we think that and why we think there's an excellent return, I'm gonna use an example of one of our portfolio companies. So Typeform is based in Barcelona. It's about 105 people now. When we invested, it was significantly less. Just last year, in June, they raised a $15 million Series A, which was one of the highest A rounds, certainly one of the highest in Spain ever. And what they do is they make software that lets people make forms and surveys. These are forms. These are surveys. These are not type forms. These are incredibly ugly. They're not mobile friendly. They're pretty miserable experiences. They're horrible to fill out. But they're surveys, and they are what existed before Typeform. These are type forms. These are the same things as the previous slide. They're both surveys. The difference in a Typeform is visually engaging, it's mobile friendly, it's touch friendly. It really thinks about the future of computer interaction, human-computer interaction. And when you compare these two, they're really doing the same thing, right? They're both asking people questions. The difference is the founders of Typeform, David and Robert, they're both designers. And when they were setting out to build Typeform, what they said is, what is a survey? Right? A survey is a series of questions you ask someone. And asking questions is a very human thing. So to properly design a company that builds surveys and forms, you have to put humans at the center of that design process. Right? It's a very human thing to ask someone a question. Now that's very warm and fuzzy and kind of fluffy. It doesn't really talk about the business aspect of why this makes sense. So they clearly look a lot better, and they're probably a lot more enjoyable to take as surveys than these things are, which look like they were designed for robots, by the way. But what is the business aspect of it? Well, for starters, the completion rate of Typeform is 4 times that of other forms and surveys. So, you're a company, you're looking to put a survey out, you need 1,000 responses. You could send out a Typeform to 2,000 people and have more than enough. If you use one of the other products, you have to send out 8,000. So just think about the sheer number of email addresses and people you need to contact to get to the same result rate. You can see why Typeform has a compelling business use case for all of its customers, which is great for the customers and users of Typeform, but it's also great for Typeform itself because that's a compelling business reason to use it over any of its competitors. But what are the other valuable aspects of focusing on user experience so early? For starters, people really love the product. They obsess over it. They speak about it in terms you normally reserve for a loved one, a human being, right? They get excited about little things like the fact that it released a mobile app, that they redesigned their blog. I don't know many companies where the users get excited that the company redesigned their blog. And the result of this is the engagement of Typeform customers is phenomenally high. The loyalty these customers have is extremely high. And the virality has been the main growth engine of the company. For every 89 Typeforms sent out, a new user signs up. The company has grown entirely through a growth engine that is the product. And if you think about the cost benefits of that as a company, you can see that focusing on user experience has had very strong knock-on effects. But there's others, many others. When you think about what a company wants, what do they really want, other than to achieve their amazing mission, which is what we all want? What does it mean in terms of the KPIs and business metrics? What you want is more signups and conversions, higher engagement rates. You want virality. You want to be able to grow through your product, through your users talking about your product. You want to have a strong brand that people love, that's resilient to any problems you may have in the future. And you want revenue. And what do you not want? What you not want is churn, or cost, or customer complaints. And when you think about this from a user experience standpoint, think about a product, think about the negative, right? Which is, I have a poor product with a poor user experience. It's confusing to use. I'm going to get questions simply about how to use the product. That's customer service that you really shouldn't be dealing with. I'm going to get frustrated customers that don't like me very much because I've given them a product that maybe should be solving a problem they have, but is so bad at it that they're actually upset. They could say that that's actually a good thing. It means you know you're solving a problem, but if you're solving it badly, that's not actually that great. And eventually you have to get to the point where you're solving it really well. But the positive aspects of it are where we focus on, right? So when you do focus on this stuff, every single one of these KPIs improves at a lower cost than anything else. It is one of the most scalable things you can focus on. It's extremely challenging because there isn't a playbook out there, but when you center your company around user experience, you'll find that every single one of these metrics improves tremendously. In fact, the business case for focusing on user experience is so obvious and so apparent in the metrics of the businesses that do it that I find it quite frustrating when companies don't do it. Not just as an investor, but actually as a consumer. I actually only have a minute left, so I'll just wrap up. One thing to say is it's not a cure-all, it's not magic. So just because you have a great product with a great user experience doesn't mean that's it. It's just a really great starting point. You still have to think about what is the UX of your marketing strategy, your pricing, your distribution model, your customer service experience. All of that still matters. So it's not a cure-all. We just think it's the best starting point a company can have. And long-term success, if you start with product and user experience at your core, and you build all the other functions of the company around it, and with that same philosophy in mind, you have the best chance for long-term success. And that's it. I think we have 40 seconds for questions, so I'm guessing we don't have time for questions.
Let's give a big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sit down. Very good. Thank you very much. Awesome theme. We're definitely looking forward to see more solutions. Do you see that, let's say, Finns often say that, why didn't Apple come from Finland? We're engineers and we love the Scandinavian straight design. So how do you see, especially the Scandinavian Nordic design in this field as well?
So we're big fans of Scandinavian Nordic design, especially on the digital front. So we've invested in one company so far based in Stockholm, just called Oxy. And actually, the founders of SoundCloud were Swedish as well. So we're definitely big fans of Scandinavian design. I think it actually is one of the strengths of the area, and I'm looking forward to seeing more and more companies come out of it with that philosophy.
Excellent. Well, definitely. We're running out of time, but thank you so much for sharing these views. Definitely, most of the entrepreneurs here will take that with us, and now we're going to continue with the pitches. So thank you so much, and let's have a good Arctic 15. Okay, one more applause, ladies and gentlemen. So, time for the second batch of Arctic 15 company pitch semifinals. So we had the first 5 companies already presenting. Now we're going to join with the next 5. If you can have the judges joining the stage, Jeremy, Harry, Joel, and Annette. So for those who did miss, Annette, our Swedish angel investor from Stockholm, Joel Roos, our angel investor also with a lifestyle engagement, Harri Santamäki with Pivot 5. Jeremy, are you around? Jeremy is probably joining us in a very few seconds. Hopefully Arctic 15 can join with having Jeremy join the stage. If not, we will start with the show. Excellent. Jeremy joining the stage as well. So now we have 4 of the excellent judges sharing their views. So the model is 3-minute pitch presentations, 2-minute Q&A, and out of the 15 companies presenting will be 3 chosen by these judges who will give their pitch at 4 p.m. Also, we have a great panel of judges. So great, all set up. I think we have a running investor. I'm not sure if she's running after an investment target, hopefully all good. But the first 5 companies, if you can have the list of companies, let's see if that works. If not, I can shout them out. We have Quantori, Talentador, Sportlizer, Skillific, Authentic, and these 5 companies will be giving it, and then we'll have a short keynote after that as well. Great. Annette, all set? Feeling great? Good. With evaluation materials, that should be good. So now it's time for the first pitches, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed the previous 5. Now it's the time for the next 5. Quantori will join the stage. Now let's give a big applause for the 3-minute presentations. Big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. You have the headset. 3 minutes. Enjoy. Here we go.
So that one. No. Hello, everyone. My name is Nadine the farmer, and I'm the founder of Quantori. My goodness, it's so hot today in Helsinki, and I'm sure that you all have one thing in mind. Get to your summer cottage, have a nice cold beer, and relax. Well, tonight, while you're driving to your summer cottage, just pay attention to those round bales here. These are hay bales. Hay is what cows, horses, sheep, goats eat every day. Now, imagine for 1 second that the farmer here takes his tool and inserts his tool in all of each hay bale. So, why would he do that? Well, I'm sure that most of the men here are thinking, wow, they've invented a sex toy for hay. Well, sorry guys, not that. But although we have really hot business, this tool prevents barn fire. Yes, hay burns down. And in France alone, you have more than 100 barns that burn down every year. That's like millions of euros of damages, worldwide billions. Now, this tool also gives a quality indicator of hay so that the farmers can adapt the fodder for his animals. And eventually, he can improve the quality of milk he's producing. And you know, that's the most important for all of us. Good milk, good bones. Now, also this tool gives really good data for hay monitoring, and that's really valuable for insurance companies, industries, or like research centers. So that's quite a powerful tool, isn't it? Well, but let's forget my tool for a second. Let's look at the market. Well, did you know that every year there's more than 1 billion hay bales produced globally? And that's Quantori's market, 1 billion. That's huge, isn't it? So starting this year, we're going to launch our product, and our goal is to equip
2% of the bales that are produced every year in France within 5 years. And that's already revenues of 24 million euros. That's huge. And in 2018, we'll expand to the European market and then global market in 2020.
Time, and please finish with what are you looking for?
Okay. We are looking for 900,000 euros. We have secured a good part of it, but we are welcoming more investors. And behind this, 3 French-Finnish experts in agriculture, business. So if you have any question, if you want to know everything about my tool, just look for the lady with the hat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Yeehaw! Excellent. In the hay business, that's definitely interesting. Any questions? How, Joel, are you in the farming business?
No, couldn't say I'm in the farming business. I could be. I definitely could be.
Yeah.
The team, I didn't understand who you're doing this with.
Well, we are 3 co-founders, so we are a team of French and Finnish professionals. So we have so myself have background in technical and leadership, and I'm the farmer here. So pushing the whole team. Then we have another French person who's a business developer, and finally Teppo is here, who's actually a software engineer. And now we are looking at strengthening our team. So anyone interested in software engineering or in sales and marketing, just come and talk to me.
Who do you charge and what?
We are charging the farmers. So we have this starter kit. There's 100 of those, 1 relay, and then the access to the visualization software, and that's for a price of 2,000 euros.
Do you actually put them into every hay bale that you have, or is it in certain areas in the barn?
Both ways, actually. It depends. We are trying to have a partnership with insurance companies. So obviously, they want to have 1 per hay bale. But otherwise, you have to remember that the farmer knows what he's doing. So he knows actually, the areas that maybe are prone to fermentation.
I really appreciate your presentation. Agriculture is awesome, and this is going to be huge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Big applause. Thank you very much. Awesome. Perfect. Do we have the clicker? The clicker is perfect on the table. Great. So that was Quantory. Now we're going to continue with Talendore. Sounds Spanish. Let's see if we're going to have some Latin dance. So let's give a big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Big applause. Here we go. Click.
How many of you have ever applied for a job? So you know what I'm talking about. We are going to make a paradigm shift in the situation. There's 1 winner, and we make it everybody wins. Our solution enables 100% individual feedback for every rejected candidate. Go back to your childhood. What was your dream job? Was it a fireman, police? Was it a rock star? That was a happy moment. When we see ourselves that we have applied for this dream job, we could not be further away from this happy moment when nobody responds to us. We just wait, wait, and wait. We are not alone here. There are 77%, so almost 4 employees out of 5 who are about to leave your company. At the same time, most of the job seekers find employers unresponsive. Are employers just bad-willed, or is there something else? The issue is that the system is broken. There's an ever-increasing attitude towards efficiency, automation, and with that we often forget human touch. It doesn't matter how efficient you are filing your people in your system if there's no talent that wants to be part of that system. Our solution is based on their technology that is based on neural networks, and we have a patent pending. So a normal recruiter is doing the normal evaluation of pluses and minuses based on the application and information, and then clicks the feedback button. And our background algorithm is forming a fully understandable rich text. And the cool thing here is that when you push the regenerate button, with the same pluses and minuses, it's never the same. The probability of two same feedback with the same pluses and minuses is less than winning the grand prize in lottery. If a company is not giving feedback, candidates are customers. Candidates don't buy your product anymore. Your employer brand goes down and your recruiting cost goes up. In contrast with feedback, candidates get superior candidate experience. They share with their friends, they buy more. They also make your recruitment cost go down and your image go up. We have a very simple pricing, which makes it easy to buy, which is very important here. We have it all that it makes to get our target in 2019, 20 million euro turnover. We bring back human touch into recruitment. This is a mission, inspiring mission. Would you like to join it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Let's do some questions. So, investors, some questions so far. Anybody from this is almost like a big data area. Jeremy, would you have some specific?
I'm actually a little confused. Who are you actually selling to? Directly to SMEs, enterprises?
Hello?
So you can see the audience.
Yes, so what we are selling this to, we are selling it to the companies that understand that the candidates are their customers, period. Most of the companies don't understand it yet, but they are increasingly getting those things. Customers are buying. We meet 10 customers, 8 want to go forward.
So are you replacing their current recruitment platform?
We can link to an existing, if it's a big customer, or we can actually also act as a kind of a surrogate for that. Yeah, many companies don't even have any recruitment platform.
Very good. One last question.
I guess the answer has to be, nice and cute and sharp. So how you manage different languages and different cultures where the message has to be different?
Yes, the message has to be different. We are working with lawyers in different countries to make sure. Currently, we manage the language Finnish, which tells you that we can manage any language. English, we are working on German, Spanish, and Swedish right now.
Here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's give a big applause. Sportslizer. So this was our Finnish-related Talentador, and next we're going to have Sportslighter taking the stage, sharing. You have your hand microphone, excellent. Here's your clicker, Men in Black and green button. Your judges are behind, your audience are there, your screen are there. Enjoy, it's all there.
Hello, I'm Dennis, the founder and CEO of Sportlizer. Sportlizer is a team management software for youth and amateur sports. Before I turned to business 10 years ago, I was an athlete in the Estonian national karate team, and I worked as a coach to earn my living. I was passionate about working with athletes and helping them achieve results, but what I didn't like about it was that I had to manage everything about my 100 athletes using unsynchronized tools like paper, Excel, email, and so on. This overhead was annoying, and it limited my coaching quality. To cure this, we have developed Sportlizer, a combination of CRM and e-school for sports clubs. Coaches can bring all of their athletes to Sportlizer, organize training schedules, and automate all related communication. The benefits are saved time and smarter coaching decisions. In return, sports clubs pay for the service on monthly basis depending on their size. We're different from our competition because of our focus on European-style sports clubs that combine multiple training groups and coaches. Why youth and amateur sports? Because this is the largest niche of sports in terms of people involved. And the market of sports analytics technology is growing 70% a year. So far, we have 184 customers, paying clubs from more than 30 countries, and they engage over 20,000 people through Sportlizer. We are currently researching customer acquisition channels, but we are already able to attract more than 2,500 clubs a month. This year, we also won a global contest of sports technology awards in the category of the best technology for managers and coaches. Our plan is to enter the market with team management software, then add revenue streams through payments, e-commerce, and sponsorships, and finally there will be plenty of big players interested in our user base. Our team is a combination of sports, technology, and business. We are reaching cash flow positive next year, and to get there, we are raising 300,000 euros for keeping growing, developing athlete and parent apps, and optimizing customer acquisition channels. It's not a question whether sports clubs are going to use special software, it's the question of whose software is it going to be. And based on current numbers, at least in Europe, this is going to be Sportlizer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. Let's see. I was so engaged, forgot the microphone. Annette wants to start. Maybe you can also think about something about your experience from acquiring customers from the furniture design area. Annette.
Well, thank you so much for a very, very precise and easy to understand presentation. Thank you. I really don't have anything more to say than that. I really felt that this is good. I heard about you guys before, and I'm impressed about the retention that you have, and I'm glad that you actually presented metrics. It's very easy for me to understand and that you have success. So I look forward to talk to you soon.
Great.
Thank you.
Great feedback.
Are you planning to add other things to sell, let's say sportswear, stuff like that, in your platform?
Yes, this is the plan, definitely. Because this user base, the clubs, their opportunity to pay for the software is quite low. So, but the amount of people involved adds so many other business opportunities. So we are going with this software for the user base and then selling gear and stuff on the platform as well.
Very good. Can you talk about defensibility of the product? Like what are you guys doing that makes your product more defensible than other like competition?
I think it's the amount.
Can you repeat the question?
I repeat the question is what is the defensibility of your product? Why use your product versus someone else, and how hard is it to switch?
Okay, how hard it is to switch, you mean that, to another product? If you have brought 500 people in your club to a certain software and they get used to that, and then good luck with switching and telling it to everyone. They just don't want to switch.
That's a tricky answer, but then again, hopefully best of luck, this will become something awesome and big. So best of luck, big applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Sportlizer.
Thank you, everyone.
Great. Let's continue. I'll grab the clicker. Next presenter we're going to have on stage is Skillifig. And here's your clicker, your audience, your judges, and even your screen. All good? The green in the middle. Enjoy.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Ben. I'm a partner at Skillifig, a headhunting platform. Hiring is hard. It takes a lot of money and time, and you might even end up with a bad hire. Software is eating the world, yet HR managers are still relying on old methods to find talent. What we do is that we bring in modern algorithms to facilitate the work. They save time and money. With our solution, Skillifig, a skill-based search engine, we aim at completely replacing the recruitment process within 5 years. We have over 7,000 IT professionals in our database, and we're adding 500 each week. It is possible because we crawl LinkedIn, GitHub, social posts, bios, forums, certificate databases that used to take days of manual research. Skillifig was looking for a front-end engineer. They found me in 10 minutes using the platform. That's it. After 2 days, two days after the interview, I was working there. That's weird how little they had to do. What set us apart are two things. The first one is that we're aiming at a fully automated recruitment process. The second thing, a fully automated recruitment process. The second thing is our algorithm refines the matching. So technically, we could go on vacation and the matchmaking would be still happening. The market is big, but what is interesting is that it's a fairly conservative sector, meaning that they are falling behind regarding technology. That's where we come in. We want to take a chunk of the UK market recruitment, $51 billion. The business model is fairly simple. We charge companies, we have a monthly access fee, as well as a headhunting fee. We're currently working on the new UI. In 6 months, we'll be raising 1 million euros to expand and scale to UK. And in the meantime, we're fine-tuning the algorithms as well as onboarding new users. If you get excited about the idea of disrupting the hiring market, come talk to me. I'm Ben, and this was Skillific.
Thank you very much. And Harri wants to hit with the first one.
Question about the product. Is it for recruiting? Is it for recruiting consultants for making their business better, or is it to make the consulting companies obsolete?
The end goal is to make them obsolete, just like many technologies. Of course, it's an ongoing process, iterative process, so we're aiming at that, and that's what I said with the 5 years.
You have to decide it now, before you go to market, which way you go.
This is the vision. The vision is to make them obsolete.
Very good. Jeremy?
Where do your data sources come from, and what are you using to teach the algorithm?
So that's what I said. We were crawling the web, so we're using the GitHub API. For those of you who are non-technical, sorry, we can basically know what these people are interested in. They contribute to projects, and based on these projects, we can, for example, tell, okay, this guy really likes to learn. He has learned many languages, and we feed this data to our machine learning algorithm.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, any additional so far? You said you're adding 500 customers per week, so that's a rapid phase. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, if no other additional questions, let's give a big applause and best of luck. Thank you very much. I can grab the clicker. So one last pitch presenters for this second batch. We have Authentic joining the stage, going to share with us the rapid goals. Here's your clicker as well. Judges behind, screen, 30 minutes, enjoy, and hit it.
I'm sure nobody in here uses dating websites like these, but for some of us, we know this dilemma all too well. We finally meet the girl of our dreams, but we have no way of knowing if these profiles are real or if they're fake. And we see headlines like these all the time. Is there really a way you can trust a total stranger with your most valuable belongings? But surely then, somebody with 109 sales and 99% satisfaction rate must be trustworthy, right? Even though he is selling a $350 watch for only $59. The fact is that with today's technology, it's so easy to hide behind and fake your identity online. And in reality, you have no way of knowing who you're dealing with when you're doing business online. It's only a matter of when and not if you're a victim of online fraud, or even worse, identity theft. This is why we're building Authentic, an automatic identity verification and reputation management platform that's faster, more cost-effective, and more reliable than other solutions. The sign-up process is really simple. The user downloads our app, takes a selfie of herself, and then places her phone on top of her passport, where we use NFC technology to retrieve information we need, such as her photo, name, date of birth, and so forth. We then use advanced facial recognition algorithms to compare the people in the two photos to make sure it's the same person, as well as do about 50 other security checks with some really cool technology, like making sure that all the holograms and the security features are in the past documents, that the person that's taking the selfie is a real live human being by detecting actually the blood flow in the face. Users of Authentic that are also on our partner websites, they only have to go through this process once, because Authentic works across multiple websites. In addition, we calculate the user's Authentic reputation score that's based on his behavior on these websites. So anytime now that there's irregular activity on these websites, the user only has to take a quick photo to verify that she is the actual person that is allowed to use this account. We have an experienced team behind Authentic. Apart from a really cool developer team, Runar is the only person in this world who's implemented electronic IDs for governments in 2 countries. Adam and myself have started a few startups and have 3 startup exits between us. There are only a handful of companies that are trying to solve this issue of trust and real identity online. And it's important to keep in mind that there's no large dominant player in this field. So that makes it really exciting and really valuable, and the timing is now. So just to recap.
What are you looking for?
Seed funding.
Seed funding, what size and valuation?
About 500,000 to 2 million pre-money.
Very good. Let's give a big applause. Thank you very much. Excellent. Talking about Big Brother, scary, proper word, shit. Wow. So this is going to be awesome. Let's take a quick poll. How many of the judges here have been not screwed by something related to internet buying and had a problem there? Hands up. Anybody here? And you don't want to be, so this might be a solution. So maybe that's a good one. Questions? Good. Joel.
You had a lot of big brands on one of the slides. Are you working with them? Are they your customers at this point? Any collaboration?
So we're finishing our MVP. Actually have it finished for this event. And we're working with a few smaller players, and that's how we'll grow up. We'll start by using smaller players and then growing up that way.
Harry?
This is cool stuff, and the market will be big. We hope you're going to be the winner. Here's my card.
One thing, can I say one thing? There is MasterCard has a project going on in San Francisco today where you take selfies. The selfies are not, I don't believe that they have the depth yet in the recognition like you guys have. So I think you really have something going on. Congratulations to a cool thing.
Very good. Thank you. We know this might be the future, and most likely it is, and it's just coming. So is this the solution? So, whoa, let's give a big applause for this solution, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent. Thank you very much. Great. Perfect. You can keep the card and call Harry afterwards. So that was the 5 companies from the second batch. The judges will now gather. Please drink some water. It's quite hot. Change to shorts if you have. Do some discussions in back room and be back in 15 minutes for the third batch of 5 exciting companies. In between, don't go anywhere. We have an exciting keynote for you guys. We just heard the previous presenter about the awesomeness of building something interesting and a more comfortable questionnaire and feedback. Well, now the theme is about some minor deal about understanding your customer. And about that, we're going to have Shira Abel from Hunter & Bard taking the stage and sharing us with some closer details. Here's the clicker, and let's give a big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy.
Hi.
Perfect.
Okay. Back. How many of you have products? 1, 2, 3. Okay, a few. Oh, by the way, I wanted to say thank you for me being in Finland. I found out right before I came out that I had my DNA tested and found out I was 1% Finnish. I'm kidding you not. So there you go. So we're going to be talking today about behavior. All right, and I am the CEO of a marketing agency, and we work with companies in order to pull in market share and build leads. We're going to be talking about why the behavior works. So we have chemicals in our body. We've got endorphins, serotonin, cortisol, oxytocin, and I'm losing people all over the place. Okay, awesome. Endorphins, you feel endorphins when you're running, when you're playing games, okay? You know what? Turning all of this off. How do I block it? Okay. Everyone get up. Everyone, up, up, up. Who has a stopwatch? You've got a stopwatch. Okay. You got it? Everyone raise up your arms. Stopwatch for 2 minutes. Okay, why are we doing this? It's a brain hack. Ma'am, if you're sitting there, up, arms up. Yes, I watch the audience. I'm one of those horrible teachers that actually watches the audience. Arms up. Now, why are we doing this? It's a brain hack, all right? When your body is filled with cortisol and you're totally, totally stressed out, put your arms up for 2 minutes and it'll hack your brain and fill you with endorphins. What do you do when you win a race? You go like this. What do you do when you get an account that you're really excited about? You go like this. You're like, yeah, right? Okay? Arms up. So, I have 2 sons. My oldest has a neurological cognitive language disorder. And when he was 9 years old, I get a phone call from his teacher, and she said, I have no idea what to do with Aiden. When he knows the answer, he will not raise his hand in class. There's nothing he will do. He will not raise his hand in class. He won't talk in class. He won't ask questions. I had just seen Amy Cuddy's TED Talk, Fake It Until You Become It. Okay, it's an amazing TED Talk. And she talks about a power pose. I do behavior for a living. I'm a marketer. So I had my sons every morning raise their arms on the way to school as we drove to school. And I had them do affirmations as well. I will work hard. I will concentrate in class. I will participate in class. I will be nice. That was for my other son. And every morning, arms up for 2 minutes. And after a month, we get a phone call from the teacher. And the teacher said, I have no idea what happened. His behavior is completely changed. He's participating in class. He's asking questions. He's self-advocating. And his behavior is like a normal kid. He was doing the homework and everything in class. He wasn't acting like he couldn't do it. Okay. So, as I said, I have 2 sons. My other son is really fast. He gets everything really quickly. He understands everything that's going on. At the end of the school year, he had to fill out a form, and the form said, I need to work on. And Sean said, I need to work on nothing because I'm smarter than everyone in the class other than my teacher. So with great power comes great responsibility. So use this wisely. Okay. Now, why do we need this? What you just felt was endorphins, all right? Fills your body, makes you feel high, makes you more likely to ask a question, okay? And I like talking with an audience instead of at an audience. So if you have a question, look at me, raise your hand, or just shout it out and I'll answer it. Dopamine. How many of you wake up with your phone next to you and look at your phone? Okay. You're addicted to dopamine. Every like, every comment, every heart on Instagram, dopamine. And this is how you build a hook into your product. Dopamine is a variable reward. It gets triggered by a variable reward. And this is the importance in it, all right? Pinterest, you like some of the pictures, but not all of the pictures? That's the variable reward you're looking for. Serotonin. You buy a product of a brand that makes you feel really good, something that you've been aiming for and you didn't think you'd ever be able to get. You finally get it. You are filled with serotonin, okay? Another thing about serotonin is when you watch somebody do something good, you're more likely to do something good yourself. So this is in branding. This is in your name. This is in the type of companies you collaborate with. Oxytocin comes from all of the things that you're taking care of somebody else. So they call it the mommy chemical because your body gets flooded with oxytocin when you have kids. Now, there's yet to be,
Talk to it. Great. I'm wondering when I'm looking at my phone in the morning, the first thing, but I'm checking my emails and my team chat. What am I addicted to then? Dopamine?
Yeah, you're addicted to dopamine. Every time you end up getting any type of, every interruption that you get, every notification you get on your phone, and then you check it, dopamine, because you're not expecting it. So an unexpected email, something like this, always dopamine. Wait, did I get the answer? Get the answer, get the answer, got the answer. Okay, dopamine. Here it's oxytocin, there's no way to build it into a product, but what you can do is you could build it into an environment. So say you've got layoffs at work or some kind of stress, or you've just gone through a really, really, really hectic time, do some corporate social responsibility, go paint a school, do some volunteer work. You'll bring up the entire oxytocin of the office at one time, and you'll build a more cohesive unit. Cortisol is the stress chemical. When your body has cortisol in it, you make worse decisions. You don't feel good. You're making, when you've had a really bad day and nothing seems to have gone right, and then you go and do something and that thing was stupid, and you're just like, why did I do that? That's cortisol. And cortisol, when cortisol floods your body, nothing feels good. Well, that arms up for 2 minutes cuts off the cortisol. So if you had a meeting with an investor and it didn't go well, and you have another meeting with another investor later on that day, 2 minutes arms up before that second meeting, okay? Now, action triggers. What do you want to do? You want to build evangelists. And when I was studying at Kellogg, there was a class, social dynamics and networks, okay? And there was a case study from Google. And in this case study, the engineers were figuring out from a stock market when projects were going to be finished. And they got money and they got t-shirts. Now, when they didn't get the money, they didn't ask for it. These are Google engineers, they make enough money. So they're not going to ask for the money. But when they didn't get the t-shirts, they were pissed. Where's my t-shirt? I want my t-shirt. These t-shirts were special. They showed the level of expertise of the people who were wearing them, and they wanted their t-shirt. They wanted to show off what they know. This is where your evangelists are. If you're paying them, they're reps, not evangelists. Be very careful about that. As soon as you bring money into an equation, people think, is it worth my time? And it becomes a financial economy. So another example, there was a case study somewhere in Northern Europe where they went to 2 groups and said, we have to put a nuclear power plant somewhere in the country. If we give you 6 weeks' salary, can we put it outside of this town? And to another group, they said, can we put it outside of the town for the good of the country? Notice 2 differences. One, you're volunteering it, and the other one, they're offering to pay you. 25% said yes when they were offered to pay. 50% said yes when they were volunteering. People are more likely to do good things for the good of others than they are necessarily for the money. And what are you looking for? You're creating a brand in order to have the first choice brand effect. My example for this in America is typically ketchup, because I have a son that eats ketchup with everything. And we just go to the store, we see Heinz Organic, and we grab it. And there is no processing in our brain. None. On the other hand, if we were to go to somewhere else and there was not Heinz Organic or no Heinz at all, our brain would suddenly have to process because we wouldn't know what else to get. Well, this is what you want. You want your brand to be the decision that doesn't have to be made. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay? You want your brand to be so synonymous with the item or whatever it is that you do that it's not even a consideration that you take somebody else. Of course my phone is Apple. Of course my computer is Apple. Something else? What else is there? I'm going to have Apple. And other people feel that way about Google. How many of you know BJ Fogg? No. Okay. BJ Fogg, behavior equals motivation, ability, and trigger. This stuff is really important when it comes to your products. Okay? So I'm going to give you an example. Okay, behavior. I kiss my boys every morning when I wake up. That's my behavior, all right? So what's my motivation? I love my children. My ability? I'm in Helsinki. My sons are in Silicon Valley. I cannot do it while I'm here, okay? Trigger? I'm still waking up in the morning. Behavior equals motivation, ability, and trigger. If you make something too hard, you can't do it. What do you want your users to do? All right, Sitar talked about UX. Well, this has a lot to do with this, all right? Design is important. What do you want your users to do? On the other hand, sometimes you want to make things hard. How many of you use LinkedIn? Okay, and you know LinkedIn who viewed my profile? Yeah? Well, why is that list not on the homepage? Because if they put it on the homepage, it would be too easy. They know your motivation is high for this, all right? What's your behavior? Vanity. I want to go see who viewed my profile. Who's looking at me, right? My motivation is vanity. My ability, I just go and click in. But I have to click deeper into the site. They have just primed me. Because I have to click deeper into the site, I am now somebody who clicks deeper into LinkedIn. That makes me more likely to click other places inside of the site, which gets them more page views, all right? The trigger is the email that they send or your own curiosity. It's either an external or internal trigger, depending on how often you check it. the hook. How many of you know Nir Eyal's model, the hook? Okay. Do you know how it works? Yeah? Okay. So let's talk about Pinterest. In the hook model, I had a blog about interior design. I get an email, a personal email, from the Pinterest team when they first started. So I have an external trigger, the email. The action, I go in and check out the site. The variable reward, at the first time, there wasn't any. I wasn't thrilled by anything there. I didn't dislike anything there. I left. I get another email. We've improved things. I go and check again, same action. This time, I see a couple pictures that I like. By seeing a few pictures that I like and not liking every picture, I get dopamine. A little dose of dopamine every time I see something that I like. The investment is the time I spend looking. Since I have done this action once, I am now more likely to do it again. I have been primed, okay? So then I keep getting emails, and I keep going back every month, something like this, until one day I wake up in a Saturday morning and I think to myself, what's on Pinterest? And my external reward, or my external hook, becomes an internal hook, because I decided. I woke up and I didn't need an email, I just went straight to the site. And I've got 38 more seconds, and I told them I was going to go 5 minutes over, because I have to talk about this slide. We've all got various action triggers, all right? And normally I talk about two different cultures. I talk about Germany and I talk about Israel. I lived in Israel for 18 years, and I've spent quite a bit of time in Germany, and I really like Germany. I actually plan on living there someday. So I'm going to talk about Israel and Germany, and now I'm completely over time. Reward, status, achievement, self-expression, competition, and altruism. Now, why is this important? You have to think about what your users are looking for. And in Israel, it's an achievement-oriented culture. In Germany, it's a status-oriented culture, which is fine. They like their cars, they like their watches, they like their clothes, they like their status. Israel has one of the highest education rates in the country. We've got second only to Silicon Valley on NASDAQ, tons of startups and all of this, right? Two different mindsets, achievement and status, very close but different. In Germany, if you've had a startup and you've failed, you'll never raise again, or it'll be very difficult. It's changing, but they're still not there yet. For the most part, if you've closed your startup, you will not be raising again. In Israel, if you've closed your startup, they're like, okay, when are you doing it again? So on the other hand, there's two sides to every coin. In Germany, if you've exited your startup and you never need to work again, they're like, yeah, you're not going to work again? You're just going to enjoy life? That's cool. In Israel, if you say, well, I'm just going to enjoy my life, they're like, wait, what? No, wait, when are you going to do something else? You can't just not do something. That's not, why, really? They don't take it seriously. Achievement-oriented, status-oriented, two sides to every coin. Now, why do I say this? The advertising for Kia in Germany is the anti-status car. What your customers do is how you message them, and this is how you pull them in. So this is really important to messaging and also how you build your products. And this talk is actually a lot longer, but that's all I'm going to give you for now. Yukaichu is an amazing resource. If you're interested in things like this, check out that website and you'll get a lot deeper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was
Pleasure.
really great. Thank you. So just quickly, as we all hear and speaking about the customers and the pleasureness, and for many of the entrepreneurs here to be able to reach that customer as well, and in addition to building the whole service or product, they should also make it comfortable for the investors, that we have the judges. So would you have some practical guide for the entrepreneurs here to make it comfortable for the investor to increase that likeliness?
Okay, if you know what your investors look like, okay, put people in your deck that look like your investors. Make the names of the examples of the people in your deck to be similar, but not the exact same, as the names of your investors. Little subtle things of social proof that we don't actually register, but totally work. So these would be two things that I would recommend you do. Another thing is, and I use this in airports all the time, offer them something. So if I know that like I'm a pound over, and I'll bring gum or Altoids. I'll offer it to the woman at the counter, and she always has to say no, or the guy at the counter, whoever. They always have to say no, and you've just built up reciprocity. So then you put your baggage on, they see you're a little over, they're like, let it through. So these are things that you could do. Offer them something when you first meet them, gum, whatever. Even if they say no, you've just built up reciprocity. Make the pictures similar to them, and make the name similar.
Thank you very much. Shira Abel, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big applause. Thank you very much. Woo! Thank you very much. All right. I just noticed I have to have better deodorant for that 2-minute practice of having your hands up, but great stuff. Third batch, ladies and gentlemen, for the final of the 3 who will be competing for the 50,000 Angel Investment Award. So we're going to continue with the third batch of 5 companies. We already heard 10 very interesting companies. If we could have the judges join the stage and prepare yourself for the 5 more companies. We have Annette Nordvall from Stockholm, Sweden, Joel Roos, Harri Santamäki, and Jeremy. Let's give one more applause for these big players as well. Thank you very much. And the 5 companies, let's see, this is the 3rd time I'm going to ask this for the slideshow master. If you could put the names of the companies, they are, for the last batch, are Stream. They are there. Sorry, I'm just blind. So you can read it from there. But anyway, Shipwise, Digit, Enticube, and Capdar. So these 5 awesome companies are going to rock the stage. Investors will do the questions, so it's nothing more to do than ask for the first pitch presenter of 3 minutes, then 2-minute Q&A. Ladies and gentlemen, Stream. Let's give a big applause. Here's the clicker.
All your businesses have a problem. Don't worry, I'm Henry from Streamer, and I'm here to fix that. Your problem is that you're not reacting to newest data instantly, leading to lost opportunities. I used to be an algorithmic stock trader. To survive, I had to monitor millions of tiny market events and react automatically. For you, it could be sensor data, social media data, or even the weather. But don't you wish you had thousands of little smart agents out there, monitoring relevant data streams and taking action to capture value before it's too late? Sounds painful, you tell me. Surely I need infrastructure, engineers, data scientists, time and money, and where do I even start? Well, if you're a smart developer, you start with Streamer. We're disrupting real-time analytics by getting you up and running in minutes instead of months. Using our drag-and-drop interface, you can quickly define your little agents to power your real-time applications. Typical use cases are anomaly detection, alerts, situation rooms, and consumption-based pricing. On the Streamer marketplace, you'll find data and algorithms relevant to your business. It's kind of like the App Store for real-time data. So, where are we as a business? The analytics platform is up and running and launching now. It's generating 250K revenue this year from pilot customers. Next on our roadmap is growth and the marketplace. For these, we're raising 1.5 million in funding. We believe the platform plus the marketplace is a killer combo. We'll build the marketplace step by step, penetrating one business vertical at a time. Streamer creates 3 revenue streams: pay-by-use platform fees, reselling commercial data feeds, and commissions from third-party data and algorithms. We make your streams come true. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. You didn't show any picture of the real product, so how ready is it at this stage?
It is very ready. As I said,
Say no more. That's very, very good. Okay, judges, any comments at this stage? The big data as well. Perfect, Jeremy.
Can you talk about the team and your background?
the founding team, all of us, has a background in algorithmic trading. So we kind of thought that we would bring the ideas, what we learned over there, to other fields. And that gives us a unique approach to real-time analytics.
How do you charge your customers? You made 250 now. What's the model?
Well, so far, we've been kind of testing the waters by selling both the product and projects to kind of get first-hand information on what the clients need and how to use our platform to solve those problems. But going forward, we are going to charge by use, for example, by the data flowing through the platform, say $5 for 1 million events or something like that. Plus the marketplace generates its own revenue streams, commissions, and also we were thinking about buying some of the most popular feeds that we call super feeds, like social media for ourselves with resales rights, so that we can actually find the audiences for them and profit from that.
Is there anything super difficult which only you can solve in those algorithms and platforms?
Yes, I believe there is. We're trying to find a sweet spot between the analytics platforms that you generally have, such as Spark and Storm, and then again IoT platforms, such as ThingWorx or microservice platforms, and add to that the ease of use and usability, so that we're kind of getting the best of all those first-generation platforms to build a next-generation one.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give a big applause. Thank you. Perfect. I can grab the clicker. Great. So, yes, you enjoyed the first pitch. Was that okay? Yeah. Excellent. Are you ready for the next pitch? Are you ready for the next pitch? Yeah. Excellent. So let's give it a big one for Shipitwise. Join the stage. Great one. Which one? Great one.
Hi guys, I'm Sander from Shipitwise. Last month, our revenue grew by 400% to 12,000 euros, out of which 30% is our margin. For next month, we already have done pre-deals for 30,000 euros, and it just keeps on growing. Why? Because shipping is a hassle. Everyone knows that. But with us, we take this hassle away completely. We take everything and do it ourselves, don't let the customers do anything. It's like a Uber, but unlike Uber, we don't like to order you taxis, but you can ship anything to anywhere. So the customer simply has to say what they need to ship from where to where, and we take care of everything else. No packaging, no customs, no nothing. We currently already combine 50 logistics companies across the world, and we automate all process that the customer doesn't want to do. By the way, ask Arctic15 team how they shipped all their printing materials to this event, or test out this service yourself. We're already fully operational in UK and Baltics, also able to organize shipping across Europe and some parts of US and Asia. We started with a focus on travel industry, shipping wine, shipping motorcycles, shipping skis, all other things that you need to ship. And once we finish our API this summer, we'll start shipping for e-commerce and different commercial airlines. By the way, our team has 6 years of IT and logistics experience already, so that part's covered. And currently, we're raising money on Thunderbeam. We were the first startup on this platform. We were the first startup to get the minimum goal of 100,000 full, and we're on the track of getting the maximum of 250,000 full as well. But we still have some room for you to join. I'm Sander from Shipitwise. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, and good job. At least I have my badge. Any questions from the investors? Annette?
Well, I have a product that I'm shipping, and it's always a hassle, but I didn't understand what you were doing. Are you picking up stuff?
We are picking up, we are packaging, we are delivering it, we are even insuring it, and if you have it that it needs to go through customs, we do that as well. We do the whole chain by putting together different players on the market, by making the system really easy for you and optimizing all the costs and time.
It sounds super expensive and a lot of people involved.
No, because for the trucks, we are a big customer, and they give us from the daily rate up to 80% discounts. And even after our margin on top of it, it's still cheaper for the small customer, small businesses, than going directly to those guys.
Great answer. Joel?
Any competitors out there?
Yes, post office. Itella, Omniva, Royal Mail, they're all competitors.
What about startups doing similar things as you?
There are a lot of startups that are doing local delivery. We're using all of them in our platform. For example, Piggybacky from Finland. For example, Postpal from Estonia, Bird from Vienna, and so on and so on. We're using them. There is Ship, and there's Wings that are doing the first mile, but they don't do the last mile. So there's no service other than the post office, which is doing everything from start to the end.
Great. Good answers. Thanks a lot. Best of success. Somebody will definitely be taking this market, so maybe it's your Shipitwise, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Next on, we continue with our 3-minute pitch. Next one on stage, we have D-Kit. And please, and for best outfit so far, we're not going to melt on this stage. Thank you very much. Take your clicker, take your audience. Here's 3 minutes. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kylie, and we are D-Kit, the online whiteboard for distributed teams. D-Kit got started with 4 founders from Skype who saw the company grow from 30 to 1,500 employees worldwide. I was the head of entire operations at Skype with my team in 6 countries, and I literally thought that we have all tools needed to work remotely. But whenever my team was planning architecture or brainstorming how to build all the cool new features, we ended up using the most collaborative tool out there built for remote teams, the physical whiteboard. And we did all sorts of ridiculous things with these, like tried pointing a video camera at one, or ended up snapping thousands of photos to share on chats, Dropbox, email, you name it. And we found that we were not the only team doing that, which led us to build D-Kit, a freemium whiteboard that works on all your devices. A place where just in seconds you can draw your ideas, or work with text, images, shapes, and other content along with the rest of your team. D-Kit is different because it is the first collaborative whiteboard that works in real time, no matter what device you use or how poor your connectivity is. 20% already today work remotely at least parts of the week, and it is estimated to grow to 50% by 2020. We believe that web is our new office. And our team knows the pains of remote work, obviously, from Skype. But more importantly, we have experience in security, engineering, design, architecture, building up partnerships, and much, much more. Since launching out the beta, we have over 14,000 users signed up, and over 5,000 users collaborating on D-Kit every month. But I'm even more excited because during our recent months in Textiles Accelerator, our user engagement more than doubled, with our active users now using the product on average 3 hours a day. Marketing team from TransferWise, one of our earliest users, said they used to travel weekly to brainstorm. Today, between their offices in London, New York, and Tallinn, these conversations are now happening online. And not only are we saving them money on travel and making their meetings productive, but we're making it possible to work with talent anywhere in the world. We are making remote work feel less remote. And if you want to be part of our journey as a user, as a partner, or as an investor, please come and talk to me afterwards. Again, my name is Kylie, and we are D-Kit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations so far. Let's take some investor comments, feedback, questions. Anyone? Let's see. Jeremy?
What's your pricing structure at the moment?
We're currently out there for free, but our business model is freemium with subscriptions, very similar to what Slack and others are doing. Charges around $9 per user per month.
Very good. Let's take Annette. Yes?
Interaction-wise, how many are reoccurring, using it reoccurring?
Yeah, so out of 14,000, 5,000 are monthly actives, and most of them are recurring users. So we see most of the users come back.
Great. One short one.
Yes. Are you planning to have the IT departments of enterprises to buy this and then distribute, or with the employees themselves just find it and just start using?
So employees themselves, that's already happening today. One team adopts, and then we evolve throughout an organization as we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
This was Deekit. Let's give a big applause. Thank you very much. Great. All right, 2 more to go. Next one, we have Entercube taking the stage. Let's see what we're going to hear. Join the stage, and let's give a big applause. And here's the clicker as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, Entercube, big applause.
Hey, guys. We are Entercube, and we do insect farming technologies. The world population is growing. It's estimated that on this earth, we're going to have almost 10 billion people by the year 2050. At the same time, these people are getting more wealthy, and when people get more wealthy, they want to eat more meat. The meat demand is expected to double in this time frame. Now, already today, meat consumption or meat production is one of the leading causes of climate change and also other environmental disasters. So this is a massive problem. Now, according to FAO, among various other experts, insects are one of the most promising sources for protein in the future. And this is because insects are very efficient. They require only a fraction of the inputs to produce compared to other production animals, and they're super nutritious, and man, they even taste good. Now, Now, the insect industry is in its infancy, especially in the Western world, but the market size is already at about 3.5 million. 360 million. But there's a lot of promise for insects to take a big slice out of the global protein ingredient market currently hovering around these regions. Now, the problem on this industry is actually on the production side. Even though insects are, in biology, superior to other production animals, they are currently very expensive, and that is because the farming technology is not so advanced and the scale for production is not quite there yet. And at Entercube, this is the problem we're solving. This is the Entercube unit. It's a standalone container farm that mass produces insects anywhere in the world. The crickets we grow are omnivores. They can be fed with anything, locally available side streams that can be turned into high quality protein. What we do at Entercube, we provide farmers with the container farms. And we provide consumers and the food industry with high quality insect ingredients. We are currently raising to build a bigger facility to follow up on all sales. We have about 150K of cricket sales in the pipeline for next year. And for that, we're raising some funds. We have a strong team with really good expertise in our core areas of biology and engineering. We have a science team with more than 30 years of experience with crickets. We've been farming crickets for the past 2 years, and we're really far in our automation technology, which will crack this problem in this industry. We're looking to raise 200,000 to complete our pre-seed round of 450, 100 of which will be private, and half of that is already closed, and we're in discussions with Tegas to get the rest there. We have 7 angels on board currently, and we hope to close the round before midsummer, so let's see how that goes. Hopefully you guys can join us on this ride to a more sustainable and green future. I'm Perttu from Entercube. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess we're all wondering, do you have a stand, and can we eat some crickets the whole evening?
We don't have a stand, but I have here some oven-roasted crickets from our farm, if you want to try them. 70% protein, really, really good.
Excellent. Harry was already wanted to taste one, so let's give Harry one, and Annette can do a question.
Hello. I start with the question. I really appreciate the protein level. I'm a vegetarian myself, so I have a hard time to find other supplements. Food tech is very interesting overall, and the thing that you're doing is really awesome. But there is a sort of level of starting to eat it. Do you have any solutions of me, instead of looking at the cricket to eat it, I don't have a cow when I go home and eat beef, so what do you plan on doing on the other end, not only the sort of the farming in itself?
Right. So there's two ways to address this problem. One is hide the insect. Other one is educate the market. We do a lot of events. We've sold about 10,000 tasting portions in different events. But what's really taking off in the Western world especially is products made out of insect powder. When you powder the insects, you have a powder that's 70% protein, high in B vitamins, iron, calcium, and you can use that in other foods. In the Netherlands, we already see frozen foods that are being made, and protein bars are the kind of first big thing that are sold in the millions in the States, for example, currently. Yes, so basically what...
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry. Oh, and you were going to move into product discovery or whatever.
Currently, we cover the value chain up to the point that the powder is made, and we do business-to-business sales with this powder. And this is currently, it's a very lucrative business to do insect farming because this stuff is worth 100 euros a kilo. But as the industry matures, we moved more towards technology and supplying the players in the early stage of the value chain, or that's the play right now. Of course, it's a developing industry, so we'll see how that goes.
Excellent. One more short question, short answer.
Yeah, who are your entrepreneurs, and what does it take to sort of start a farm, and why would I do it, and what do I need?
Yeah, we've sold 2 of these farms in Finland. So we have 2 customers for the container farms. We get 2 to 5 emails per week because it's the only standalone farm right now. So what we offer to our customers in the container sales is a unit. We ship the unit, all the materials that you need, the insects, the know-how, and you can just start farming.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That was awesome, and you did the right thing. As Shira Abel, the last keynote presenter, just said that, how should you make a relation with your investor? Well, give something. Well, that was a cricket. Harry is still smiling, so that's a good thing. So let's give a big applause to Entercube, ladies and gentlemen.
See you guys.
Excellent. And if I could have the clicker.
Absolutely.
No, the cricket, the clicker. The clicker. Well, I can have a cricket as well. Let's give it. Excellent. Great. And what you should do, we have Tim Draper and Timo Ahopelto, one of the toughest investors in the world, preparing, and Entercube is just offering them cricket. So if they survive, we're going to have a very interesting fire chat going on in just a few minutes. But before that, we have the very last pitch of these 15 awesome companies, all aiming to win for the 50,000 angel investment to be handed over after the presentation at 4 p.m. So one last picture, 3 minutes, then some Q&As, and these awesome companies, Capdar, let's give a big applause. Join the stage. Here you go.
Hi, I'm Tuomo Sipola, and I come from Cap Data Technologies. So we are masters in machine learning. Our industry is in the cybersecurity, and we find unusual events from their data. Here we have some computers. We have Bob, who is responsible for these computers in a large company. And something evil happens, something bad, something like a security problem. Bob has to find that problem among these computers. He goes through his computers, searches, it takes time, and maybe he finds the problem, then he reacts to it. But this takes time. We help him here. Our product finds this problem easily and fastly. We use machine learning to help him. He uses our product and finds this security problem. With our product, he can do it much more quickly, and this way he saves time and money. World is full of Bobs in cybersecurity, and this is our focus area. Addressable market size for CAP is 1 billion euros, and industry experts say that this is a really hot topic: automation, machine learning, intelligence, and this is exactly what we do. We have a revenue share model where we have real, actual customers now, and we use them as a distribution partner to get our products out there now. Our team has experience in data science, in machine learning, and on the other hand, coding, and also business development and startups. So we have it all. We seek 1 million euros to go global, to ramp up, and to find industry experts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And okay, last but not least, let's do some tough questions for these growth goals. Questions? Let's see. Harri will start.
The enterprises sure are the customers, but which departments you sell it? To IT departments, right?
People responsible for the cybersecurity side for IT departments, and also people who want to get an idea about what's happening in their networks.
So how you plan to reach those companies around the world, or those departments and people?
Yeah, we have to meet them. We use events to meet them. We use our network to find the relevant people, and we also cold call or cold email them.
Very good, thank you. Next question, Jeremy will join.
How do you differentiate yourself from like a large enterprise cybersecurity solution that already does anomaly detection for me if I'm a large enterprise?
So the traditional way is to use fingerprints to find something we know what we are looking for. Our technology finds something that is not known beforehand.
Very good. If that's all, thank you very much for the last pitch. Best of success. Let's give a big applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, great. That was 15 companies out of 3 batches, so thank you very much, judges. Just a quick ask before we roll. So Harri, what do you think about the companies that we're pitching? All good?
Good stuff. And I'm so happy that there are new areas coming in like agriculture innovations, so welcome new areas.
Excellent. And you judges will be now concerting out of these 15 the best 3 that will give another pitch at 4 p.m. So who this will be hopefully by 2 p.m. we have those winners. You will now go backstage, discuss a little bit, and then we'll have the winner announced, the finalists announced in a very short time. So feel free to follow the Arctic15 social media. It will be announced who the 3 finalists are. Let's give a big applause to the judges one more time for their effort. Thank you very much. Nobody fainted, which is awesome. Well, so we can officially say for the first time we have a hot, it's like in a sauna, and luckily we have the startup sauna activities going on. So awesome job, Arctic15. So what will happen, the 50,000K investment will be announced this afternoon. Please join that session at this same stage. Now we're going to talk more about investing, the best practices or experience from the global best investors in the world. But before that, we're going to introduce the keynote speaker or the fire chat host, Dimitri Sarle, who is a father to a semi-newly born and hosted this event. I don't know when he sleeps, but let's give a big applause to Dimitri Sarle and Arctic15 gang. Big applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, how's everybody doing? Give me a woo! Like all the way back. How are you doing? Yeah! Let's get some energy going in here. I hope you're all having a lot of meetings, because that's the goal. I want to hear all those investment stories in a few months. And if you close one next week, that's also good. Anyways, next up, I want to introduce 2 men that need absolutely no introduction, because we have Tim Draper and Timo Ahopelto coming up on stage. Tim Draper is said to be the inventor of virality itself. His company, DFJ, was also one of the early investors in Skype. And Timo Ahopelto from Lifeline Ventures also doesn't need an introduction. He is the man that knows everything there is to know about the Finnish startup scene, also investor in Supercell. So please come on up on stage. Woo!
Either way.
Welcome, guys. Glad to have you here. Hope you have a really good and exciting talk. Welcome. Please sit down.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, they hear me.
If you want some water or anything, relax.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
We're very homey here, so
yeah, that's right.
I'll leave you guys to it.
This is one of the least ergonomic chairs I have ever sat on. So.
Yeah, I wonder. Hey, should we stand? Then they can see us in the back.
You
Should
want
we
to stand?
Yeah, I think we
we
should.
stand,
We're
yeah.
only here for,
Yeah,
what, 40
yeah.
minutes?
Yeah, because
okay.
sitting
If
actually...
you get tired, we'll sit down.
Yeah, okay. So sitting actually kills you, right? That's what they say these days. Hey, let's get straight to the topic. So I've always wanted to ask from you is that why Draper University? What is the best way to grow entrepreneurs? I mean, is it to teach them in a university or lead by example, or what's the idea?
So whenever anybody says something can't be done, something weird goes off in my head and says, how could it happen? If you know, what would you have to do to make it possible? I hear the word impossible a lot here in Europe, and I want you to get rid of that in your vocabulary. But people used to say you can't teach entrepreneurship. It's like innate. So whenever I heard that, I kept thinking, well, how would you teach entrepreneurship? And I'm pretty sure the way you teach entrepreneurship is not by teaching them about how all these other entrepreneurs did their thing. That might help them emotionally, but I don't think it helps them get that drive, that fire to go out and do something great. So, so I decided I would start a school to basically show that you could actually teach entrepreneurship. So it's tough to get into Draper University. You just have to have a real spark, a real passion for something. And then our job will be to ignite it and make you into a great entrepreneur or hero.
So how are you actually measuring this passion in an entrepreneur? So how do you measure that? Is it just like you are looking at all the applicants and they pitch to you, and then you say that this guy has like 100% passion and this guy is 38%?
So we have it. I've trained an admissions office to do this for me. Okay. But I do, when it's on the margin or something, I do get involved. What they're looking for is somebody who's totally maybe obsessed with one thing or very knowledgeable about a lot of things. Or so either you're really deep in one area or you're very good horizontally. Those are the two ways we think we can find interesting passion. So it doesn't matter. You could be passionate about water bottles. It would not matter. We're just looking for something where you really are into it and you really want to make a big change.
And about the age, I mean, I've always wondered that, I mean, Finland, we discussed here, Finland is like a semi-socialist country, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I've been about always to, hey, I need to get my kids' classroom to talk about being an entrepreneur, but I'm a little bit in a way that, hey, if I go there, they think that I'm some type of a capitalist, you know, teaching small kids how to make. There's somebody laughing. It's a good sign you kind of come with the same background. But what is the right age? I mean, is it 10 years, 15 years, 18 years? And is there a point after which you are kind of a lost soul already?
I don't think there should. I think the age should be right off the bat. People should understand that, hey, if you figure out a business that can make money, you're doing a lot of people a lot of good. You're spreading something that people care about. I think socialist governments take our creativity away, and they also take our humanity away. And so I think as a human, you really want to be creative. You want to be, and when you're the youngest, that's when you're the most creative. We lose our creativity over time if we don't really train that muscle. I've been going from Eastern to Western Europe for the last 2 weeks, and all I've noticed is that the socialist countries have all the buildings are exactly the same, and the people are a little bit more depressed. I look at the countries that have free markets and I say, they're doing well. Everything's good, and they're generally pretty happy because they have found proactive work to do that wasn't told to them by some government. So whether you call it socialism or whatever, the top down, where a government thinks it knows better what the people should be doing than the people do, I think you run into real problems. But I do believe that in a very active free market, people will lose their jobs and be lost. So I actually do believe in some sort of a basic income thing, and I've been exploring that. It's interesting. Switzerland is doing that, and some other countries.
We are trying to do that, but probably the politicians don't have enough courage to put it in action, but there's a lot of talk about that.
Well, it's interesting because it ends up being a much more efficient way to manage your welfare and your social security, your unemployment.
Yeah, I agree.
And with the new technologies you can take advantage of, it makes for a much better government because you can do it with just Bitcoin and the blockchain. You give everybody a Bitcoin address, or a wallet address, and with one button you can send everybody their weekly salary or their bi-weekly salary.
Yeah. Hey, maybe a little bit odd question, but what worries you most in the world? So what are you most worried about? Or is it a stupid question?
You may have hit on it. I think government control worries me the most.
In the US or everywhere?
Yeah, in the US, everywhere, where the government thinks it knows better for its people than the people do. I think the thing that gives me the best hope, though, is that now governments are going to have to compete with each other for us. If your government isn't doing a really good job, you can go down to Estonia and they've got a really awesome government there. If your government is, I mean, we're very mobile now. We can go, we can move, and we just carry these mobile phones with us and our computer. I mean, I can set up anywhere.
Yeah, this is actually a really good point. So if there's any government guys in the audience, I think that you just hit the nail on the head. I mean, the current generation, so the entrepreneurs you are kind of teaching in the heroes thing, I mean, those guys are going to go where they have the best possibilities to build the companies. And I'm also a great believer that the companies, no matter how evil they can be about making money for the owners and etc., they are the ones that are kind of turning the wheel right now and can do a lot of good. And every company today, I mean, you invested in Google, and let's talk about that in a while. Every company these days is founded by 2 or 3 or 1 spectacular individual, and that individual can freely move wherever he or she wants. And that is something that government in Finland at least doesn't get.
Okay, so I got a little, my mind just went black when you said that it's evil somehow for a business to think encourage to make money. I think if you're a business and you're not making money, that's a problem. If you are a nonprofit and you are not sustainable, you're just dragging on the heartstrings of rich people, you are not doing society a favor. When you are doing society a favor, it's when you are making enough money so that you've got real customers and they're willing to pay real money for your service, and it spreads all the way around the world because you've built this business. So as an entrepreneur, you have a responsibility to make as much money as you can so that you can spread your product as far around the world as you can. And those people who become super rich, they are awesome, and we should honor them.
Yeah, you are getting a lot of high fives. I don't know if you are realizing so. That went very well. So it was good. So that's like a good view. Hey, we actually have one investment in common. It's a company called Inivo that is doing waste management logistics. So basically telling when the bins need to be emptied so the trucks are not driving in vain around the areas. And then you invested in a company called Compology in the US as well. So tell me the story. You started when we met there down that you guys got really angry about me investing in your competitor, right? And then you were smiling and saying that you are totally cool with it, and I said that I'm as well. But tell me the story because it was interesting and it gets back to your Google story.
Yeah, so technology moves very quickly. So as a venture capitalist, if I invest in one company and I say, I'll never invest in anybody who's a competitor, I'll be out of business. We at Draper, Draper Associates, but also at DFJ, we backed 6 search engines. And I met the guys at Google on an airplane, and I brought that to my partnership, and I said, these guys are fantastic. We really should back them. My partner said, no, they're competitive. We've already got 6 search engines in the portfolio. They're directly competitive with one of our companies, and we should not back them. So we ended up not backing Google as a result of this competitive thing. So when I saw Enevo and I saw how exciting it was, I backed him. And then about 2 weeks later, just randomly, another entrepreneur came in with the same idea in the US, and although they're slightly different, they do go after the same market.
Yeah, that's right. Different segments, slightly differently. I agree.
And I backed him too. So I just want you to know, if I back you, I might be backing your competitor in a year or two because they may be moving ahead faster, whatever.
But their compology is not moving faster. So.
No, they're both rocking about the same thing. But I'll tell you one other thing that makes me feel good about this. Back in 1981, there were 3 software companies in the world, and they were considered directly competitive with one another. They are Microsoft, Lotus, Activision. Okay, they don't really compete. Microsoft actually did sort of rip Lotus's heart out at one point, but Activision is an entirely different game, business. So I kind of feel like you want to back people, and those people will take those businesses. If they see an interesting opportunity, they'll take those businesses in different directions, and everybody ends up winning, particularly the consumer.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, few technologies I want to, just if you give your quick comment, and some of these are really obvious, but I need to start from one of the things that you are very well known, so viral marketing today. Yeah. So the guys who, if there's still anybody who doesn't know, so Tim is claimed to be the inventor of viral marketing. So if you tell the story in a couple of minutes and tell, do you think that viral marketing is over right now? Because at least with the games companies, it's increasingly difficult to build viral on App Store because it's so cluttered already. So any comments, and tell us the story. Did you really invent it or not?
Yeah, I did. What happened was I backed Hotmail, and I was in the board meeting with Hotmail, and they said it's up and it was running, and then I said, well, how are you going to market it? And they said, well, we're going to put billboards up and TV ads and all sorts. He had big images of him, of Hotmail everywhere. And I said, well, we didn't give you very much money. I'm not sure how you're going to get any TV time with that. And then I said, can't you just get it out to this web thing? And the web was all just academics and military. And I said, can't you just put it on that internet? And they said, no, that would be spamming. Apparently there was already an anti-spamming law there. And, or at least a culture of anti-spamming. Yeah. And then I said, well, what if, okay, you guys have decided to give this software away for free. What if you put a little message at the bottom of everybody's screen? It says, P.S. I love you, get your free email at Hotmail. And they said they didn't like it. They thought it was a bad idea. And I kept pounding, and I said, well, can you do it? Is it physically possible to put something there? And I kept pushing and pushing and pushing. Finally, they said, okay, we'll do it, but no P.S. I love you. Just get your free email at Hotmail. Now, to this day, I think we'd have a much more peaceful and loving world if they'd kept P.S. I love you. But in any case,
viral marketing
in any case, that was the first of the viral marketing. Now, the way I came up with it, though, was that at Harvard Business School, I read a case on Tupperware, how the women would create, if you wanted to buy Tupperware, you had to create a party of Tupperware.
I know,
so
it's
you had
very
to
popular
sell it
in
to your
Finland.
friends, and then they had to sell it to their friends and their friends. And so I thought about Hotmail spreading that way. I'd send you an email, you'd send it to your friends, they'd send it to their friends. Pretty soon we've reached everybody in the world. And that's what happened. And Hotmail became, I guess there were 1 billion users of Hotmail at its peak. Now Gmail, similar thing, they've got several billion, I think. So we've really made it so that the whole world can communicate very well. And you asked whether viral marketing is dead. Well, now it's called growth hacking, or it's called, they got a lot of words for it, but the whole idea is make your customer your sales force. And if you can make your customer your sales force, you will build something of great value. As long as your customer's out there promoting you, it's better than you promoting it yourself. And the other piece that's happened because of a couple things, since we're all able to communicate everywhere around the world, we can force governments to compete with each other because our geographic borders have fallen. And distribution of a new idea or a new invention can spread around the world much faster than ever before. So I do recommend something I saw in the pitch sessions today, a lot of companies that were really focused just on the Finnish market, tiny market. This is a big world, and I highly recommend that if you've got something that works in Finland, that you spread it around the world because it's easy, distribution is commoditizing, it's going to be great.
That's like a really good piece of advice. Like, I highly recommend that you go outside of Finland with your business.
Right.
I'm just like so shocked. You made me, see black. That are there really companies who are considering Finland as their market? I mean.
Well, there were a few up there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the ones who are still like thinking that way, I think the borders have fallen, like you said. Hey, artificial intelligence. Are the machines gonna kill us?
I think the machines are going to help us. Here, somebody asked me, he said, it was a press person. First he asked me, how many years before you have self-driving cars out there? And I said, I don't know, 1 or 2. It shouldn't be too long. And then he said, how long before humans are no longer allowed to drive on the roads? And it started me thinking, I said 10 or 15, but it started me thinking that no, actually the robots are going to help us get around, move, whatever. And I think also artificial intelligence is going to help us take back our control of our healthcare. All that data is going to be up in the cloud. We're going to have much better intelligence on how to treat certain ailments. I think AI is going to permeate every part of society and just make it so that we're more effective at what we do. I mean, I'm going to use AI to evaluate companies. Although what I'm going to probably do is figure out, what works and then invest in things that just don't fall into any category at all.
Yeah. So how about then Mars? Do we need to inhabit Mars?
So, my 5th grade teacher, I was 10 years old, and she said, the world is going to come to an end in 10,000 years. And I went, what? and I don't know whether she's trying to freak us out or what, but it got me thinking that we really do need to go out and explore other territories as potential places to go inhabit. And we've made a couple of interesting investments in SpaceX and in Planet Labs, the satellite company, and we're just really pushing space. There's another one that's actually going to be ion drives. If you guys have ever seen Star Trek, I mean, they're creating ion drives, and they said we're the great hope at getting us all to Alpha Centauri, the planets around Alpha Centauri. So. I actually do believe that we need to explore space and move out there and try. And when somebody says, Elon Musk is one of the great entrepreneurs of the world, and one of the reasons is he says, we're going to Mars. And 95% of the people think, oh, he's crazy. And then the other 5% think, how are we going to help him get us to Mars? And the best engineers in the world and the best cleverest biologists, and they all want to join him. And so having big aspirations like that is really good for entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I totally agree. I have this theory that the probability of success is constant in your company. So it means that even if you aim like a super high that's going to attract like a best engineers, best investors, best talent. So your probability is the same if you aim low, because then you get like a B or C or D level kind of a people to work on it. So
it's very interesting. We used to, at DFJ, and one of the reasons that I started working at Draper Associates doing my own investing was we would sit around the table with 12 very, very smart people, and if they all agreed, then we'd all fund it.
Yeah.
But likely that meant the business is too late, because if everybody thinks this is a good idea, then it's too late. We were always the most successful if one or two people were really passionate about it, and then the others were just kind of maybe passionately against it.
Yeah.
It turns out that the best measure of potential success was the decibel level in the room when we were discussing it.
So that's actually right. I mean, there's a lot of VCs and investors who are making this consensus decision. So you get these 12 partners, and you only invest if everybody agrees. And I'm on your camp in this. It's more about that if somebody who has a track record and good brain and is passionate about something, even if the rest 11 disagree, I mean, it's probably a shot to be taken.
Yeah, and you take it. We're lucky because we're in a business where we can be wrong more than we're right.
Yeah, that's right.
And still, we get to keep being in the business.
So how about artificial, augmented reality or virtual reality? Which one is going to be bigger?
Well, I think ultimately it will be an AR, VR device.
Yeah.
So you'll start with AR and you'll go around your day and you'll say, oh, hi, Timo. And then up on my device, it'll be going, oh, and your wife, Gertrude, and your children, good to know. And all of the tips will be here. It won't be in my brain. And you'll think, oh, what a nice guy. He knows my family.
Yeah.
And so,
what a scary guy. He has taken, he knows my family.
That's right. Or either way. But in business, you'll be doing the same thing. You'll say, oh, this is this person, and this is what they're doing. And then you can kind of like just move your hand or something, and then you can bring up their annual budget and their business model and whatever else, a description of their business, whatever, and you can read that. You can also sort of, as you're driving, potentially be entertained, even if you're not, but you should keep your eyes on the road. But then I think you will flip into VR maybe when the day is done and you're saying, hey, I just want to relax. You'll go into another world. Maybe it'll be your way of getting exercise. It'll be your way of seeing another world. By the way, if you haven't tried VR, wow. Try it.
You need to try it.
It is crazy fun. It's just amazing. And so many things are going to happen with it. It'll change education. It'll change your travel. You will actually VR travel, I think. It'll change your perspective on the space, whatever. My son started something called Boost.vc, and it's like the leading accelerator for VR and AR.
Yeah.
He also does Bitcoin and blockchain. But if you're in that field, it's a good idea to apply to that because you'll be with 20 or 30 other people who are all working on it together, or working on it separately, but you'll have all of those contacts together, and you kind of live and breathe with them for about 3 months. It's actually a great program.
Yeah. So, there's so many opportunities right now. You said that back in the 80s, there were 3 software companies, and when you listen, some people, they thought that, hey, when the PC was invented, that it's kind of over, so the opportunities, and we have already listed few, and how about then the health and computation, or computer science, kind of at that intersection? How do you see that? What's your opinion? There's too many things to invest already, even in this short fireside.
The healthcare world, I think, is really going through some major changes, and it's going to have resistance. And I'll tell you how this works. If you have something really extraordinary and you break into an industry, you are going to really affect that industry, and that industry is going to fight back. And you've got to be prepared for that, and you've got to overcome it and then become a big business. So I'll give you my example here. Well, first, just to give you examples, Napster got attacked by the music industry. Uber got attacked by the cabs. Skype was attacked by the long-distance carriers. Tesla was attacked by the big three auto companies. Anyway, we have a company that we invested in. This woman came to me. She said she was 19 years old. She said, "I'm going to change healthcare as we know it." It was called Theranos, and she takes 2 drops of blood, runs it through a microfluidic chamber, runs 50 blood tests for you, so that you don't get the vampires taking your blood like for every test. And then she takes that data from that microfluidic chamber, puts it up into the cloud, so that you can compare it last year to this year to next year. You can compare how your blood is changing. But then you can apply that you can add it to your DNA test with 23andMe, or you can add it to your Fitbit or to your Body Bug. And then suddenly a real profile starts to come as a healthcare profile. And then with that healthcare profile, I believe that you will be able to tell the doctor more about what you have than the doctor will know, or the doctor will be able to look at that profile and say, "Oh, we can't give you penicillin, we give you this other antibiotic," or "You should only be, using probiotics while you're feeling healthy because no antibiotic works for you," or something like that. So I think healthcare is changing in a big way, and it's going to be very much data-oriented, big data-oriented, and statisticians will do well in that world.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you look at healthcare today, for example, all the research is done in a way that you have a super highly controlled small samples. And I also believe that it's going to be like still high quality, but more loosely controlled big data. And it's a really big change. I mean, wherever I go and talk to these healthcare leaders, they are just like saying that, "No, Timo, that's not going to happen." Yeah. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's going to happen." Because the data is going to be so much more powerful, and we are going to accumulate it so much faster. I mean, I'm investing in biotech as well, and it kind of takes 4 years to set up a phase 1 trial to test if something is not toxic. And that's like kind of there's a lot of regulation,
So that's good. That connects me with the rest of this Theranos story, because what's happened with Theranos is the incumbents have come after them with everything they have. Lawsuits. They somehow got some writer for the Wall Street Journal to just continually pound on Theranos. And then they've got the government now going and inspecting everything they do in their labs, which is amazing because the other people who take your blood are not even FDA approved. So it's sort of like the gang has decided that this is threatening to their world, and they're going to come after it with everything they've got. But eventually, it changes. The world changes, and people have to adapt. But think about healthcare. The AMA, all the doctors don't necessarily like this because they lose their power over the patient. The drug companies, they don't like this. They like the relationship they have with the government, because that FDA approval takes so long and is so painful and so expensive that only big pharma can make a drug go all the way through it. And then government, the NIH and all of that is totally going to have to change, because they've got to think in terms of like big data rather than these guys with their beakers and trying to, see what chemicals work. Because we have a company that can actually take the molecule that is the disease, and then they can run all these simulations, and they can be better predictors of efficacy and safety than the FDA. So things are going to start to change in a big way in healthcare, and the powers that be are going to fight it to the death, but they are going to eventually have to adapt or die.
Yeah. So, hey, we have covered some of these like usual suspects, and this has been like really love your answers because they are so, hitting the nail on the head. But how do you find areas that are not on the press, that are not on the Wall Street Journal? So how do you kind of get back to your Hotmail kind of a thing in a way that the internet was for academics? And I mean, in the 80s, even 90s, I mean, if you say that it's the main driver of, economic growth, people would be thinking that you are crazy. So it's for academia and it's for military. So what's next? So how do you find this? I mean, do you go to campuses and look what the nerds do, or?
Yeah, I come here. I travel all over the world, look for business plan competitions. I try to see what kind of things are happening in various cultures, see if things are relevant to various markets that people may not have seen. And then at Draper University, I attract people who have a real spark for something, and then we train them in a new way. Most schools are really for people to take down notes and make sure that they don't make any mistakes. But it turns out all the greatest discoveries in the world have happened by mistake. Electricity, penicillin, Velcro, Hotmail, all these things happen because weird things came together. So at Draper University, we honor failure. We honor extraordinary behavior and failure. And
so give me an example of extraordinary behavior. So what does it mean in practice? So what's the most extraordinary behavior?
So what's good about
that has turned into success that you have seen, or kind of emerging?
Oh, the successes are coming.
Yeah. But I mean
we're,
something
we're
where you
still
see
a pretty
that
young school, but we have now. I'll just give you a little bit of the background. We have now had about 500 or 600 students that have come through, and they've started 240 different companies. They've come from 70 different countries, and so there's lots of that kind of interesting cultural interaction that goes on. And then when they're there, everything's team-based. So when people go to Draper University, they're not looking out as much for themselves as they are for their team of 5 people. That team of 5 people, they have to kind of live and die by. They're stuck with them, and people will drag other people along depending on what the challenge is. But we'll have these challenges like a Rube Goldberg experiment where you try to do something very simple with the most complicated device you possibly can to make that one thing happen, or we'll have people have to land an egg on the 3rd floor, or we have robot wars. And the building itself is solid concrete, so it's very unlikely for anything to be really disastrous, but we do make you sign your life away to come, because where all schools are always working on your safety and security, we're actually proud to say that we're a dangerous school. And I encourage you to think, are you willing to be in a dangerous school? Weird things will happen here, and I'm hoping that that the explosions aren't big enough to blow up the entire building. But we really are trying to get people to try things they never would try before, but then we ask them to clean up afterwards. So some of the companies that have come out of there, 2 have recently made it through FDA approval. A woman has a device. In order to test her ovary, which was inflated ovary, I guess, they needed to destroy her ovary to see whether she had cancer in her ovary. So she created a device that was very ultra thin and with a fiber line that goes up into the fallopian tube and does not damage the fallopian tube. And she just got FDA approval for it. So that's sort of pretty awesome. Another woman noticed that in China they have this feeling like there's no one to talk to about their emotional problems. And so she ended up connecting all of the people with emotional problems to all of the professionals in China, and that company has done very well. And those both came out of some real boldness that came from being at Draper University.
Yeah.
Neither of those companies would have been started if they hadn't gone through our process.
So where do you find the teachers? I need to ask, because do you train the teachers, or you handpick them, or do they apply for you, or
so that's
you
great.
pick the first 2 and they grew the next 4? Or?
Okay, so again, this is one of those reasons why we're not accredited, because accredited schools always have to teach history, and so we teach future instead. And accredited schools have to have 3 full-time tenured professors. We instead have 50 speakers that come through and tell their experience or what they're really good at. But our teachers have been like Elon Musk brought all our students over to see the S-car be launched, and he gave them some of the best advice ever. And that was, somebody asked, well, Mr. Musk, what if I want to be an entrepreneur? What do you recommend? And he looks at her, he's sweating, he's thinking, oh my God, I got this big launch. I can't believe what I've done. It's unbelievable. He goes, don't do it. And he said, basically, that's the best advice I can give you, because if I tell you don't do it and you still want to do it, you're an entrepreneur. You're in there for the game. Anyway, we've had the founders of Uber and Airbnb and Solar City and Zappos, and they come through as founders, and then we have specific experts coming through.
Yeah.
So what we're not doing is having people read about what somebody wrote, about what they heard from somebody who heard from somebody who did it. We're hearing from the person who did it.
Great. Hey, this has been like a super pleasure. Now you have a final word. If you can send greetings back home or to your wife or anything you want. So what would be your advice to everybody in the audience, in addition to don't do it?
Okay, so don't do it. If you still want to do it, then I would recommend a couple of things. One is be bold.
So be bold. Don't do it, and be bold when you're still doing it.
Anything is possible. So anything you can imagine can happen. Now, I'm old enough to know, having grown up looking at Star Trek and thinking that all of that was science fiction, I'm old enough to know that most of that stuff has happened. It's just freaky. So anything you can imagine can happen. And for Europeans, I think anything is possible. And if anybody uses the word impossible, or let's be reasonable, or realistic, call them on it. Get rid of those words. Those words aren't good for you. They aren't good for society. Think in terms of ideas, passions, imagination. Get those things going, because if you can imagine it, you can eventually get there. It'll take your lifetime, but you can get there. So imagine it and don't let anybody stop you. And then the other piece is make money and be proud of it.
Thanks, great advice.
All right, good timing.
This was great, thanks.
That was great, it was fun. I like standing. I think that was better.
Okay, hello everybody. The next speakers will be welcoming onto the stage this afternoon are Bjorn Stray from North Zone and Petri Järviletto from Seriously. Bjorn Stray co-founded North Zone in 1996. His primary area of focus are e-commerce, consumer internet, infrastructure, and SaaS, and he spearheads the firm's efforts in e-recruitment, gaming, and telecom services. His portfolio includes, in addition, of course, to Seriously, Behaviosec, Suponor, iZettle, Brave New Talent, Boom Lagoon, Track ID, and PlayRaven. Petri Järviletto is the Chief Creative Officer and co-founder at Seriously. With a 20-year track record in the games industry, Järviletto has been in key roles in companies like Rovio and Remedy. Seriously is one of the hottest gaming startups in the world, with offices in both Helsinki and Los Angeles. Please join me in welcoming both Bjorn and Petri to the stage. Thank you.
So
Since it's a fireside chat, we've decided we'll sit rather than stand. We'll see how that goes. Petri, Seriously is now one of the companies in Finland that has, some serious traction in a segment which arguably, is difficult to break through in. Can you talk a little bit about, when you started the company and how you kind of thought out its foundation, particularly with relation to where you're coming from, you and Andrew, with a background from Rovio?
So when we were starting out with Seriously, we started with the idea that if you look at mobile gaming today, a single game can reach more than 100 million daily actives. And that type of reach is unprecedented in any form of media. And therefore, we think that some of the biggest entertainment brands of the future are going to be created on mobile platforms first. And having that very clear, very singular vision, this is what we do. We build IP on mobile platforms, has been incredibly valuable for us. It has literally been the one North Star that the entire company can follow. And that's made it really, really fast and rapid to get off the ground and start building great products. If I'm looking at the key learnings from my time at Rovio, I think it was completely incredible to see the strength of the brand that we had with Angry Birds, how incredible opportunities it created, being able to leverage the strength of the IP. So that's definitely one very central learning there. In addition, it was incredible experience in hypergrowth, in how do you scale things up more fast than any of us could really imagine at the time even. So exciting time, definitely.
And when you say IP, what specifically do you mean?
When we talk about IP, we mean the entire world, the characters, the intellectual property. If you look at our first game, Best Fiends, where after a great start we have more than 37 million downloads, and the game is driving very healthy revenue. But what you're actually seeing in the game is only a small slice of the world, only a small part of the characters, of the context, the comedy, the conflict that we built for the intellectual property. And that gives us a foundation that we can build on going forward.
And in that context, how do you think that Seriously distinguishes itself compared to the enormous competition out there?
So, in general, mobile is, as pretty much everyone knows, massively difficult market. It's highly competitive. Every single day, there's more than 700 games released on iOS alone. So the amount of competition is stunning. Yeah. At the same time, being able to differentiate, being able to find our own way of marketing the title has been very crucial. Typical way of thinking about mobile market is that you have your performance marketing, your user acquisition channels. You go, if your CPI is lower than your LTV, then you start scaling up your UA, and that's what many of the biggest companies do, whether it's King or Machine Zone or Supercells of the world. And for us, trying to compete with those companies would have been suicide, basically. We would have absolutely lost that competition. So when we were starting up, we asked our friends, asked other companies, what's not working for you? And quite often they would respond with, YouTube is not working. We can get influencers going, but we don't know how to do that or how to leverage that. So we decided to focus on that. And we've been extremely successful in the influencer marketing and building up traction on channels that most people haven't been previously using.
Can you talk some more about that? Because I think what's astonished us as investors is exactly kind of how you approach the marketing and the creative way that you have executed.
Definitely. So we had the idea that we consider user acquisition as the defensive play, if you will. It's our way of sustaining anything else we do, but we're not going to win on user acquisition. And then creative marketing for us was a place where we saw the opportunity to win and win big. So the problem with creative marketing is that you actually then have to be really, really good at it. You have to really work at it. You have to continuously learn and improve. But we've worked with some of the world's biggest influencers, whether it's Ellen DeGeneres, who featured Best Fiends on her show, or Ariana Grande in the US, or PewDiePie, or Markiplier, or Rosanna Pansino, or kind of most of the world's biggest YouTubers are people that we've worked with during all this time, and it's been a great experience.
Can you kind of reveal some numbers, or is that secret in terms of what you achieve on user acquisition?
Well, if I'm looking at the impact of influencer marketing, we've been #1 overall, most downloaded app in France, in Germany. We just recently made it to top 15 overall in the US, and we're very happy with the traction we're seeing.
And can you if you can share something about the user acquisition cost, just to kind of set the effect on creating marketing in context?
For us, the acquisition cost is much lower. We would not, first of all, we would not be able to acquire this many users at this level of volume that we're able to drive. And I think when we have a successful campaign, the actual cost of the acquisition is probably like 25% of what performance marketing cost would be. The problem is that these are things that are hard to replicate. Every time we do a campaign, we actually have to build an intriguing proposition for the YouTubers. We have to find something, a new, completely awesome, fresh angle for them to do their shows on, and that's something we keep getting better and better. And it's also something that we're building more mechanics into the game so that we can get the YouTubers integrated. The best experiences we always have are when the marketing, the game, and the YouTubers are all integrated, whether it's having them, paint Easter eggs, and then we're hiding those eggs into the game, and then they can do a special feature on their channel about that, or whether it's a new twist on how we integrate Mother's Day into the game, or something similar.
If you compare, how the company has developed and how you see the situation at present with your expectation when you founded the company, what's surprised you about the development that you've gone through?
What surprised me I think the biggest surprise, even though you're expecting it, is how fast the market keeps changing and evolving. It's games in general never stay still. Every 5 years there's a big transition. But if you look at the past 5 years on mobile, like 5 years ago, if you had a great game, that was enough. You could differentiate with that. 3 years ago, everyone else started having great games too, so you needed to have a great game and great marketing to be able to cut through. And nowadays, everyone else is starting to have great games and great marketing, so now you need to also have a great amount of capital behind you. And it's really intriguing to see where this goes next.
Yeah. And if you were to look into the crystal ball, what do you think, the main challenges ahead are for Seriously?
Bigger challenges for us, probably the same challenges everyone else is having on kind of, I think we've been very successful with cutting through, but actually getting over 30 million is something that we view as a pretty significant milestone. It's pretty easy in free-to-play to get the initial traction, but being able to sustain that year from year is quite rare. There isn't many companies that are able to do that. And I think for us, it's how do we take this to the entire next level? We're in a great place now, but we have to scale this up fast. We have to keep pushing, and ultimately, in mobile, securing, the higher you go, the more that success starts feeding more success. So now it's really like we have to push to a completely different level from where we are now.
And your strategy has been to launch games into the IP, you know, the world that you've created with Best Fiends. And you had one very successful game, and you've launched a second. Can you talk a little bit about, you know, the plans going forward?
Definitely. So we started planning out Best Fiends as a property so that we had 3 different gameplay patterns that we designed the IP for. And the first one is now out there, and it's doing really well. The second one slated during the second half of the year, and we're also very far with the third game, which is launching by the end of the year or late this year. And for us, it's pretty much as exciting time as it can get. And only once we start having several titles out there, then the real value of the IP starts becoming real. So far, the audience out there has only seen this thin slice, and we get to introduce much more about the world to them. It's also, in mobile, this is the first time that we're starting to be able to have network effect. We have a highly engaged audience that's really enjoying the first game. Once we get the second and third game out there, we can tell them the great news about new options to download even more Best Fiends entertainment. And on many levels, it feels like we've done so much work that's not really even kind of the payoff from that work is just going to materialize now going forward. So we're very excited with that.
And how do you go about kind of choosing what the next game shall be?
We wanted to have several different gameplay patterns. We wanted to pick. Our next game is built into a clicker genre, and it was an upcoming genre that nobody really owns on mobile. So we felt that it's a great opportunity for us to establish a completely new type of take on the genre and hopefully establish a genre leader, and that's exciting.
And obviously, you know, mobile has been an awesome platform for gaming. Do you think about, you know, what next platforms can be and how you position towards that?
Well, we've already released Best Fiends as we were there for the Apple Watch launch back in the day. We're constantly looking at new platforms. The one thing, I mean, currently we're 100% focused on mobile, and that's where we see the big opportunity. But at the same time, again, games never stay still. There's going to be new platforms. There's going to be new opportunities. Right now, if I'm looking at wearables, that's probably going to stick around and become bigger and bigger and bigger every year. VR is very interesting. It feels to me that it's a bit too early on that. The devices need to get much more convenient before there's proper chances of mass market adoption. I'm actually thinking AR, augmented reality, can be really, really big if the devices, once the devices get down to this level of form size, then AR is a wonderful opportunity as well. So we're playing around with all of these devices at the office, whether it's any type of wearable or Google Glass or VR headsets. We constantly work hard to stay current on those and see what the options and possibilities are on new platforms.
And where do you think Seriously is in, say, 5 years?
We're working really hard towards establishing the company as one of the leaders in being able to build IP on mobile platforms and then building that up. For us, one source of inspiration is Pixar of mobile. We want to create that level of polished experiences on mobile platforms, and now we've kind of proven that we can actually ship a great game on mobile very successfully. The next step is showing that we can do it repeatedly again with the following games. And then after that, the next big challenge for us is building up our second IP. But we'll talk about that a little later.
Can you talk a little bit about developing a gaming company in Finland?
Finland is awesome. It's the world's mobile gaming capital of the world. The amount of expertise over here is incredible. There's many, if not most, of the world's biggest games are made here. And we have an incredible community over here. So we all stay in touch. Everyone knows everyone else. We're all good friends, and everyone's rooting for their buddies to break it out big and hit it out of the park.
Okay, our timing is coming towards an end. So let me ask you, what keeps you awake at night?
I think the answer to that is impatience. I'm dying to fast forward 6 months forward and see where we are at that point.
Super. Any questions that you would like to ask me as the last one?
One thing that could be interesting in general, like from Nordzone's point of view, we spent quite a bit of time talking with you. And what got you interested in seriously? Why did you guys invest in us?
It's a combination of things. We believe, we strongly invest in teams, and clearly you and Andrew made a strong impression with your OVO background and also your approach to gaming, which we found unique. Putting IP in the center. We've got various gaming companies that we've invested in, all of them with different angles, and I think your very particular development of the character and the IP and the creative marketing, that's what intrigued us. And then, as you recall, we got in touch with you long before we invested, and you and Andrew showed us plans, met us again 9 months later, and what actually had happened was pretty close to what you had presented to us, and that creates comfort and credibility. And then, the timing was right for us to sit down and make a deal, which we're very happy we did, because seriously, has been a fantastic performer.
Excellent. Great. Excellent. Thank you.
Mic on. Is this on? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes, there we go. Thank you, Bjorn and Petri. Our next speaker is a good friend of mine, Erja Retsen from NASDAQ, and she's going to talk to us about raising capital and visibility for growth. Erja is a managing director at NASDAQ Nordic Global Listing Services, and she works closely with existing and future issuers listed on NASDAQ Nordic. And she specializes in the mining and gaming sectors, as well as in the startup and the growth community scene. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Erja.
Thanks, and great to see you after so many years. It was a surprise. So good afternoon also on my behalf. My task is in a way to guide you through what has happening on listing scenery lately. And to start with, you see the pictures? Yeah. So a couple of slides about NASDAQ. You all know us from being a trading venue or listing venue, but we are more than that. For example, did you know that already over 80 exchanges all over the world are run by NASDAQ technology? So it means our systems are operating other exchanges and clearinghouses. Then we have data products, indices, different kind of services for listed and non-listed companies, which help them to perform in a better way and to be also a better corporate citizen. But this is what we are mostly known here in the Nordics and in Europe. So we have exchanges, all the little Baltic exchanges, plus Finland, Sweden, Denmark and Iceland on the Nordic countries. We are still missing Oslo, but hopefully we can one day welcome also Oslo to the NASDAQ family. There are more than 800 companies listed on our venues here in the Northern Europe. and the market cap is over 1,000 billion euros. And there are also more than 150 companies based here in Europe or in Israel that are listed actually on Nasdaq US. So we are leader on global listings. In US, there is, of course, a fierce fight with New York Stock Exchange, and we are ahead of New York. 73% of the IPOs came to Nasdaq last year, and we are also very successful in getting switches. So there is two types of competition in US. We are fighting for the fresh souls, and then also those who are listed already on some other venue, and we try to get them on board to make a switch to ours. And we have also been very successful there. So, for example, in the past years, Mattel, so Barbie girl, moved to Nasdaq, and DreamWorks, the production company, you know from the movies, and some other examples. And here in the Nordics, here in Europe, as said, we have the Nordic and Baltic venues, and last year was a record year. And there are already more than 200 companies listed on First North, which is our growth market. And you probably recognize some of the brands which are on our different venues listed. So this is what Nasdaq is known in US, tech companies, biotech. Those are the mainstreams nowadays, companies entering the public markets. When it comes to number of companies, total market value, or even analyst recommendations and analyst coverage, US really rocks on tech side. But here in the Nordics, we had a record year last year, 99 new listings. It was the highest number in our history on an annual level, and also it was the highest number in Europe. It is a kind of a well-kept secret, but now it means that also other countries, other companies have noticed that there is something happening up in the north, in Sweden and in Finland. And we get inquiries from Singapore, Canada, US, Austria, Germany, just name it. All these companies, they want to come and get listed on one of the Nordic marketplaces. So main market, 28 plus 8. 8 means that there was 8 moves from the growth market First North to the main market. And then First North, we had 63 new companies. Top sectors, financial, industrials, and healthcare. But there are so many different sectors represented on this group of companies. You really can't say, I mean, of course, in many cases, entrepreneurs, they ask us, what kind of revenue should we have? How many employees do you think we should have? How long history we need in order to get to markets? There is no clear answer. It really depends on the story. You have to be a storyteller, but you also have to stick into the truth. You have to be bold. You have to be, your company has to set goals, not just, well, in 5 next years we will grow 4%. Do investors love that? No. You have to be very brave when giving the estimates. And then also have the courage to be that we will be stronger, we will be bigger, we go to be more international. So last year on our Nordic and Baltic exchanges, these companies, these new companies, they raised 6.5 billion euros. And that number doesn't include the share issues already listed companies have done. And this year we have had already about roughly 30 companies in total. And as said about the sectors, there are so many sectors represented and also companies of different sizes on different stage of their development and all that. But I think one funny example is, for example, the First North company that got listed in Lithuania. It is the first and only crematorium in Lithuania, and it got listed on our growth market. So if we want to have more perspective to this one, we were, according to these statistics, we were number 2 right after London. But some of the smallest IPOs we had last year, they are not counted here. And also the switches from First North to main board, they are not included. But when it comes to number of new companies, Nasdaq Nordic really has made some waves on a global level. And capital raised, we are there on 5th position, not bad. But this, of course, shows that many of our companies that got listed, they got listed on the First North. So they were growth companies like you. I mean, the qualifications or the requirements are not so high that you have to have like 50 million euro revenue and anything like that. And if we compare First North, the growth market, to London's growth market AIM, last year was really a success year for us. We have beaten AIM, and when it comes to number of companies, we were bigger, and also when it comes to capital raised, we were on 1st position. So this really has shown good remarks on the capital markets here and there, and also companies have noticed this, and investors and owners. And that's why we kept getting calls and inquiries also outside the Nordics. Just a curiosity, here are the listings we have had this year in Finland, just to show you that different kinds of companies from different sectors. There's transportation, property management, a bank, IT company, construction company, retail company, and also, again, IT company. And companies of different sizes. I mean, just 8 employees, net sales 3.8 million, and the largest is 7.55 million euros. But they all want to grow. And here are some remarks how these two markets actually differ. So when it comes to First North, you don't have to do IFRS. You don't have to do prospectus approved by FSA if you are raising less than 5 million euros. It's really, you have a business plan, you have a solid processes, you have governance in place, there's everything in order. So then you are basically ready for the First North. But of course, the other side of the coin is really that, are the investors interested in your company? That's the key question. So the bar to enter the market is not high, but of course you have to have a strong story, you have to believe what you do, and then also show it to the investors. In the past years, Nasdaq has also concentrated some of the activities to non-listed companies. We are working actively on private company scenery. And of course, the aim is to support these companies to grow and get bigger, to be more international, and find new investor groups, and also be a better corporate citizens. And why not? From private to public, and then being a public company, you always need support. And that's what we are willing to do. Many of you might think, why to list, why the bother? I mean, really, all that documentation, regulations, it's a burden. We will die. There's no innovation left. But if you ask the companies that have been listed on the recent years, they don't regret. They are more than happy. It seems it helps them to stand out from the crowd when they are, especially on international arena, and then it gives them more muscles, more body to meet the challenges they are facing. Companies say that it is a quality stamp to be listed, and especially in Asia and in US, it is a big bonus when you can have in all your documents, this and this company is listed on Nasdaq First North. Then the investors know that, hey, there is transparency. We know this company won't vanish just like that. It might be a gateway to new markets, entering new sectors. And of course, if your aim is to make acquisitions, become bigger by buying out your competitors, listing gives you the first round, IPO, then you get the first financing, and then when something interesting comes along, you can again have a share issue and raise capital from the markets. So in that way, we are like crowdfunding. We have been the crowdfunding place in Finland over 100 years, and we will be here 100 more. Visibility, you can't deny that when you get listed, you will get more visibility, in good and in bad. And many of the companies, they say that after the listing, they have got better recruitments. And also when they announce, for example, that our CFO is going to move away, they will get immediately 10 top candidates sending open applications to the company. And it's like pick and choose. You don't have to have a recruitment process. You have all the big names queuing for your company. So many reasons, but mostly be bigger, grow, and step out from your home base. So we can skip this one, but of course, we as NASDAQ, we want to support our issuers. It is not just like when the companies come in, we have the first trading day ceremony, we ring the bell, have the champagne, and then it's bye-bye, see you in 5 years. No, we want to support the companies, I mean, really hold the hand and matchmake the company with new investors, new pool of capital. And there are different ways to do so. We organize investor events. There are news articles and events where the companies can speak up and all that. Our corporate solutions give new possibilities how to be more effective in daily work, and also ongoing support. Whenever there is a chance, we will push the companies to the podium, especially in US, where we have the market site in the middle of Times Square. And here in Finland, it is a bit smaller scale, but we try our best. So there we use social media. There are also the ceremonies. We have the tower pictures and all kinds of events here and there where companies, issuers can mingle with other interest groups. And of course, we also participate competitions where our issuers might be the winners of certain series, and then also the exchange and the company gets European attention. But I think the key question is here, what do you want to do? Do you want to be displayed up there? If you say yes, NASDAQ and our teams here in the Nordics and in US, we are more than happy to help you. So thank you for your attention. See you in the listings.
Thank you, Erja. That was fantastic. Lots of opportunity on NASDAQ. Now we're going to take a short break, 25 minutes, so you have a chance to go and get some coffee, maybe get a little snack. I think they're still serving some food until 3 o'clock if there's some left. And then we'll be joined back here on stage at 14:40 for a Silicon Valley fireside chat with Robert Polak from SV Angel and Alda Lou Dennis from 137 Ventures. So please come back and join us in 25 minutes.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you have a good break. We are going to start soon in 5 minutes. Silicon Valley Fireside Chat with Robert Pollack and Elda Dennis. So grab your seat here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Are we awake out there? Hello, Helsinki. We're getting ready to start our next session. It'll be a fireside chat this afternoon, Silicon Valley Fireside Chat with Robert Pollack from SV Angel and Alda Dennis from 137 Ventures. We can go ahead and sit, yeah. So please welcome to join us on the main stage for the discussion. So I think it'd be great to start with a quick overview of your firms and your focus. I know we've had a chat, but just to let everyone know kind of the angle you're coming from. And
Sure. So 137 Ventures is a San Francisco-based fund. We're on our third fund, which is a $200 million fund that we closed late last year. We invest primarily in growth stage companies. So we also do some secondary investment as well as primary investment.
So I work at SV Angel. We're an angel fund focused on early stage consumer internet software companies. So the firm was started by Ron Conway. And as a fund, we tend to invest pretty frequently. We do about 65 to 70 deals a year, but bright, smaller check sizes.
We had a short chat. Is this on? We had a short chat earlier this afternoon about some of the things you look for when you're going to do investments. And I thought this was really interesting to kind of open that up a little bit for the audience here, because I know we have a room full of startups who are looking to get investments. A lot of them are interested in the US market. I know, Robert, you and I had chatted a little bit about 4 criteria you have, and I'd love for you to open that up a little bit and then for us to have some responses from Alda as well.
Yeah, sure. So what we talked about is, I guess it's more our internal process. And we kind of look at kind of 4 key pillars or areas at deals. So to kind of start, I think as a fund, all of our deals kind of come in through referral sources. So for us, that referral source is like that first kind of filter and that first kind of area where we look at in terms of companies and things like that. So if you think about us as a firm, between Ron Conway and SV Angel together, we've probably invested in close to 900 companies over the last 20 years. Take that times 2 founders, that's 1,800 founders alone from a kind of founder referral network sending us deals. So when we evaluate things, it's that referral and that kind of warm introduction to a founder that's kind of really important for us kind of as a first filter. From there, kind of the other 3 things that we talked about was team being super important. And then there's various kind of things within that. We don't lead rounds. Like I said, our check sizes are pretty small, relatively speaking. On average, you're somewhere between kind of 100 to 300K. And so for us, really important is this strategic syndicate, kind of that the other investors that kind of are along with the round. And then last, kind of the space, right? I mean, we always kind of still invest kind of in kind of high growth areas and things that are exciting.
Sure. So my fund has a slightly later stage focus. We're looking for companies that are have already found product market fit, are growing rapidly, and are already generating revenue. And those are sort of necessary but not sufficient criteria. I think the most important criteria is that the company has this sort of intangible quality of getting necessarily better as it gets bigger. And so you see that dynamic with companies that have a marketplace dynamic, a network effect, data asymmetry. Sort of the typical consumer example there is Google. You know, the more people that use it, the better the click-through information is there, or even just an economy of scale. And so that can apply to a broad range of businesses that sort of, you know, as they get bigger, their cost of capital goes down, and their cost of production goes down. And so, you know, beyond just sort of being at the right stage, we also want that quality where if we're wrong about the founding team, it doesn't really quite matter as much, because as long as we're right about the growth, that company is necessarily going to be getting better just by virtue of the fact that it's continuing to grow and stick around.
And I think it's really interesting because you think about someone coming from Finland and looking into getting an investment in the Silicon Valley in particular. It feels like it's this huge space. There's a lot of ground to cover. It can feel like a bit of a mystery. And you both talked about the importance of referrals when a company approaches and you even begin to look at it. How does someone from Finland or anywhere in the Nordics, how do they then begin to build relationships so that they would be in a position to get a referral from someone who knows you? It can feel like a long stretch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way, and I do want to kind of preface one thing just to be clear. I mean, as a fund, we're focused entirely kind of on the U.S. investments and things like that. But I do think great companies are being started everywhere, and so seeing that, I mean, for us, I think one, it's just being relentless, right? And that's a huge characteristic that you're looking for in a founder anyway, one that's building a company and just really kind of trying to open up doors and break those connections. I mean, for us, it's our job to be out there and to be public and to be available, and so it's not, I think, that difficult to, in some cases, just find an introduction, right?
Sure, and I think, part of it is sort of why we've come out, all the way out here is because we want to start to follow companies early, and to start to track who the founders and the entrepreneurs are and the areas that people are focusing on, to build that relationship. And I think, part of it is when the company here is at the point where they might raise capital from Silicon Valley, coming out there and asking everyone that you talk to for introductions. And I think you'll find that everyone is very, very generous with introductions if they've been able to meet you, whether it's at an event or at a bar or anything, just sort of talking to folks, because most people are in the same business or know people that are in the business. And it is sort of being, having that hustle, that sort of relentlessness in terms of sort of getting out there and shaking hands.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think the group that I've seen do probably the best job in the Valley is Seed Camp, at least at the early stage, in terms of on a continuous basis kind of bringing a handful of companies out and trying to get them in front of as many kind of early stage investors and in some capacity, a few times a year even. I think they've just done a really good job of from Europe trying to create a presence and an awareness of their companies kind of there.
Definitely, and I think you both alluded to be brave, be bold, be early, and I think this also leads into this conversation of when do you begin to start trying to get an attention from an investor, and it's not when you need the money, like, oh my goodness, I need to close in 6 months. It's when do you start building a relationship? How early does that begin? And I think that's something we talked about as well. Is you have to start greasing the wheel, greasing the skids a lot earlier than that, because desperation doesn't look good, and also it takes a lot longer than you may think, I would say.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think the other area I think is really important to discuss as well is you both touched on the idea of team, and the idea of a relentless founder. But it's the founder is one piece, and I'd like to go into that first, but then follow on that. Is it just a single founder? Is that the best way to build a company? When does it make sense to bring on a co-founder? When does it make sense to bring on a co-founding team? What's your experience in those areas?
Sure. I mean, I think I personally have a bias towards a smaller founder team. 1 or 2 individuals. Obviously, it's important to have someone in our industry who's a technical co-founder, and that's sort of the crux of the team. And once you get the product built, you can start to worry about distribution and marketing and business development. But obviously, you have to start with a compelling product that's solving a problem that is widespread and so I think. The founding team is obviously important, and once you figure out and find that product market fit, I think that's the time that you would want to expand the team into a broader sort of non-technical group.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alda nailed it. For us, I think a big key in a company is having that kind of technical background, because especially depending upon the company, it matters a little bit more or less, but it's really something kind of we look for. And if not, you have to have some ability to attract talent and technical people and things like that. I think in terms of like size, it's tough because we're investors in Airbnb, and if you look at the 3 founders there, I think it's rare that you have 3 co-founders that are all equally like talented and able to work together. And Brian's grown into being the kind of the CEO there, but kind of Nate is kind of the CTO, and Joe Gebbe and those guys. I think that's more rare to find 3 people that really work so well together and equally. But I also think it's tougher to kind of start a company on your own as a single co-founder. I think they're just finding that support and things like that it's easier to do that with somebody with a co-founder.
So that leads us to the question of founder dynamics, right? How well do people get along? How do you assess that? How does a founder or a person who wants to begin a startup, how do you vet out your co-founders? Do you have any advice on that or any insight on it's not always an easy job.
No, and I think, I don't know, I haven't personally started a company yet, and I don't think, I have the most respect for anyone that does, because I think it's, one of the hardest things you could possibly do. And so I think it's tough. I think finding, you're going to go through hell and high water, and so finding somebody that you're able to communicate really well with. It was funny. I was talking to one of our companies last week, and one of the founders said, the best advice I've gotten from anybody is to have, literally relentlessly every night they check in, and even if it's a 5-minute conversation or so. But as a company grows, it's a lot harder to realize what everybody's kind of doing and what your co-founders are doing and what parts. And so I just think over communicating and finding somebody that you really work well together. Because I mean, to what Alda said when we were talking earlier, it's a marriage, right?
In terms of finding the perfect partner, it should be someone that you have that relationship of trust with, and that also, which frequently you can only develop over a number of years, and having gone through stresses with that person or your other or the other persons that you founded the team with. And I think how you react to stress, how you react to adversity directly speaks to how you will perform with the stresses of your company and respond to those stresses and be able to pivot and respond to what market dynamics will throw at your company.
Are you moving together in the same direction? And I think that's another big question is they can seem like the right fit from a skills standpoint, but is their heart in the business? I think that's a big question too, is do they like the idea of entrepreneurship, or do they like the idea of solving the problem maybe that you're out there to solve?
Yeah, I mean, they have to have the same vision for the company, right? And be moving it in the same direction, for sure.
So we've looked at getting a referral, you've got your syndicate, your potential other investors, you're looking at the team. Now we get to how that pitch actually comes across. So it's not the pitch before the introduction, it's once you've decided to see them. What kind of stuff are you looking for? What kind of advice can you give in terms of what do you need from the group of people or the teams that you're examining as to whether or not they're worth your money?
I mean, I think the first question that I like to ask of an early stage company is sort of what is the problem that you're solving? And that I frequently describe as sort of, sell me on you and sell me on the dream, but if you sell the dream compellingly enough, then that also speaks to your own character in terms of your talent at, being able to recruit, raise money, find customers. All those things come from, basically that sort of inner determination that we hear a lot of venture capitalists talk about, that they're sort of trying to gauge in terms of you as a founder and an entrepreneur, is whether or not you'll be able to, persevere.
Yeah. Oh no, go ahead.
I'm just going to ask all the how important. Are we on? I was just going to ask Alda, how important is background for you? And at what point?
I don't think it's really about the background. I think it's really about character. I worked for Peter Thiel for many years, and he thought that college was overvalued. And so, it really is about sort of, your resourcefulness and your ability to, overcome adversity, and also how compelling you are as, a salesperson and a motivational person for the culture of your team.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we really kind of look at is, we kind of refer to this thing as founder market fit, right? And so I think that embodies a bunch of different things, but it's kind of different. I think different founders are suited differently for the types of companies, and that's where I think really kind of to what Aldo was talking about is why are they starting a company and where the inspiration come from? Is this something they've thought about for a long period of time? Is this an issue they've been trying to solve for a long period of time, or kind of where that inspiration came from? And then I agree, I think background matters to some extent because of how it sets you up to kind of solve that problem. And that can take on various forms. Education, I don't think, is one of them. Or it doesn't have to be.
It depends.
Right.
It depends.
It depends on the company, right?
Let's talk a little bit about sectors that you guys are looking at and trends you're seeing in terms of markets that are starting to really shape up and become exciting, things that you think are maybe slightly underrated at the moment, but you think are going to explode. Can we kind of open up that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, so I talked about kind of we invest pretty broadly. We've always been very kind of consumer focused in our funds. with that in mind, so we differ probably a little bit from traditional VCs in the sense that, I think traditional VCs will pick, call it 10 to 15 companies in a given year and invest fairly heavily in each one of those companies. We tend to pick, 8 to 10 sectors and invest heavily in each one of those sectors, and hope that, 1 or 2 out of the 10 companies we invest in that sector are a breakout company. And so with that, as a fund, we've always taken a very bottoms-up approach to our investing. We don't want to get in the business of predicting the future necessarily. And so we really let our deal flow dictate where we invest and what we're looking at. And that's where again, I think especially at the early stage, I think the most important thing for an investor is deal flow. Without great deal flow, I think it's a tough business as it is, but I think you're at a huge disadvantage. And so within that, we do one of two things. One is we look at our founders and ask them what they are interested, what they're working on. But then we also really let with our deal flow let areas bubble up that come up through that where over a 3-month period or so we see 10 similar companies in a certain space, and this light bulb goes off and says, okay, let's pay attention here, something's happening, because 10 really smart people are all working on a similar problem.
I can imagine you've got 1,800 founders that have access and networks that relate to all aspects of the industry, and looking at potentially giving you tips on, hey, here's something to watch, here's an area to watch, where you can get an eye on the ball before it's really gone mainstream.
That's the hope, right?
Yeah.
Sure. So, in terms of sector, we tend not to be specifically focused on sector, but rather focused on the stage of the company. But I think that there are a whole host of technologies that haven't been rebuilt for, our day and age, and those are the types of companies that we tend to think have a lot of potential. Examples of that are payroll systems in the United States are antiquated and have been for many years. So we have an investment in a company called Gusto that has basically rebuilt that technology and allowed the data inputs to be done electronically rather than via faxes and more traditional means. And we're both interested in a company called Flexport that is looking at shipping, and I think that's an area that's interesting here. And so, I think there's all sorts of those types of technologies that I find very fascinating. Point of sale systems, technologies that affect us on a daily basis, but have not really been rebuilt and put in the cloud, are things that I'm particularly interested in. Another sector is healthcare. In the United States, our healthcare system is lacking in many ways and very inefficient. And so there's many, many different ways that, particular companies have tackled one portion of that. For example, one company called PillPack that I'm looking at is packaging up pills. And if anybody has aging parents and an aging population, as we all do, those pills tend to get more and more voluminous as you get older, and there are many of them on a daily basis that you need to take, and they package them by the day rather than by the type of medication, and ship them to you. And it's essentially a pharmacy that's supply chain integrated. And so those types of things where they're basically rebuilding something that we know that's a big problem that really just hasn't been modernized, are the types of companies that we've been more particularly interested in.
I think that's really interesting too, because I think with digitization, it's allowed us to see technologies bubbling up that through digitization are disrupting old ways of working, but also surprising us in what we're capable of managing ourselves. So the individuals coming in and they want more transparency there before from a lot of the services that have been healthcare traditionally provided, but they also want to be able to take more responsibility. And I think that's something that we're seeing here as well in the Nordics is a lot of companies focusing on those sorts of solutions. Let's talk valuation for a moment. So how do you measure that? How do you calculate what kind of valuation you give a company in an investment? What should startup founders expect?
It's easier for what I do because there tend to be, comps in the public market. I think it's much more difficult from, an early stage that Robert would focus on in terms of, what I would tend to think that the type of valuations that you are seeing are based on entirely what the market will bear.
Yeah, I think valuations are there's two things. One is, I think people oftentimes obsess over valuation too much, right? And that's both on the investor side and the founder side. I think, you know, if it's going to be a big company, it's going to be a big company, and it doesn't really matter arguing about and trying to over-optimize over valuation. But I think, I mean, different things do kind of play in. I think the founder's background, if it's a repeat entrepreneur, they obviously can command a much higher valuation. If the product is further along and enough is built versus kind of, you know, pre-product or stuff like that. So some of those things just kind of determine where things are. And then the area and the space sometimes do too, right?
Right.
So.
Great, so are there any questions in the audience at this stage in the conversation? There's glaring lights, so I'll try to see if there's a hand out there. We do have a roaming mic. Anyone? Are we awake out there? All right, so we'll continue on the conversation. But if you do, I'll try to take note, and if you raise a hand at some point, feel free to ask a question. Great, so here we are. You've made the long trip across the water to the Nordics. What's your view of what's going on in Europe generally, the Nordic scene? How does that look from where you are in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, I mean, I think to what Alda said, I mean, I think, you know, it's prudent given everything that's happening here to start keeping an eye out in terms of what's happening. I think, you know, there's obviously, I think great companies can be started and can be built at kind of anywhere. I mean, our view, again, we primarily focus only kind of on the US, and that's a reflection of resources based on our team, the size of the team. It's also kind of where the majority of our network is and where we can add the most value to companies, right? With that said, I think, you know, I think there's certain things that make the Valley unique in terms of an ecosystem and a very mature ecosystem that I think will be interesting to see how that develops in Europe, especially because Europe it's still, at least from my point of view, feels like a very fragmented market to some extent. And that's kind of, I think, could be a disadvantage for some companies that only end up kind of focusing on local markets, or it's a lot more difficult to kind of look at Europe as or trying to tackle Europe as a kind of cohesive market.
No, I think you were talking about valuations earlier, and you know, in terms of finding value as an investor and finding, you know, outsized returns, you do have to tend to look places where other people aren't looking. And I think, you know, we've been increasingly spending more time in Europe because, you know, I think it's an area where there isn't as much venture activity, certainly not by, you know, any measure. And so, you know, I'm really on the lookout for sort of those up and coming companies, those hidden gems, and you know, especially with some of our maturing companies, they're also looking to expand into Europe. And so I think understanding the market, even though it may be fragmented, is useful to being helpful to our portfolio companies as well.
Great. Are there any tips that you can give to the audience? Again, I mean, Nordics it's a pretty small area, but it's growing. There's, like you said, it's fragmented, but at the same time, I know there's a lot of work being done between the different startup communities within the Nordics to cross-pollinate, to help each other out in terms of best practices and so on. But it's always really interesting to get, you know, from Silicon Valley, it's a much more mature investor market. It's a much more mature startup market. The access to potential customers is easier because the United States tends to be a bit more homogenous. Are there things you can share with us that you think perhaps could help someone as they go to grow from any of the small countries in the Nordics that we're in now to be a global player in the market space?
Advice for entrepreneurs in terms of how to be a global player?
Yes.
You know, I think we hit on a lot of the points before, which is, you know, broadening your network, sort of always be on the lookout for, you know, opportunities to meet new people and sort of network with the right folks. You know, obviously that doesn't just pertain to, you know, investors, but also strategic business partners that you could have in various jurisdictions, which can be helpful to sort of entering into different markets. You know, I know in particular, for example, China, you really have to have a strategic partner in order to operate there. And I think that it's helpful to have sort of business partnerships that can help you grow and expand.
Great. Very good. So asking one more time if there are any questions from the audience. We have a few minutes left to take some questions. We've got a really quiet crowd today.
Yeah.
Hello, Helsinki.
We'll have it. And you can call on people.
I can't really see if there's anyone out there. Okay. Well, it's certainly warm enough under these lights. I think maybe we could take maybe a few closing statements or comments from you guys, and then let ourselves get out into the fresh air.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I mean, for me at least, and for Alda too, I think that, this is the first time we've actually been up here in the Nordics and things like that, and I think it's really exciting and, walking in here and seeing everybody and kind of the energy that's going on here, and just in terms of talking with people, and, this isn't it's not a conference that previously we'd kind of heard before, and it looks like there's a ton going on, and so it's really exciting to see in different parts of the world kind of all that energy.
Absolutely.
I would just say, I would encourage you guys to, reach out to me or Robert, especially if you happen to be in the Silicon Valley area, and we'd be happy to meet and sit down and help, sort of guide you through sort of, what funds to talk to, who to talk to, that sort of thing. And I think I'm always happy to talk to entrepreneurs and get to know folks early on, especially the ones that are doing the work to actually get themselves out there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Alda and Robert. Let's please give a warm applause, a thank you to both of them. Whew, it's warm.
All right, how's everybody doing? Still full of energy? Woo! I think we're reaching like 5,000 coffees by now, maybe 6. This is Ben Holmes from Index Ventures. Ben's been around the Nordics for a very long time. We've been investing in a lot of companies here. Supercell, King, what else?
Grey Area, Armada Interactive, lots. We would love to do some more.
So let's maybe sit down and get into the discussion, right? So I'm a gamer. I play a lot of games. I watch a lot of esports. And you invest into a lot of games. And that's why we wanted to have a talk. A face-to-face, a heart-to-heart. But there's something I don't understand, as not a gamer, but as a person interested in investments. Why do you guys invest into games?
Well, I think when the business model works, there is no other category of investment that you can do as a venture capitalist which is as rewarding as games. I think the magic of it when it works is you have, particularly on mobile, you have a product which can be built with a small team and a small budget, potentially weeks after launch, can be played by millions of people all over the world. And each of those individuals has a button which effectively puts money straight into your bank account after the 30% from Apple or Google and the 2-month delay. But so when it works, it's as we've seen with King and Supercell, it can be the most phenomenally profitable business. And another thing we'll maybe touch on is I think it's one area where I think Europe still has a very, very big role to play and is arguably the leader in this category. So I feel as a venture capitalist, we absolutely have to be involved in this sector. Yes, it has its challenges, but I think it's we've got to try and find winners in this category.
I mean, don't get me wrong. As I said, I am a gamer. I actually wearing a Dota 2 bracelet, which is a game that I got as a gift from a very special person. But at the same time, isn't it super risky to invest into games, especially early stage? Yes, they make a game, they fail, right? I mean, most games do fail.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we've done 16 investments. I think we've had 3 successes, King, Supercell, and Playfish. We've had 5 write-offs, and we've got the remainder of more recent investments, which obviously we've got great hopes for. So obviously people hear about the successes, but there are a lot of failures. If you're investing in this category, you can't insulate yourself from the creative risk. And in a sense, the reason you want to invest is to expose yourself to precisely that creative risk, because it's when you get that formula right that either creates or disrupts a new category within games, that's when you get the disproportionate returns. So And the strategy we have is the nice thing is it's reasonably capital efficient. So the strategy we're deploying is we're trying to meet very interesting teams at early stages with creative ideas which we think clearly differentiate their game products from what else is on the market. And with a relatively small amount of money, you can get a game to prototype or to beta testing and then launch. And yes, there are tens of thousands of companies you could invest in, and I think our job as VCs is to try to sort of weed that down from the tens of thousands to the few hundred that are investable, and hopefully one or two of those might be another king.
But then, okay, there's some companies you invest in early, others like Supercell you invest in rather late.
Yeah.
But then you exit rather quickly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you do look for companies rather early on,
yes.
How early will you go in?
Yeah, so I think we would love to replicate what we did with Supercell. So Supercell, when we invested, they had just they'd launched Heyday a month or two before, and they'd just very recently launched Clash of Clans. So we were literally looking at one and a half months of sort of cohort data on that, and until that point, the mobile gaming ecosystem had been extremely volatile. Different game companies popping up and disappearing. And it was really only by looking at the cohort data for Supercell that you actually saw, okay, here's a game company where the engagement is really long, and we could clearly see that it was going to grow very well. We would love to replicate that kind of investment. I think the whole of the rest of the financial community have wised up to that, and I think whilst I would love to do it, we may not be able to. So I think we absolutely have to go earlier, and the typical deal for us might be chipping in $500,000 to $1 million of a $2 million round, which would be enough to do one or two games, test one or two games. So that's the stage where we get involved. And I think the thing that we try and look at quite closely is, or what I've seen has been the common theme behind successful companies is that they have a group of individuals, usually relatively small, a sort of an art director, a producer, a developer, maybe a QA tester, 5-6 people who have stuck together and worked together for a long time, often through multiple companies. They're carrying a lot of scar tissue from failures, yet they've still decided to stick together and want to create a great game. So that's what we look for. And as I mentioned, the other thing, we ideally don't want to be backing companies who are doing a Clash knockoff or a Puzzles and Dragons or a Candy Crush knockoff. We just feel as though it's going to be challenging to replicate the success without taking more creative risk.
I mean, as a gamer, myself, right, I look at the game.
Yes.
Right? For me, the game is the most important thing. I really don't care who made the game. And in that sense, I want to know, how much do you actually look at the game itself? Because, okay, you can have great people, you can have great engineers, they have been talented, they worked in gaming companies, but gamers are very specific people. They are very picky, especially if you take, more hardcore gamers.
Yeah, look, so I'm not a glorified accountant that comes and tries to bean count my way to success in this space. I think we absolutely spend a lot of time playing all the games that or looking at all the game concepts if there aren't prototypes ready of companies that we invest in. So I think what's important when you invest in a games company is the company must always be the creative owner of the product. If you get the board sort of trying to influence game design and game monetization and game marketing and viral features in too much or having too much influence on those, then it doesn't work. So we want teams who have got a very, very specific product idea. Obviously, we'll give insights and thoughts, and I think game producers, they want to have people on their board who genuinely are interested and are playing their products. But at the end of the day, I think what's most important is not and what the success factor of the game companies is very rarely the set of the board and the investors you assemble. I think that's an accelerant. And obviously you want good counsel, and if you can become part of a network, a VC portfolio where you can speak with other companies about what are the best analytics tools, what are the best marketing channels, and learn from being part of a VC portfolio. That's really the value add, probably not the specific tidbit of advice that may come from a board member, I suspect.
Cool. I mean, if you look at the gaming industry and the fact that right now most VCs at least invest in generally say apps or mobile games, right? I don't play any mobile games because I'm an actual gamer, but with the mobile games, it has become quite expensive to make them. It used to be much, much cheaper. The cost of entry could make a game and market it for under $1 million maybe. Now as you said, you need maybe $2 million to test a game, right? Say many years ago it was maybe a couple $100,000 and you could get featured on the App Store and fly yourself home, right? What do you think about that change? Is it becoming harder to invest and harder to find companies because of that?
Yeah, so I think, what happened on console when you had more closed ecosystems and to an extent PC, and without the freemium model, the way that game companies would compete would be by looking the companies that the products that people would buy would be the products that had the best videos and the best look and feel and came from a brand or carried a franchise name like FIFA or something that you owned. In the free-to-play world, which dominates mobile and is increasingly kind of spreading onto console and other platforms, people download all the games and then they play the ones that they have most fun with. So I'm actually reasonably confident that the budgets won't spiral to the $50-100 million kind of budgets that were required for console. And I think the experience we've had by looking at the successful game companies, it's not the extent of the features, it's not the quality of the graphics, it's really how well assembled are the features that you do decide to put into the game, not the volume of features. And that, I think, will always mean that small companies can be very successful, particularly in mobile. And I think the tool chain, Unity and other technologies, also have somewhat democratized the game-making ecosystem.
And we talk a lot about mobile right now, right? The way we talked about just PC gaming a few decades ago, right? But what do you think are other investable areas in gaming? In addition to mobile?
Yeah, so I think mobile is a fantastic category, and what was special about mobile broadly was that through the mobile platform, companies were able to attract a new generation of people who didn't self-define as gamers, and Candy Crush would be the perfect example, but even Clash of Clans, I think many people might have been Candy Crush players and then started playing Clash of Clans and really became gamers because they had a mobile device in their pocket anyway, versus having to go out and self-select and buy an Xbox. So I think the trend that we're seeing is that over time, once people start to play games, they show increasing willingness to play games of more sophistication, of more tactical intrigue. People are more open to playing multiplayer games and more open to playing competitive games. And I see this manifest itself in different ways. I think if you look at the charts now, there's a game that's been very high up the charts the last few weeks or months called Slither.io, and it's a very simple game with snakes, but you're effectively immediately, as soon as you launch the game, you're thrown into a 500-person multiplayer kind of competitive battle arena. And I think if you had asked people, is that the sort of game you want to play? They probably would have said, God, no, I don't want to. That sounds very, that doesn't sound right for me. But actually, when you package it right and when you make it accessible, they actually do want to play it. So I think the trend is towards, games with fantastic multiplayer features. And I think the other big trend is the blurring of the line between entertainment and gameplay. And obviously, Twitch and the esports phenomenon is one manifestation of that. I think for a long time I was a bit skeptical of that. I have to admit, I sort of thought a little bit like eating dogs. It was something that was popular in bits of Asia but would never come to Europe and the US. But I was wrong, and I think the interest level we're seeing from big media companies about esports makes me feel that this is a category which is going to be very real, and I think there's a ton of investment opportunities which arise around esports. You know, do you invest in teams? Do you invest in tournaments? Do you invest in media organizations or streaming organizations, or do you invest in specific game content for esports? So I think that's, I've had a bit of a sort of Damascene conversion about this whole category in the last couple of years.
I think I agree with you. I think I spoke, maybe it was even you, I can't remember, somebody at Slush about 5 years ago, telling them, guys, look at esports.
Yeah.
And they were like, what are you talking about? That's for kids in Asia. And I was like, no, it's going to be big. You know, and now I see you guys invested in Face recently. I think did you invest into anything else in esports?
Yeah, no, so we've invested in Face. I mean, there aren't many platform plays so far. The Twitch is obviously a great company, and that's where a lot of people go to view this content currently. And other platform-like plays are usually around sort of betting on esports. The one we've done is called Face It, which is a sort of matchmaking engine for esports. Not the top level pros. They do sponsor various pro leagues, but the bulk of their business is in actually the more casual matchmaking for the tier of sort of amateurs below that level. And it's a very, very exciting and quick growing business. And the other deal we've done, which is sadly not in Europe, but actually has some Nordic entrepreneurs involved, is a company called Super Evil Megacorp, which is a MOBA game based on tablet. And again, they're trying to, by bringing that type of game to mobile, they're trying to broaden out the audience of people who would play that type of game.
I want to ask about the industry. I mean, I knew it was going to be big a long time ago. I mean, now nobody is convinced. This tournament, the International of Dota 2 had $18 million prize pool. I think this year it's probably going to reach 20 to 22. But what I want to ask is not about esports in general, but about industries like it, right? How do you think you find industries like that early on, right? As an investor, how do you look and choose industries that have not yet been discovered?
Yeah. Look, I mean, all the very best investments across the whole of VC, they usually arise at some point of societal change and some point of sort of platform shift. So obviously there's been a bunch of sort of mobile social network products which have become phenomenally successful, and just within the games industry, the biggest companies have really arisen when there's been a platform shift. So kind of Zynga and Playfish on the back of Facebook Canvas, or if you go back, EA and the other companies that became big on console. And then on mobile, we had King and Supercell. So I think at those points where there's a new platform emerging, that's really where you tend to get the outsized returns. And arguably, people are obviously talking about VR within the games industry, and I guess people outside the games industry, there's a lot of interest in cars. Is this a whole new platform that there's going to be a whole stack of software and services and investment opportunities around that? So I think part of the success factor of being an investor is riding one of those waves when there's a societal change, often coupled with a technology platform shift. So there's been many in games, but you're true that it happens outside games as well.
Cool. I hope to see what the next ones will be, and I hope you'll tell me what to look at.
Well, I very much hope we'll be surfing those waves, whatever they are.
Cool. Hey, well, I think that was really interesting. I think that gave us a good perspective onto gaming, the industry as well, also esports, and that is coming up big time. I hope to see you at ESL 1 in Frankfurt. I'm going there.
I'll be wearing the t-shirt.
So come and watch some Dota 2 with me. But meanwhile, I think we have 2 minutes still left over. So if anybody in the audience has any questions, we can shoot them. Just raise the hand.
We've answered everything.
There we go. There's one.
Ben, what are you looking at within esports? Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure. I think it's a few things. So I think platform plays, to the extent we can find them. There are a lot of betting-related businesses. I don't particularly like that category. Obviously, there's a bunch of businesses that are trying to get a foothold in the media space, either making snippets or short-form content or long-form content. I think that's interesting. I think the the challenge of that media area within esports is it's very unclear who owns the rights to this stuff. Is it the game company that built the game? Is it the player who's actually playing it? Is it the platform like a Twitch or Mobcrush or something that he's streaming over it? So I think, you know, there's that needs to settle that rights landscape around it before I think there'll be more really successful media companies beyond Twitch. And then, yeah, we would definitely look at new esports titles, particularly I think ones which sought to bring a broader audience into the esports fold and started to blur the boundaries between sort of mid-core casual and esports. And you know, obviously Clash Royale here in Finland is a very interesting take on that.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, Ben. I think that was exciting.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to keep on talking to you about esports and gaming. So thank you guys very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And thank you, Ben.
Thanks for a fantastic event. Cheers, Dimitri.
Yes? Hello, everybody. Now we will be speaking about the money. I have two friends on the stage, Marie and Seth, and we will be diving into the VC world shortly. Should we sit here?
Is that good?
Yeah. I mean, just to you know, maybe you'd introduce yourself with a kind of 2 words, what you're doing these days, and of course to the startups in this audience, you know, how much money you're managing.
Okay. You're talking about the important stuff, right?
Of course. First, the important stuff, right?
Okay. So I'm Marie Eklund. I'm currently just started my own venture fund based in Paris, and the first close is of 100 million euro, but hopefully we'll end up more around 150, early stage fund.
Okay.
Great. My name's Seth. I'm part of the investment team at Excel in London. In London, we're managing a $500 million fund focused on Series A and B primarily. But we're also part of a larger platform, so we also have funds in the US and in India as well.
We'll probably hold it a bit closer. So.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I was a couple of days ago reading about Steve Blank and making the beautiful comment about all the VC firms are kind of living the Ponzi scheme and expecting the valuations to eternally go up and the crash is near. I mean, Steve, your company is slightly bigger and investing in slightly later stage. You probably have some good comments about how do you see the situation?
Yes. Is this still on? So I think I think his comments were, I think there are kind of 2 parts to it. One is around the kind of later stage pricing and how that has become somewhat decoupled from company fundamentals. And I think that, as we see, big public equity funds that have invested in startups start to write down their private equity investments, I think that's caused, a ripple effect through the later stage market to cause people to pull back on the amount of capital and the price at which they're willing to invest. So I think that in general, we're seeing less appetite for, higher price valuations, higher price rounds and bigger rounds. I guess the big exception being Uber raising $3.5 billion last week. But I guess in general, we're seeing that appetite kind of pull back. And I think that's kind of cascading, back through other rounds. I think, our sweet spot, as I mentioned, is Series A and B, and we're seeing prices of those rounds coming down as well. And I think the other part of his comment is kind of ensuring that you as an entrepreneur are on the same kind of wavelength with your investors in terms of liquidity. And I think that, that's one of the things that we encourage a lot when we're speaking with entrepreneurs in the investment process is, being aligned with their vision in terms of where we want to both take the company, because it is kind of a 5 to 10 year journey in some cases, and if you're not completely in lockstep, then it can get ugly. So,
There's also, I would just add that there's also a difference between what you can see in the US and Europe still, in terms of the amount of capital deployed per startup. So if you compare the amount of capital that is, in average, invested in a European startup versus a US startup, and compare the NVCA statistics with the EVCA statistics, and just bringing back to the same base, it's an 8.3 ratio. So there's also a lot more money deployed in US startups than in European startups as well.
How much has this, I mean, you said it, some of this effect is coming down from the kind of later stages also to the B&A round valuations, but is it more US focused, or are we seeing it globally?
Yeah, it's definitely global. I mean, I think the broader point is people are no longer kind of, I think the business model that it's really hard to finance right now is we'll grow to 100 million users and then try and figure out a business model. I think people are focusing a lot more now on fundamentals. So, are unit economics working, et cetera, et cetera? Is there a clear path to building a strong, commercial side of the business around, what otherwise would be just a compelling user base?
Do you think it's the kind of the trend to stay with us for a while, or is this a fundamental shift, or is it just, like we've seen in some of the latest maybe financial crisis, that something has changed for a year and then everything is back to the normal?
I think you really had that trend of looking for growth and just not talking about profitability in any case. The fact that that profitability was asked by public investors. We stopped asking it because public investor came to the private markets, basically. But then you can see that having only private markets, at some point you don't have that reality check. So this is why people are plugging their mindset back onto, at some point we need to be profitable, or investors need to see that if we stopped investing, we would be profitable. So that trend, I think, is really sustainable.
Is it good?
Yeah. I mean, at some point you need to earn money, so.
I think we've seen many technology cycles, right? So I think we're now entering a period of conservatism. And I think if you take the last 18 months as a very bullish time, valuations were very inflated. We're kind of entering a period where people are being a little bit more cautious. But we actually just raised our fifth fund a couple months ago, or closed it a couple months ago, and we did some analysis in terms of at the various points of the cycle when we've backed our biggest outcomes, and it's actually in periods like now when we've been able to back some of our biggest winners. And I think that, again, comes to the point of you start to we always focus on fundamentals, but you kind of, it's reminding yourself of that, but also kind of the price comes down, which is nice.
We're having at one point the conservatism, but from the other side, of course, there is like more money available than ever. We have massive rounds from the EQT just recently, and you raised a big round. And how does the two things kind of go together? Does it mean that you basically, big funds are sitting longer on the money if they are more conservative, or what's the kind of the outcome of those two trends?
In Europe in general, you also see that the sector in itself is expanding, that there's more companies. You also see something which is quite interesting, is that if you talk to, Cambridge Associates is a LP which is doing a lot of research, and you can see in their statistic and other LPs as well that for once the European venture capital performance was greater than the US. So you also have this momentum in that we were late behind a little bit in the European startup ecosystem, but they're growing a lot more. And so that amount of capital coming to Europe is also very good to kind of compensate a little bit the equity gap we had with the US, but also to support the growth of the ecosystem and volume.
Yeah, I think you're also seeing funds kind of reach outside their sweet spot to a certain extent. So that could be geographically or in type of transaction. So we were talking about this earlier, but Insight just did their 4th European deal this year. That was announced this week. So I think that's, their primary focus is on the US, but they're reaching into Europe. We're also seeing, growth equity funds doing buyouts. So I think it's, people are sort of being flexible as competition increases.
Yeah, Union Square Ventures, for example, which is this New York-based fund, and they have 25% of their portfolio in Europe. So they're really starting to look at more and more deals in Europe.
They're kind of happy that we are worried that there's not enough money for the startups, and many of the European startups are running into the United States looking for the money. I mean, do you think there's still a major gap from the kind of when you look as a VC on the startup scene?
I frankly don't think there's a lack of capital. I think for the great companies, I don't think there's a lack of capital at all. So I think it's readily accessible from Europe and also from the US.
Yeah, so what you could see in certain countries is that the business angel layer not being strong enough. This is obviously what happens in France, for example. Like the first step of business angeling is not strong enough, so your pyramid is also depending on how many startups you have at the beginning, and then if you want to make it grow very high. So I would say you could argue that in the financing chain, depending on the country, there is some gaps, but in general, you now have pan-European funds that are addressing all the different hubs pretty well, and there's US funds coming in, so in general, you do have capital.
So basically, any startup heading to the US with a claim that the money is there, we should look worryingly at them if they couldn't find the money in Europe.
No, I think that there is capital available. I think you'd head to the U.S. for a lot of other reasons, but I think access to financing, actual dollars, is probably not the issue. I think quality investors might be a different question.
Looking more kind of closely to the Nordics and looking at the kind of the European statistics or the global statistics, we're seeing that Nordics are really have been the hotbed for the startups, and they're in any kind of comparison, they're really kind of punching above the weight quite significantly. What's your take on the kind of Nordic scene these days?
So the Nordics as an ecosystem has always been great to excel. I think our first, if I'm not mistaken, I think our first Nordic investment was ClickTech, which is also our first $1 billion plus outcome. And we've continued to be involved and invest in the Nordic countries for over 10 years. So we continue to be really excited about the companies that are coming out of here. Primarily in Finland and Sweden are probably our two focus areas. And I think one thing about Helsinki, which is very impressive, is it's now firmly on the map as one of the gaming capitals of the world, which, for such a small population, as you said, they're punching way above their weight. And so I think, we're here every 6 weeks because it is such an important ecosystem to us.
Yeah. When we built Daphne, we asked ourselves what would be the right investment strategy to build a pan-European fund, where should we be focusing on, etc. And something we really looked at was to say, we know how instrumental like the PayPal mafia was to create Silicon Valley as an ecosystem, because having role models it's raising the ambition of everybody. It's also bringing talents to the next generation of startups, bringing business angel, bringing a new lot of entrepreneurs. And so we thought we should look at which are the European hubs, because it's not a question of country, it's a question of hubs. If you look in the United States, you have obviously Silicon Valley, but then there's New York, but the money is deployed in these ecosystems, right? And life science for Boston for life science. But then we looked at which are the cities or the hubs in Europe which have generated more than 2 unicorns. And if you look at that, there's only 7. And there's obviously London, Berlin, Paris, Stockholm, Helsinki, Copenhagen, and Amsterdam. So, if you look at that, you say, well, there's a maturity of the ecosystem because people have already grown these role models, these unicorns. They have international leaders. And so that's very interesting when you have a look at the ecosystem to see it that way.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think you're starting to see kind of repeat entrepreneurs recycle both talent and capital back into these ecosystems, which is such a healthy signal. So I mean, if you look at like Spotify is a great example. Like Trade Doubler was the first success, then Spotify, and now we're starting to see a bunch of guys from the sort of second tier management spin out and start their own companies, which is, exactly like good, strong signals of a healthy ecosystem.
7 towns, I mean, it's basically some of the Central Europe and Northern Europe. I mean, is there anything happening in Southern Europe?
So nothing up to 1 billion, but you had Privalia, which was just sold to Vente Privée at 500 million euros. Moscow also is part of the that troop. But no, Southern Europe for the moment, there's a lot of dynamic, but it's still early stage. They don't have yet their champions, but hopefully that will come.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably right in terms of track record. But we've made 4 investments in Spain in the last 12 months. So I think that's certainly a younger ecosystem, but with a lot of promise.
One thing you guys had was really to say we're a small market, and so we're going to go international very quickly. And I mean, the Swedish model is very impressive, even in France, for example, you didn't have that. It's just Criteo was really the role model in building a true category leader at the international level, and that changed the mindset of the local entrepreneurs. So it's really a question of mindset, because the previous companies that were built, the previous generation of entrepreneurs, it was Vente Privée or Free, which is a local telecom operator, and it was national champions. You didn't have really the world leader in this category, which changed, and it's super important. And so having that right away is a very good sign of maturity, and this is maybe why the movement was faster. I don't know.
There's certainly some clear logic to it, but basically Spain and Italy, and they're just too large. I mean, if you have a large enough home market, you don't really need to start thinking globally to build a unicorn from this day one, right? Yeah. What else was I thinking about? The kind of the Nordics comparison to the rest of the Europe. I mean, one thing is that their ecosystem is somewhat matured. We have some of the first unicorns. We have some of the kind of the management spin-offs already from those big unicorns. What else kind of for you guys defines Nordics? I mean, why do you come here for again and again and again?
It's the food, primarily. And the weather, obviously. No, I think, I think there are few sort of, as I kind of alluded there, like gaming is certainly a very, I think, a kind of on a world scale, kind of top notch in the Nordics. I think like open source software is another sort of very strong kind of component to the sort of Nordic DNA. And so I think there are like these pockets of expertise that you can really tap into. That plus what Marie was saying earlier is that they think globally from the get-go, which I think you don't find in other parts of Europe. And I think that's largely because it's a small population, and so to be big, you actually have to think beyond the borders of your own country. I think the last thing, which is kind of a silly reason, but I think like the English is actually phenomenally good, and so because of that, America is kind of a very obvious target.
Super good at English. I don't get it.
Never give away their accents.
I think the language question is quite interesting. I recently met 3 Chinese startups who were doing something really interesting, and all of them thought they were speaking English. I could understand one of them. I mean, there were also the other 2 were doing something really, really interesting, but the first one had to translate it. Right. So it kind of makes things more complicated, clearly.
Yeah. That was my French accent. So the way we looked at it also when we thought about what should we invest in Europe, we try to think in what is really the digital economy, and we thought it's an economy of usage. So if you want to invest in a company that has natural advantages because it is born in Europe, what should we be looking at? And so we try to understand if there are DNA of European societies. and that compare it to, for example, the DNA of US society and see if there's a pattern there, and mapping the very big European successes. And what we found that there's 3 pillars for European society. One is we think collective, can be seen in the quality of the infrastructure, in the fact that when we think education, healthcare, or insurance, we think globally for everybody, or that the sharing economy is maybe not born in Europe, but mostly used in Europe. If you look at the number of active users on Airbnb or whatever, it's really a very European spirit. So the first pillar would be the collective. Second pillar, the quality of life. We're looking for a greater balance between private and professional life, but that develops industries like tourism, like culture, like leisure, like food, and a greater sense around privacy. And the third one would be what we call inventiveness, to have the creative excellency like fashion, luxury, but also to tackle that engineering savoir-faire that we also have. And comparing that to the US, you see that in the US, there's a lot of startups that are the first engine, the motor, the pillar is more productivity, how you make people work better together, how you make people improve their performance within a company, how you take and access data to make better business decisions. So that would be a very big one. Second one would be more empowerment, how people put themselves in the social media, how they defend themselves, how they optimize their time. And third one would be entertainment, with Hollywood as an alma mater of a huge ecosystem of virtual reality, of big medias, etc. So we tried to look at, is there this European DNA? Because you don't want to invest, you want to invest in what we're good at, and that creates greater chance of building international champions and not just doing me too's and copycats of what's doing elsewhere.
But how strictly do you follow this? I mean, European VR guys, there's a bunch of them in the audience here also. Would you say no when you mention the VR? Or?
No, well, it's a framework, right? So whenever, it's all this is good investments you need to do. But it was interesting because you thought, are we really having like local usage or local markets that are in phase with what we're doing, or it was just a question of better understanding the usage?
I think it's particularly helpful when you're thinking about new models that haven't been seen before. So, like, I think a good example is sort of the kind of peer-to-peer networks that have been built in France, for example, like, with BlaBlaCar and Airbnb, kind of like knowing that the French in this example would be very open to that kind of new, model is something that is kind of very, very helpful. Are the French open to that model?
Interestingly, a mic dropped there. The food comments were really interesting. So you're coming to Finland for food. I think it was Silvio Berlusconi who years ago made that comment about the Finnish food. I think he made a very sarcastic comment. Yeah. But the food sector in general. I mean, we have a number of food startups here offering us lunch, and we've seen a lot of food deals also in Europe. They're kind of companies raising money. I'm usually looking at this like, what's so innovative? How can food be scalable? Have you guys invested in food?
So there's a lot of things going on around agriculture tech, for example, in France, which are more around how you use technology to produce better quality fruits or vegetables or whatever, just by either optimizing the transportation or being able to produce locally through like containers that you're measuring everything, so you're using big data to really have the best quality possible and limit pesticides or whatever. You have everything around drones, which are how you can really localize and optimize the harvesting of everything, etc. So we see a lot around agriculture. And then, of course, on the food sector, there's everything around delivery, which was very big in Europe, like Just Eat and Deliveroo, or...
Seriously, how can food delivery be scalable?
In what sense?
I mean, it can't be the kind of the innovative growth business. You have a cars, you can optimize the cars' routes to deliver the food to the clients, but where's the kind of the scalability?
So I mean, fundamentally, it's a logistics business, right? So you're kind of, I mean, with Deliveroo, for example, you're providing restaurants that have never had delivery or their own delivery in-house with a delivery service. And that kind of, the way that you, I guess, differentiate yourself on that is by routing your delivery guys on the most efficient routes possible. I mean, the same thing for Uber, right? That's how they differentiate themselves, is by the logistics and kind of the information that they provide to their drivers. But it's not like a phenomenon for food. Food's just a great use case of that technology. I mean, food, just as a category, it's probably one of the largest commerce categories that is largely offline, right? So I think even if you're able to take a small percentage of that market, you can build a very big business.
But I mean, in general, you can't really eat the online food, right? It has to be offline.
Right, which is why.
That's true.
Yeah. Walking around here, what are the kind of the sectors or things are the most interesting to you guys?
So we've spent a lot of time looking at virtual reality in the last probably 6 to 12 months. And I think that, I guess it's part of the gaming DNA in Finland is, I think some of the best virtual reality teams are here. And so it's really interesting to hear the perspectives of market timing, which is, I think, everybody's big question. And also kind of like what types of content are, going to win first. So we're sort of, I think it's interesting to hear, where other people are thinking about finding value or investment value in the kind of, stack of VR.
Yeah, that was, I agree with, with what you said, basically. As Ben was saying, there's this gaming DNA which is super strong here, and that is really interesting, and that is developing to other sectors as well. Yeah.
The VR question is, of course, the market timing thing. Yeah. I mean, everybody talks about in the technology industry, everybody talks about in the investment community, everybody talks in the startup community, but I haven't really seen any consumer traction or the interest really. The consumers, the consumers.
I think the product, everyone's waiting for the hardware, right? And so the hardware is just coming to market now, and it's extremely expensive, and so it only appeals to the folks that are willing to invest thousands of dollars in, a laptop and a headset. So I think everyone's kind of waiting for the technology, the hardware technology, to compress to mobile. And once that happens, you'll appeal to a much broader audience. Meanwhile, the content guys are kind of trying to maintain flexibility because, from a platform perspective, because it's very unclear as to what is going to win on the hardware side and which ecosystem is going to win. So they kind of have to juggle a lot of balls at this point. So that's kind of how we're sort of waiting to see how this all shakes out.
How long do we have to wait? It kind of...
That's the billion-dollar question, I think. But I think at least 12 to 18 months away.
The putting together the VR and the gaming know-how, does this mean basically that Finland has some DNA to be the kind of VR gaming capital of the world?
I would make that argument. I think there's certainly a lot of. First of all, I think this talent can come from anywhere, but I think success breeds success, and sort of when you have people that have worked at Rovio and Supercell, et cetera, then they kind of bring that knowledge to their next sort of venture. That's what they know. They'll probably start a company in that same category. So I think, once they've seen that work, to the point we were discussing earlier, is I think that, ultimately kind of creates a very, strong expertise.
The gaming expertise in Finland, is it replicable? Because Rovio kind of died. Supercell has made 2 really successful games. The spin-offs have kind of raised money, but none of them has really made anything horribly major.
It's not a Finnish question. I mean, it's more general for the gaming industry in general, which is what is the relevant, sustainable model for. And if you look at the other production industries, like movies or whatever, they just need to see how they deal with that factor. But it's not a Finnish question. It's more linked to the industry, and so.
Totally into the industry wider, as you were kind of begging.
I think other companies are facing the same issues. So question is, do you think that once you did like this great game, you kind of give everybody dividends, close down and start a new game or whatever? We'll see how that goes, but it's a production model. I don't know if...
But I mean, looking from the VC perspective at the industry, where in a way it's about kind of one-hit wonders. Isn't it? One-hit wonders, isn't it? I mean, you might have a fantastic team, fantastic people. You put money in and I hope they make that one hit, but they might have, like Rovio had, they might have 50 misses before that one hit. It must be a difficult industry to invest in.
It is a difficult industry to invest in, yeah. It is. The understanding how you can, like, all the movie industry, for example, went to what basically Rovio did, a lot of derivative products around a game and building a brand. And if they manage to not only build a game, but a brand around it and make it live with different other products, that could be one of the answer that you have in just not building one game and one hit and that's it. But it's like movies, it's like books, it's like all these, and you need to build your portfolio of games, and it's very difficult because as an investor, the question is, it's like reading a book, will it be a success or not? Or so you have more as gaming because you have metrics. And as Ben was saying, there's a lot of things that you can rely on, how the people are engaged within the game, how long they're playing, on either on just one particular game or throughout the time. So it's easier because you do have some quantitative to add to your own feeling around the game. But then the other question of how you can replicate that on other games will still add that because people are getting used to games and want new things. So it's not about just replicating what worked in the past, it's about inventing the next thing.
I guess the one thing I'd add is just when we think about when you see platform shifts, so kind of gaming moving from Facebook, for example, to tablet, kind of creates some white space for a new winner, exactly. And say the same thing we're looking for, from mobile to VR is, a new, winner to emerge. And I think that is kind of those points of kind of change in the market is when you kind of have the rise of new winners.
And this is the time basically to place the bets, right? That's what you're doing here. Yeah. In addition to gaming and the VR, what else has been interesting?
Well, there's a lot of different companies that we saw during the different pitches. Now, seeing emerging trends, in general, what we see is that digital is going to more and more science. So opening up to, because all the just disintermediation already happened, so now it's a question of how can digital be of help in healthcare, how it can be of help in automotive, how in things that will add new, more science, more technology, more different types of fields of knowledge, which is very interesting. And that also means that we're going to more hardware. And that's also like a general trend, which is very interesting because then you have to build very different companies than what we have seen in the past 10 years, which is also something quite cool.
I think it's a good point to wrap up. Our time is pretty much up. We will pass the microphone on to the next speakers. Thank you.
All right, guys. All right. How's everybody doing? Good? In other good news, somebody found a watch Very expensive watch, I think. So if you want one, it's at the registration. Hopefully it is also your watch. So if you're missing one, it's at the registration desk. But right now, we're getting into the most exciting moment. The reason why Arctic15 was created in the first place. And this is the competition where we have the top 15 winners, the top 15 companies. They have now been narrowed down to just 3 companies. And I will introduce them and tell you the names. So the first one will be Entocube. And Entocube is solving the world's hunger problem, this small tiny problem we have. They are coming back for the second time. Last year they were also in the top 15 and they got into the top 3 position as well. So their second time running. Then we have Authentic. And Authentic is bringing basically online authentication to online marketplaces, and they're doing extremely well in many of the parameters that the judges were looking at. And last but not least is Streamer. And the Streamer app is basically, the easiest way to explain it is they want to control all the world's data. So I think we have a lot of really cool startups and really good choices. I know that the judges were spending over an hour in the judging room figuring out who to choose. And it was actually quite difficult to pinpoint who it's going to be. This time around, we'll have a 3-minute pitch again and a 5-minute Q&A by the judges. And we asked the judges to be very strict on the questions, to really push the startups, because the winner is going to get at least 60,000 euros. It was 50,000 euros in the morning, but more money has been added to the pool, and it might be even more by the end of today. So with that in mind, I'd like to introduce our judges. So judges, please come on up on stage. I think judges are trying to decide who is the winner already. Okay, so can we get the judges? You're going to be presenting, so you can go over here, but I would very much like to invite the judges. So the judges are Annette, Taru, Joel, and can we please ask Tim to join us as well? He's coming.
Yeah, he's coming.
All right. Welcome back on stage. So if you can introduce yourselves very quickly, explain quickly the background and what you'll be looking for. The microphone is over there, and what you're looking for in the teams.
Can you hear me? Yes, you can. My name is Joel Roos. I'm a business angel, or a lifestyle angel, as Fiban has branded me. Actually, I am a little bit broader than that, but the reason is that I exited from the furniture and design industry in 2014. After a lockup, I've been doing angel business work for 1 year, so I'm new in this field for sure, but I've learned a lot during this year. It's an amazing task to do this and help startups.
I'm Tim Draper, and I run Draper Associates. I've founded the Draper Venture Network. We have venture funds all over the world, and it's quite exciting because I get to see interesting companies from all different parts of the world, and I'm always looking for new, unique, interesting companies, so this is going to be fun to see what we've got here.
Hello everyone, I'm Taru Haajanen. I'm from Fiban, Finnish Business Angel Network, and I represent the award syndicate of 50,000 euros here.
Hello, my name is Annette Nordvall. I'm with Stockholm Business Angels. I'm currently a fellow with the Nordic Innovation House at Stanford, and I do invest in early stage startup. I live in Sweden, but not right now. And we're actually looking for innovation, scalability, team, viability, investability, and then also a little bit on the presentation.
Excellent. So, thank you very much. I hope you guys are all excited. So let's give it a warm applause for the first team, which is going to be Entocube.
Yay. Hi guys, we're Entocube and we do insect farming technologies. There's going to be close to 10 billion people on this earth by the year 2050. And additionally, these people are going to be wealthier than today. And we know from history that when people get more wealthy, they want to eat more meat. The meat demand is expected to double by the year 2050. Now, this is a problem because already today, meat production is the leading cause of climate change. According to FAO, among various experts, insects are one of the most promising solutions to create this protein, create this meat for an expanding population in developing and developed countries. And this is because insects are drastically more efficient to produce than other production animals. They require only a fraction of the inputs, and doing this process emits significantly less CO2 emissions. And insects also taste really good, and if you don't believe me, I have something for you right here. The insect industry is currently estimated to be around $360 million, but what's really interesting and promising for the insect industry is the potential to capture a significant piece of the global protein ingredient market. Now, insects are superior in biology compared to other production animals because they're cold-blooded, they can produce more mass with the same feed inputs. But the problem in this industry is that there's a technology gap that we have to close to unlock this potential that insects have. And this is the problem we're solving at EnsoCube. This is the EnsoCube container farm. It's a standalone unit that can mass produce insects anywhere in the world. We have 3 of these. We sold a couple, and we run the 3rd and sell its supply to consumers and people who want to do cool stuff with this. And in EnsoCube, we have 2 revenue models. One, we have the container sales. These are for insect farmers who want to start farming insects. And secondly, we sell crickets or insects and insect ingredients to companies who make stuff out of them. And the processing of insects is super easy because you can eat the whole thing. So this is a very, very lean and nice thing to do. We have a strong team, really strong in biology and engineering and then business, our kind of core areas. We have more than 30 years of experience in insects and biology, microbiology, and a really kick-ass engineering team. We're currently automating the insect farming process, and this will drastically cut down the costs, which are currently very high in producing these insects. And we are here looking for an investment of $200,000 to complete our pre-seed round of 450. Out of 350 of this is private investment. And this money we will use to build a bigger scale facility and scale up our production. We have 150,000 euros of sales, of cricket sales in the pipeline for the next year, and we need to establish a bigger facility to match this demand. I'm Perttu from EnsoCube. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Woo. Now, I hope we get some very tough and difficult questions. We have 5 minutes, so let's shoot some very difficult questions.
So your technology is the way you process the insects, the way you generate insects, and then and it's just more efficient and it holds them together. Is that right?
Yes. So insects require very little feed inputs, and they're very good in high-density farming. So the costs of production are going to be smaller compared to other production animals. But then you have a lot of labor currently. So with an automated process, we can take the labor out, which brings the variable cost down by about 70 to 80%. And this is going to be a very competitive protein source.
And by lowering the cost of production, does that also mean that the market will expand? Are people going to eat a lot more insects now, or is it still going to be about $300 million?
Yes, so it's the obstacle for this industry to really scale up into more refined products is the cost. I have with me some dried crickets. These are from our farm, but this stuff, currently the cheapest you can get in Europe is 100 to 120 euros a kilo. And this is an obstacle for this industry to really scale. And we're seeing like really awesome products from the Netherlands, for example, like frozen foods or cricket powder, these kind of protein bars and these kinds of products. But for this to get out of that niche box, to be a very luxury product for those who are like extremely environmentally conscious or kind of adventurous, and get beyond that into a wider market, this has to be more affordable. And for that, we need the technology.
And why are you doing this?
We are motivated by having Me. I want to save the world. And I want to, of course, like I think business is the way that the world will be solved. It has to make economic sense. And I think this is one of the best ways to do this, because food is one of the biggest problems we face.
Well, there is a lot of vegetarians and vegans, so this is obviously an animal. So there is a consciousness of saving the earth. There is a food barrier. There is a use of it to be, that it needs to be a common, like it's supposed to be a soy product or something like that. What are your goals to actually make this as a everyday consumer product? Because it still has a lot of bad stamina with insects. I mean, even though, you said it yourself, you need to be a really cool person to actually eat an insect, and I believe that as well, even though you snack on them now. It's kind of intimidating.
A little bit. Yeah, so what we're seeing now break through in the Western world is more refined products that use cricket powder as an ingredient, like ready-made meals, or you can, like, it's a very versatile ingredient. You can mix 20% of cricket powder into your bread, and it will taste like whole grain bread, but just have a lot of protein. You can do the same with burgers. You can just replace some of that minced meat with crickets, for example. To have it in the form that you know it's there, but you don't see it, and this is usually not a problem for people. But of course, there's also value in the novelty.
But how are we going to, on our investment, how are we going to make money on it? Are you going to be the ones that are driving it through the food tech kind of industry, that you're going to give us the return on the branding? Because it's still crickets. Even though I put it in my bread, or even if I put it in my burger, it's still going to be crickets.
Yes, and we strongly believe, and there's strong indications in the market that people do actually want to eat crickets, and it's actually even kind of cool. It's still like, okay, we're talking about early adapters, but this has happened very fast in the Western world, and a lot of people really want to do this. And the way you get your money back is by so currently the price point in the EU is about 100, 120 euros a kilo. We're going to kick their asses with our tech when we scale it up. And that's where we can capture a significant slice of this market in the Western countries and really help push insects into a mainstream product.
But are you doing that right now? Are you going to be the forerunners for cricket tech?
Yes, that's exactly who we are.
Is there any legal issues in selling these crickets as food or food ingredient, and how do you tackle those?
Yes, so the problem in this industry in the European Union is that there is no regulation. So for any food production, we need to have a regulation on how you can grow, how you can slaughter, and this is missing. So insects are currently a novel food. On the positive side, the novel food legislation was recently changed and will be in effect 2018. So we have now a timeline. But there's also a number of EU countries, the UK, Belgium, and Belgium and Holland, that have legalized the sales of insect products. And these are also markets that we are looking to move to next year, because that's closer to, like, that's where the buzz is happening in the EU, more so than Finland right now.
The last quick question, is this a emerging markets play, or is it a Western world thing?
It has been around for a long time in many developing countries. In the developed countries, it's a relatively new thing, but it has been growing really fast. And about 2,000 different species are eaten about 2 billion people around the world. And most of these are gathered from the wild, so of course there's also a lot of interest for our container technology, specifically in developing countries, to domesticate some of these species that are local treats. And for example, in southern Africa, these green grasshoppers are more expensive than any kind of beef, and people really love that. So if you can start farming that, you get a good source of nutrition, but also good business that can help lift people out of poverty and hunger.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
One more.
If you want, very quick one.
Are you going to be a brand for like safe, secure insect food, or are you just going to be the manufacturer that does it cheaply?
Yeah. So
am I going to be wanting to buy EntoCube insects, or just like these are insects that have to be made?
Very quick answer, please.
Yeah, so you're going to want to buy EntoCube insects because that's the stuff. And as I mentioned, the processing chain is really short. We kill the crickets by cold temperatures, by freezing, and that's a ready product you can start cooking with. So there's very few middlemen in the value chain.
All right, thank you so much. Let's give it a
Thank you,
one
guys.
round of applause for EntoCube. Thank you. Can I have one more?
Of course.
Thanks. Great. I've never had an insect on stage before, or maybe ever, actually, now that I think about it. Next up is going to be
Authentic, so please come on up. Welcome. Good luck.
I'm sure that nobody on the panel uses dating websites like these. But for some of us, this is a dilemma we know all too well. We finally meet our dream girl online, but we have no way of knowing if these profiles are real or if they're fake. And we see headlines like these all the time. Can you really trust a total stranger with your most valuable belongings? But surely, somebody with 108 previous sales and a 99% positive rating must be trustworthy, right? Even though he is selling a $350 watch for only $59. The fact is, with today's technology, it's so easy to hide or fake your identity online. Really, you have no way of knowing who you're doing business with or who you're dealing with online. And it's only a matter of when and not if you are a victim of either online fraud or, even worse, identity theft. And that's why we're building Authentic, an automatic identity verification and reputation management platform that is faster, more cost-effective, and more efficient than other solutions out there. The sign-up process is very simple. The user downloads our app, takes a selfie of herself, and places her phone on top of her passport, where we use NFC to retrieve information we need, such as name and passport photo. We then use advanced facial recognition algorithms to compare those two photos to make sure it's the same person, as well as over 50 other security checks using some really cool technology, like making sure that the holograms and other security features are in the documents, that the person that's taking the photo is actually a live person by detecting the blood flow in their face. Authentic ID users of our partner websites only have to go through this process once. After that, it's just a matter of clicking and connecting your accounts with these other accounts. By doing this, we can also calculate an authentic reputation score, which is based on the user's behavior on these other websites. Now, anytime there's unusual activity on these websites, the user is prompted to take a picture to verify that she is the verified user of this account. There's an experienced team behind Authentic. Runar is one of the only person in the world who has implemented electronic IDs for governments in 2 countries. Adam and myself have started a few startups and have 3 startup exits between us. There are only a handful of companies that are trying to solve the issue of real identity and trust online. And it's important to remember that there's no dominant or large player in this huge field yet, which makes it very exciting and very valuable. So just to recap, we have an amazing product built for a huge market with a growing need and growing problem, and we're looking for seed investors. And unlike the profile at the beginning, this is an authentic chance for one of you to get lucky. Thank you.
Oh, can we get the microphone working? Hello. Can we get the different mic?
Hello.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, it's back online.
So the first question, why you? Why not a big player building this? How can a small startup from Iceland do this?
I mean, we have the high level of the government knowledge, which we try to replicate. So we don't want to compromise on security and accuracy. There's also a question of, I mean, I think that, this is definitely something that will be in the future. This anonymity that's in this Wild West that we call the internet will not be something that will be in 2-3 years. I think these sort of services will condense, and there will be maybe 4 or 5 big players. Some people will opt for a Microsoft or a Facebook. Others don't want that Big Brother stamp. So you have Estonia that's maybe doing it for the government side, and then you have private companies. I think it's just a matter of choice who appeals to most people.
And a question about the technology for a tech dummy. How do I know that the info that you have on me is safe?
So to answer your question with the hot buzz, we will store it on the blockchain, which means that essentially your ID on the blockchain will be very hard to hack, and nobody's going to go through that effort to just crack your ID. So we're not storing it in one huge database where it can be breached and you get millions of IDs, but It's individual IDs are stored on the blockchain.
It's pretty straightforward technology, and you're just putting my picture together with the picture I take with a cell phone. Isn't that something that another company could just knock off very quickly? And then aren't there like a million other people going after some sort of identity in one way or another? And why are you going to be better than all of those?
3 questions. Sure. To me, this is first and foremost a marketing and sales project. Challenge, how we package it so people trust us and see the value in it. Technology-wise, there's nothing impossible about it, as you mentioned. It's just a matter of taking together different technologies that's been proven. Why somebody else isn't doing it? It's appealing to people, and I think one of the things is the security, which we address this way, and we have it working on all websites versus others that are doing something similar. Only have it working in silos, so only on this side you have to do it another sign up again for another site. Yeah.
Are you developing with customers right now?
We have a few very early stage development partners. We talked to a bunch, but because of the nature of the product, we don't want to hand anything over that isn't secure and accurate. We don't want to tarnish the name once we do go public.
All right, so then I saw that one of you guys are already sold to Samsung. Would that be someone that you would consider to collaborate with, or are you going to brands?
I mean, we've talked to Samsung. They approached us regarding some of their back-end stuff, payments stuff. That's very, I mean, really, we think that working with startups is a more viable option to begin with. It's easier to go on LinkedIn and you have a meeting the day after. And this is, I mean, I've been in sales for large companies before, and I don't want to go through the whole 6 to 9 month sales cycle again.
Do you believe that there is a consumer barrier, that there would be on the other end, that you would be annoyed that you have to show your cards and stuff like that, or is that just what is going to happen in the future? Is there other things that we can do than that?
The trust on our brand is, of course, an issue, and that's something we just have to prove ourselves. But ultimately, what we're saving, even though we're storing on the blockchain, ultimately what we're saving is your selfie picture and your name and your birthday, and these are 3 things that you have on your Facebook profile that are public. So it's not any more sensitive than that. The passport photo, for instance, and all that is only used for verification purposes, and then it's thrown away. And we can have, you know, KPMG or someone go over these processes to make sure that we're actually following them.
All right. Thank you so much. Warm hand of applause for Authentic. Woo! Thank you very much. Okay. Last but not least, I'd like to welcome Streamer up on stage. Welcome. Good luck. Here's the clicker for you.
All your businesses have a problem. Don't worry, I'm Henry from Streamer, and I'm here to fix that. But your problem is that you're not reacting to newest data immediately, thus losing opportunities. I used to be an algorithmic stock trader. To survive, I had to monitor millions of tiny market events and react automatically. For you, it could be sensor data, social media data, or even the weather. But don't you wish you had thousands of little smart agents out there monitoring relevant data streams and taking action to capture value before it's too late? Ah, that sounds painful, you tell me. Surely I need infrastructure, engineers, data scientists, time and money, and where do I even start? Well, if you're a smart developer, you start with Streamer. We're disrupting real-time analytics by getting you up and running in minutes instead of months. Using our drag-and-drop interface, you can define your little agents to power your real-time applications. Typical use cases are anomaly detection, alerts, situation rooms, and consumption-based pricing. On the streamer marketplace, you'll find data and algorithms relevant to your business, kind of like the App Store for real-time data. So, where are we as a business? The platform is up and running and launching now. It's generating 250K revenue from pilot customers this year. Next on our roadmap is growth and the marketplace. For this, we are raising 1.5 million in funding. We believe the platform plus the marketplace is a killer combo. We'll build the marketplace step by step, penetrating one business vertical at a time. Streamer creates 3 revenue streams: pay-by-use platform fees, reselling commercial data feeds, and commissions from third-party data and algorithms. We make your streams come true. Thank you.
Great. Have you thought about an acting career? Anyway, there are a lot of companies going after real-time analytics, and the applications you gave us were like the situation rooms. I mean, that's a pretty small market. How are you going to build this to get it to be something really big?
Well, that's kind of a multifaceted question, of course. But first off, we're trying to offer an end-to-end solution with both easy access to the public data you need, plus the tool. Second, we're trying to find a sweet spot between the kind of more traditional first-generation analytics frameworks, such as what you have at open source, like Spark and Storm, and then again, IoT platforms, and then again, like publish, subscribe messaging services. So yeah, there's a lot of going on in that space, but it is a pretty large space because it kind of crosses both like application enablement platform market, the IoT market, and the more traditional analytics market. So yeah, we're kind of making a solution for a very specific shape of a problem, and we're trying to do that the best in the world.
What kind of clients do you have? You had some form of revenue. Do you have some big name clients?
Yeah, we have a kind of handful of clients. They include listed companies, enterprises, and also smaller companies like startups.
Could you, for the people who are unsure of what your business idea is about, give kind of 3 good user cases? Who would the clients be?
Yeah, our clients are probably developers. We make solutions for those who make solutions, right? So it's a platform business. But okay, who are the end customers? Well, for example, we've seen quite a lot of traction from the media industry because they're under a lot of pressure to reinvent themselves, find new business models, find new services, be on top of things. And then again, there are, for example, new areas such as cryptocurrencies and the blockchain space. So each of these markets have a lot of applications for tools like ours. And one of these is the one that we're going to pick first and then try to penetrate that.
And just a quick comment, I agree with Tim. Pitch you can do.
Thanks.
Thank you for a good presentation.
Thank you.
I'm thinking more of what is your biggest challenge that you have right now?
Probably the quite large focus that we've had so far, because we've built the technology to be very generic. It can be applied to all business fields, but you can't sell something that anything can come in, then you can build models that can do anything, and then anything can come out. That's just not sellable. But that is the technical side of it. But of course, the challenge is to find the focuses in marketing, the kind of spearheads that will allow us to conquer certain business verticals. And that's the process we are starting to do now.
What would you actually redo?
Sorry, what
would you redo?
Yeah, we would choose a business vertical, find out which data they need, and use that to leverage our entry to that field. So we can offer a very tempting package all in one. The data they need plus the tool they need in one. And they can start using it by pressing a button.
Any more?
Yeah, what makes you so excited about this?
Well, I've been thinking about these kind of problems for a long time. I have a history as a trader, as I said, and that's a field that has been in this kind of algorithmic economy and real-time automation for a long time, since the 80s. And that's a space that's quite full of tools already, quite full of data providers. We want to do that to other fields. For example, IoT is a large space with the tools and the data sources and that kind of stuff only forming, and there's no market for the data produced by IoT. So we want to be that.
Great.
I have to admit, I still don't quite understand. You were talking about platform and marketplace.
Yeah, and when they go together...
Could you tell one, who would use the platform and who would use the marketplace? You have their data, and then you have the algorithms of any kind. Do you have any example? Like
Yeah,
real life
sure.
or,
Yeah.
or invented a...
I can describe, for example, the simplest case I know that is making money out there. It's kind of like the Hello World application for our platform. We have this customer, they made this kind of real-time voting application for live TV. So let's say there's a football match airing on TV, and there's a vote who's the best player, for example. So all they needed to do was make the front end, the voting application, the client, and all of the back end, all of the processing of the individual votes and communicating the results and the state of the voting and so on came through Streamer. So basically, the platform was just counting votes. And how did we do this? Well, we had a 2-hour workshop with the client to kind of teach them how to use our platform. And during that workshop, we built their back end, which was amazing. It was a very good fit for our platform and simple to do, but still, they were amazed.
Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 100 applause. Good pitch. All right, judges, now will be the time for deliberation and figuring out who was the best one and who's going to get the 50K. While you have the half an hour to decide, we'll be talking to the previous winner of last year and figuring out what happened since they won the award last year. So please go into the comfort of the speaker lounge and figure out who is going to be the winner. Thank you so much. And with that, I would love to invite Marco up on stage to talk about what happened to Fortic 4 years since. Yeah, please come on up. Just join me. Woo! Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How does it feel to be back?
Well, it feels wonderful. So like the Arctic was last year, it was definitely the best, I would say, event to find interesting people like investors, but also the peers of different startups. And it's truly great to be back here. So I feel like home, and I feel just simply wonderful.
So last time you were here, you probably were a little bit more nervous than now. You're more relaxed, I think.
Okay, so being nervous is my job. That's what I do. So yes, so it's always good to be a bit of nervous, and it's very bad to be too relaxed. So I feel, of course, much more comfortable this year because I don't need to convince. I have some things that are convincing, like we are in deliveries and so forth.
Well, because you're feeling comfortable, I'm going to ask you to do maybe a 1-minute pitch on what does Fortic do, so that everybody knows.
Fine. So what we do is like we make necessity called heating better in ways how people perceive it. So like feeling heating is done in Finland, California. Heating, we are doing it most of the year. So we make the quality of the heating better, but we're also saving energy. So we are saving about 25% of the heating in office building, and the people really say that it's better than before. Payback time around 2 to 3 years. So currently people are buying our stuff. We've been shipping since last January, and the feedback is great. We are currently in the other unfortunate problem that we have more orders than we can ship.
That's a good problem to have, that you have more orders than you can ship. But no, I want to go back a little bit, right? So I remember that you guys found out about the competition rather late. And I remember there was a bit of a story. How did you find out, and how did you happen to end up applying in the end?
Okay, so thank you for asking. So we were in the position that most of the startups must be every now and then. So we had done everything right. We had the correct team, we had the correct passion, we had a very important problem to fix, which was the carbon dioxide emission. We promised to cut half of the traffic equal amounts of carbon dioxide. We have done the piloting, everything was great. We have talked to investors, but we didn't get the money. We were desperate. So we were about to start searching for boring jobs. And then somebody called from Arctic. And we were on the edge, so whether we will take the last effort to come to present our stuff. Unfortunately, we said yes. And then we won. And we are here.
I always say that you have to say yes to opportunities whenever you can. And I'm really happy that you guys did that with Arctic15 and that you won. But I want to get back, we won the 50K back then, but that ended up being a totally different amount in the end. Can you walk us through what happened after you won the 50,000 euros?
Okay, cool. So investors are human beings. And I think there are some of you on the board, so obviously agree. Who doesn't agree? You don't agree. Okay.
Well, you're an investor.
You're an investor, so you know. Okay, so anyway, so what we had some people were committed to join, but then we got this win. We got some visibility, and people started to realize, hey, this is quite interesting, and the other guys are always also investing. So it ended up the whole round got oversubscribed, so that we needed to limit the amount of money that we got in. So, why did we do that? Because it's not a good idea to play with the valuation too much, because it will hurt in the next rounds. So that we got what we needed to be able to execute for about 1.5 years. And now we are there, we kind of got the money round. So it's pretty cool. We have wonderful teams, so one Finnish VC and then brilliant angels. And I promised the one to tell a true story about the angels. So it's actually very true from entrepreneur to the audience that you don't only get the money, you also got the knowledge and you get the network. So if you don't get the money yet, organize the money, but also please try to get the best investors.
What was the final amount? I don't think you mentioned.
Okay, so we needed to, so we were about to get, so 250K was the final round, and from this angel team who were there, so that they started with 50, and we were ended up in 110, but we decided to cut it to 90.
Cool. Well, let's give a warm round of applause for that achievement. Woo! I don't know why my microphone goes up and down, but we'll figure that out. Tell us a bit, you got the money, you got the funding. I know it wasn't right away, you had the negotiation period, but tell me more about the company, right? What happened since May 27th last year until now?
So now we are kind of one step closer to our dream. So we did some practical things. So we made us a very simple but important reward, so that we decided to move from the backwoods of Espoo to downtown of Helsinki into a very cheap office. But that was a present for our team. So let's have some fun, let's enjoy the environment, and let's be close to our customers, because our customers are the building owners and they are in the center of Helsinki. So that was number one thing, of course. But what we then did with the money, so we of course did the logistics in place, so we could buy the products that we needed in order to be able to ship. We could execute changing the platform that we were running from this kind of open source stuff to kind of real commercial stuff for the software part. And then we were able to ship the products to our customers that have done the orders. So that those were the main things. But I kind of emphasize this this kind of mental part, so that from this kind of starving guys being in a sad place, so like it's sometimes very important, so like you give something for the team so that they trust. Don't waste all the money, of course, for the team, but it's important, so like you show that you are now executing.
How's it going with, you mentioned you have clients, right? So can you tell us more about your clients? How many clients? How's it going revenue-wise? What are your growth plans?
So let me give you, I think the word is conversion, so that how many customers do you need and how you meet and how many of them make an order. So currently we are about 75% of the customers who we meet make an order. So and I think that is the kind of most important number at the moment. So we've currently shipping, so far the order book is about 100K, a bit less than that, and we plan to sell about 500,000 this year. And anyhow, before we take the next round of investments, we plan to be at that ballpark.
And what about your team? Have you grown team-wise?
True. So like last time I said that yes, we are not very pretty because we are experienced guys. We've fixed that. So like we've hired 2 young guys, one making software and one making analysis of the most essential things that we are doing, and the other person was here. So like you could see the difference in our booth. So like if you got only this kind of a ugly Finnish smile which you can't see, guys, or if you then have a kind of somebody who is like easier to address. So and we are all human beings, so it means that you got to have the kind of different types of people in the team so that you get the spirit up.
And what about your plans for the next year or the next few years? What are your plans for the future and for growth? How are you gonna take over the world?
Okay, so
big plans.
Yeah, so we have big plans, and we won the Kasvu Open, the events, the Finnish startup event last autumn, because we had a plan which we were brave enough to tell. Our plan is to grow a big software company. And I said a big number, 100 million a year, software sales mainly. And how we are going to do that. And why we won was like, we are not going to take all of the money of the business because heating is very, very huge business. So there's room for partners. We are currently building the delivery and the service together with big players in the market who will do most of the work, who will get lots of money, and if they succeed, we'll succeed. And we started in Finnish market, so we have this kind of one service company as a partner, the city being a customer, and then we delivering the technology. And that's the model that we are planning to do also not only in Finland, but we have first pilot in Sweden. We plan to go to Denmark, Germany, eastern part of Europe. We could also ship a pilot to China, but that seems to be rather laborious at the moment. But it's just an evidence that there would be business there as well.
Great. So you're gonna be basically you're gonna be basically shifting from just hardware, but also like purely focusing on software.
Correct. So like yes. So people quite often we've been very lucky that for some reason press loves us. And we've been in some magazines and people want to take pictures about the entrepreneurs so that they always want that we hold the thermostats in our hands. And we try to say that, okay, these are needed, but this is not the thing, so it's a software.
Yeah.
What we are like, I'm one of the consumers, so that we don't necessarily understand the service, especially if it's invisible software. So that's the reason, so like definitely we are a software company, we're going to make all of our earnings based on that. But we need hardware, so Internet of Things means that you got to have the things as well.
Can you, I think, explain a little bit more about how exactly are you going to save the energy?
Okay. So we simply take care that the heating goes to the place where it's supposed to go and when it is supposed to go. So it means like the heating is more comfortable, but at the same time we just remove the unnecessary part, the waste heating. So it means like empty rooms, how warm does it need to be? Does it have to be really like 24 degrees, or is it okay that it's 17? So these kind of simple things.
You would be saving a lot of energy today and yesterday.
Correct.
Yes. Because
yeah, that's right. So like there's loads of potential to save energy, and quite often people. So I asked once. So let's make another. So like, who would pay 5,000 more of a car that is totally economically, so ecologically friendly, no, zero emission car, 5,000 euros more. You, okay, 5,000, only 5,000, 3,000 euros. 3,000 more euros more of a car that is eco-friendly. Okay, didn't get too many hands. Okay, so perhaps you didn't understand what I was saying. So most of you will pay because Volkswagen and Toyota have already decided that you will. Okay, so that is very important. People are willing to make sacrifices. With the heating, it's interesting because you can save money and you can save more ecological, the carbon dioxide. So that is the equation. So and that is our challenge. So like some things which people don't understand that does happen automatically is possible to do. So can we somehow save the world? Yes, we can. We're doing right kind of things, and then we make in a business-wise in a reasonable way.
Awesome. Hey, I think, on the note that we can save the world is a good note to end the chat with. Thank you so much for coming over to Arctic15 once again. Thank you so much for being on the stage once again. I hope you will be back more and more, hopefully telling about, Series D and exit strategies later on. But yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yes.
All right, getting exciting. We're just minutes away from announcing the winners. And before we do that, I would like to invite our guest up on stage, which will also give a special prize to one of the winners. Please, come on up. Bo.
Hello.
Nice to have you.
Thank you very much. Hello. Greetings from China. I'm from China. My name is Bo, very easy. So it's a three-circle forming Bo. So it's difficult for you not to remember me. Now, everybody here is talking about Nordic countries here. A lot of entrepreneurs, when they think of the global expansion, naturally they think about which country? USA, yes, exactly. But rarely people think about China. Why? China is going to be the largest economy in the world, but yet many people fear about China. The reason is because you lack of the knowledge about China. You're still thinking China when China was in 80s. You worry about the IP right. You worry about how do I learn the Chinese? Do I need to get married with a Chinese girl in order to go to China? Now, many of these questions, we have designed a program called China Start. For the entrepreneurs, it's very important to consider China as your expansion strategy. I often say that maybe many of you have heard of the blue ocean strategy. When you want to compete, the most important thing is you need to leave your competitor. If your competitor is in this country, you need to leave them. So in China, you have a blue ocean for the Western technology. Particularly Chinese investors and Chinese companies are very interested in technology that is developed here in Nordic countries and in Europe. They believe the quality much more than the Chinese companies, which is kind of a shame to us, but that's the truth. That's your advantage. This 1 week China Start program is for people like you. You wanted to go to China, you don't know how. You lack of the knowledge about China. We will help you to develop a go to China strategy. And second, we know that you need a partner in China. So we will bring commercial partner to the table and one-on-one with you. And third, you don't want to use your own money, risking your own money. So we will bring the investor. We will bring 20 to 30 investors to the table, plus many angel investors. A group of 20 to 30 entrepreneurs going to China will be treated like panda bear, because we're going to bring lots of money, bring lots of partners, and some of the partners you would never dream to have relationship with, but we will bring them. Because we are from the best business school in China. The business school produced Jack Ma of Alibaba. And he was one of our CU class students, and when he was not that famous. And he was so believing in us that he hired one of our professors to be the chief strategic officer of Alibaba. Of course, we cannot compete with that kind of offer. Later on, he hired another professor from us to be a chief strategic officer of Alibaba Finance, which is a publicly listed company by now. So I encourage you to join this. And today, we are very proud and very happy to work with Arctic15 to present a free voucher to the winner to participate in a one-week China Start program in Beijing. In Hangzhou, we will visit Alibaba. Also, we will visit Tencent in Shenzhen. So the winner will have a free voucher to be with this program. For the rest of you, the cost of this program is very inexpensive. It's only £2,500 per person. If your company sends 2 persons from the same company, it's one price. We cover all the dinner, but you pay for the flight and the lodging. That's it. Thank you very much. I hope you join us and be successful in China. And the exit in China has much higher valuation than here, and much shorter exit in China than here. So why not? We're going to teach you everything.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to announce the winners, and the judges have made the decision, so I would like to welcome all the judges on the stage, all the finalists up on the stage. I would also like to request to bring a very special big-sized, at least get it ready. Yeah? Okay. Right, and the finalists, please come on up on stage as well. I think we're missing one. There, is he eating crickets? Can we get somebody who eats crickets up on stage? I know they're tasty, but... Got caught up, I know. I quite liked them as well. All right, so
yeah,
right.
We want to try a cricket over here.
Please.
Here, go ahead. You want to try? Absolutely. Ladies first. And she's a vegetarian, so I'm not sure she's going to go for it.
Go for it. It's pretty
she's
okay.
She's going to try it anyway.
So these are like very natural, just oven roasted.
All right.
No bullshit, no flavors.
I would like to ask you now to tell us what was happening in the room, what we were discussing, what we were thinking, and in the end, who the winner is.
Well, first we wanted to see how those things taste.
Do you need 5 more minutes for decision making?
They're not bad. What do you guys think? Okay. So here were some of the things that went through our minds as we were going through and judging. We'll start with EntoCube. First, if you are going to be a consumer brand, I don't think EntoCube is going to be the brand that spreads around the world. I think you need to think through a really strong brand that's simple, you know, food bugs or whatever it is, something that everyone kind of gets behind. You probably want it to be down to 1 or 2 syllables, and it just feels like that's, also we were kind of thinking, until I ate one, I was kind of thinking bugs are kind of yucky, and wanted to know whether people would get over that feeling. So those were some of our thoughts on EntoCube. On Authentech, we thought that maybe there were a lot of competitors out there for you, and you have an interesting twist. We weren't sure. I mean, we didn't have much time. We weren't sure about the IP and whether that IP is really yours, the blood flow and the whole thing. Thought that it was a very large market, but very competitive market, and could be an interest. If you can rise above the crowd, great, but it's sometimes hard to do from Helsinki. And then Streamer. This was a little different because we were a little more concerned about the market size, not sure that it was a big enough market. Some of those applications sounded interesting and good, but it didn't feel like there were a lot of them. And so, but this real-time analytics is very valuable, and particularly for anything that requires being there then and making decisions on the fly. And as robots start making more decisions, you're going to need more real-time analytics. So overall, we were very impressed, and I've traveled to a lot of these business plan competitions, really impressed with the quality of these three and how interesting and unique they all are. I think that, you know, they deserve a big hand. And I also think that the judges did a good job in finding the 3 out of, I think, 100 different competitors, finding the 3 that seemed like they had really interesting potential, had a good way to go. But with that, I think we've we've done enough, and we're going to hand the drum roll and give Taru the chance to give us the answer.
All right, let's do a drum roll, everybody. And the winner? You do it.
Just a moment, I have a few words before the winner.
All right.
We still have to
we'll
wait.
have to do the drum roll again.
First of all, I have to say that FIBAN, Finnish Business Angel Network, has promised to form a syndicate that's going to invest 50,000 euros on the winner.
Also, these were the things we looked at. I didn't say that.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll say that. We were looking at innovation, scalability, team, viability, investability, and presentation skills. And so we promised an award of 50,000 euros, and we have gathered that, and it's still rising. And now we can have the drums again. And the winner is Entercube. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Second time running.
Yeah, we were here last year. We got into the top 3 as well. We were fortunate enough to get back this year. Almost didn't make it. Got a cancellation spot, I think.
Let me tell you the story, is that we actually had the top 15, and one company couldn't make it to Helsinki. So they were the next ones on the list. They were 16th, right? And I called them. It was already, I don't know, it was, I can't remember what date it was. But I called them and said, hey guys, can you still make it? You're at 16th, and we got 1 cancellation. So they did, right? And here they are.
Oh, so you're disqualified.
Yeah, so we were last year in top 3, and we had a dream, and this year we had a business, and that seems to work a lot better. Thanks so much. I'm speechless.
Thank you very much. Let's do one more picture. Yes, please, please, come on in. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. And right now, I would like to invite, because this conference, I hope you got a lot of meetings, and I would like to invite everybody that helped. Come on up. All the volunteers, all the team. Come on up, come on. Come on, don't be shy. You guys made it all happen. Right, so it wasn't just us, it was a lot of people who were volunteering, who were spending a lot of their time, a lot of free time, just to make sure you guys had a good time. They were taking care of the food, and the toilets, and the matchmaking, and the meetings, and the registrations. They didn't sleep for very many hours. Some of them were falling asleep on the sofas over there. We also had inflatable mattresses. Some of them slept on those. But they all made it, so wow, there's a lot of them this year. Come on up. I want you to see all of them. Yeah, move. The stage is big. Move. All right, cool. Everybody, the core team, the interns, volunteers, everybody. Wow. Jump up quickly. We'll take some pictures. All right. Everybody's here? Okay? All right, so guys, thank you so much for coming. Thank this team. They are amazing. Woo! I want to say a special thanks to 2 people who were making the whole production run really smoothly. I want to thank absolutely everybody, but Jenna, please, come on up. Come, don't hide. See, she was hiding because she was not wearing a t-shirt, but all the problems went to her. She solved everything. Good job. And Joppe, come on up. Joppe is our, normally at Arctic Startup, when we don't do events, Joppe is our chief of happiness. So he was making sure everybody was happy. So we really do hope that you were all happy and that you all come back next year. We promise it will be more of the same, but better, right? We promise we'll have a lot more meetings, we'll have a lot more networking, and we'll keep doing what we're doing. We're not growing the conference in size specifically to make sure you guys have quality meetings. That's what matters to us the most. But with that, let's move on to the after party. Janne, want to say a few words?
Hello? Yes, so for the next year, we're going to move the dates a little bit. So we can announce that we're going to be moving to the first week of June. Oh, sorry, May. May, that's correct. We're moving backwards, not forward. So May 2nd to 5th, that week, we're going to give you the exact dates a little bit later on, but you can put that week into your calendar already.
Cool. And all right. And with that, let's go to the after party at Maxine's.
Yes, Maxine at the Campi Center, 7 o'clock. And until 10 o'clock, you will get a free entrance with the Arctic15 badge, and you will get a free drink.
Tarmo,
if you're lucky, you might even get 2.
Tarmo, you want to say anything about the Max? No.
Just to thank the core team, we did special copies to all the key people of the co-founder who actually were at the photo shoot, so some people, if they miss it, because they were not in Tallinn 3 months ago when the company was 3 times smaller, right?
Yes, that's right. But anyways, thank you all for coming. I hope you had a good time. Woo! Hey.